The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Penny Witt. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. For the most wild, yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad I am not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburden my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world, plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than Baroque's. Hereafter, perhaps, some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace, some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive in the circumstances I detail with awe nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy, I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus deliverable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkable, large, and beautiful animal, entirely black, and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusions to the ancient popular notion which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than that it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend Intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew, day by day, more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected them, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length even Pluto, who was now becoming old, and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when in his fright at my violence he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of his eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse for the crime of which I had been guilty. But it was, at best, a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it's true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me. But this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart, one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not hundreds of times found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination in the teeth of our best judgment to violate that which is law, merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree, hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and the bitterest remorse at my heart, hung it because I knew that it had loved me, and because I felt it had given me no offense, hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of "Fire!" The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, A servant and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself thenceforward to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity. But I am detailing a chain of facts, and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attribute to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words "strange," "singular," and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvelous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by someone of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window in my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me, among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat half stupefied in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin, or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect, but only Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body. But this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated. But, I know not how or why it was, its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed me. By slow degrees, these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty, preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not, for some weeks, strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence as from the breath of a pestilence. What added no doubt to my hatred of the beast was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed, in a high degree, that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair, or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet, and thus nearly throw me down, or, fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in its manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from doing so, partly by a memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell, I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would have been possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a hideous, of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. Oh, mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death! And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man, fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas, neither by day nor night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear, to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnants of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole inmates, the darkest of most evil thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outbursts of fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Lifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house either by day or by night without the risk of being observed by the neighbors. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again, I deliberated about casting it into the well in the yard, about packing it in a box as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally, I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection caused by a false chimney or fireplace that had been filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar, I easily dislodged the bricks, and having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood, having procured mortar, sand, and hair with every possible precaution. I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here at last, then, my labor has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate. but it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or imagine the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept, even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises forever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but, of course, nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came very unexpectedly into the house and proceeded again to make a rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me to accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat as calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say but one word by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well-constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. "I may say an excellently well-constructed house. These walls— Are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together." And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon that very portion of the brick behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend! No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into the silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry, at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud, and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exulted in the damnation. Of my own thoughts it's folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For an instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already getting decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red, extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. End of The Black Cat.
Caterpillars by E.F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. Caterpillars by E.F. Benson. I saw a month or two ago in an Italian paper that the Villa Cascana, in which I once stayed, had been pulled down, and that a manufactory of some sort was in process of erection at site. There is therefore no longer any reason for refraining from writing of those things which I myself saw, or imagined I saw, in a certain room and on a certain landing of the villa in question, nor from mentioning the circumstances which followed, which may or may not, according to the opinion of the reader, throw some light on or be somehow connected with this experience. The Villa Cascana was in all ways but one a perfectly delightful house, yet if it were standing now, nothing in the world, I use the phrase in its literal sense, would induce me to set foot in it again, for I believe it to have been haunted in a very terrible and practical manner. Most ghosts, when all is said and done, do not do much harm. They may perhaps terrify, but the person whom they visit usually gets over their visitation. They may, on the other hand, be entirely friendly and beneficent. But the appearances in the Villa Cascana were not beneficent, and had they made their visit in a very slightly different manner, I do not suppose I should have got over it any more than Arthur Inglis did. The house stood on an ilex-clad hill, not far from the Sestri di Levante, on the Italian Riviera, looking out over the iridescent blues of that enchanted sea, while behind it rose the pale green chestnut woods that climb up the hillsides till they give place to the pines that, black in contrast with them, crown the slopes. All round it the garden in the luxuriance of mid-spring bloomed and was fragrant, and the scent of magnolia and rose, borne on the salt freshness of the winds from the sea, flowed like a stream through the cool vaulted rooms. On the ground floor, a broad-pillared loggia ran round three sides of the house, the top of which formed a balcony for certain rooms of the first floor. The main staircase, broad and of gray marble steps, led up from the hall to the landing outside these rooms, which were three in number, namely 2 big sitting rooms and a bedroom arranged en suite. The latter was unoccupied, the sitting rooms were in use. From these, the main staircase was continued to the second floor, where were situated certain bedrooms, one of which I occupied, while from the other side of the first floor landing, some half-dozen steps led to another suite of rooms, where, at the time I am speaking of, Arthur Inglis, the artist, had his bedroom and studio. Thus the landing outside my bedroom at the top of the house commanded both the landing of the first floor and also the steps that led to Inglis's room. Jim Stanley and his wife, finally, whose guest I was, occupied rooms in another wing of the house, where also were the servants' quarters. I arrived just in time for lunch on a brilliant noon of mid-May. The garden was shouting with color and fragrance, and not less delightful after my broiling walk up from the marina should have been the coming from the reverberating heat and blaze of the day into the marble coolness of the villa. Only, the reader has my bare word for this, and nothing more. The moment I set foot in the house, I felt that something was wrong. This feeling, I may say, was quite vague, though very strong. And I remember that when I saw letters waiting for me on the table in the hall, I felt certain that the explanation was here. I was convinced that there was bad news of some sort for me. Yet when I opened them, I found no such explanation of my premonition. My correspondence all reeked of prosperity. Yet this clear miscarriage of a presentiment did not dissipate my uneasiness. In that cool, fragrant house, there was something wrong. I am at pains to mention this because to the general view it may explain that though I am, as a rule, so excellent a sleeper that the extinction of my light on getting into bed is apparently contemporaneous with being called on the following morning. I slept very badly on my first night at the Villa Cascana. It may also explain the fact that when I did sleep, if it was indeed in sleep that I saw what I thought I saw, I dreamed in a very vivid and original manner. Original, that is to say, in the sense that something that, as far as I knew, had never previously entered into my consciousness usurped it then. But since, in addition to this evil premonition, certain words and events occurring during the rest of the day might have suggested something of what I thought happened that night, it will be well to relate them. After lunch, then, I went round the house with Mrs. Stanley, and during our tour she referred, it is true, to the unoccupied bedroom on the first floor, which opened out of the room where we had lunched. "We left that unoccupied," she said, "because Jim and I have a charming bedroom and dressing room, as you saw, in the wing, and if we used it ourselves, we should have to turn the dining room into a dressing room and have our meals downstairs. As it is, however, we have our little flat there. Arthur Inglis has his little flat in the other passage, and I remembered, aren't I extraordinary, that you once said that the higher up you were in a house, the better you were pleased. So I put you at the top of the house, instead of giving you that room." It is true that a doubt, vague as my uneasy premonition, crossed my mind at this. I did not see why Mrs. Stanley should have explained all this, if there had not been more to explain. I allow, therefore, that the thought that there was something to explain about the unoccupied bedroom was momentarily present to my mind. The second thing that may have borne on my dream was this. At dinner, the conversation turned for a moment on ghosts. Inglis, with the certainty of conviction, expressed his belief that anybody who could possibly believe in the existence of supernatural phenomena was unworthy of the name of an ass. The subject instantly dropped. As far as I can recollect, nothing else occurred or was said that could bear on what follows. We all went to bed rather early, and personally I yawned my way upstairs, feeling hideously sleepy. My room was rather hot, and I threw all the windows wide, and from without poured in the white light of the moon and the love song of many nightingales. I undressed quickly and got into bed, but though I had felt so sleepy before, I now felt extremely wide awake. But I was quite content to be awake. I did not toss or turn. I felt perfectly happy listening to the song and seeing the light. Then, it is possible, I may have gone to sleep, and what follows may have been a dream. I thought, anyhow, that after a time the nightingales ceased singing and the moon sank. I thought also that if, for some unexplained reason, I was going to lie awake all night, I might as well read, and I remembered that I had left a book in which I was interested in the dining room on the first floor. So I got out of bed, lit a candle, and went downstairs. I went into the room, saw on a side table the book I had come to look for, and then, simultaneously, saw that the door into the unoccupied bedroom was open. A curious gray light, not of dawn nor of moonshine, came out of it, and I looked in. The bed stood just opposite the door, a big four-poster, hung with tapestry at the head. Then I saw that the grayish light of the bedroom came from the bed, or rather from what was on the bed, for it was covered with great caterpillars, a foot or more in length, which crawled over it. They were faintly luminous, and it was the light from them that showed me the room. Instead of the sucker feet of ordinary caterpillars, they had rows of pincers like crabs, and they moved by grasping what they lay on with their pincers, and then sliding their bodies forward. In color, these dreadful insects were yellowish-gray, and they were covered with irregular lumps and swellings. There must have been hundreds of them, for they formed a sort of writhing, crawling pyramid on the bed. Occasionally one fell off onto the floor with a soft, fleshy thud, and though the floor was of hard concrete, it yielded to the pincer feet as if it had been putty, and crawling back, the caterpillar would mount onto the bed again to rejoin its fearful companions. They appeared to have no faces, so to speak, but at one end of them there was a mouth that opened sideways in respiration. Then, as I looked, it seemed to me that they all suddenly became conscious of my presence. All the mouths, at any rate, were turned in my direction, and next moment they began dropping off the bed with those soft, fleshy thuds onto the floor and wriggling towards me. For a second, a paralysis as of a dream was on me, but the next I was running upstairs again to my room, and I remember feeling the cold of the marble steps on my bare feet. I rushed into my bedroom and slammed the door behind me, and then, I was certainly wide awake now, I found myself standing by my bed with a sweat of terror pouring from me. The noise of the banged door still rang in my ears. But, as would have been more usual if this had been mere nightmare, the terror that had been mine when I saw those foul beasts crawling about the bed or dropping softly onto the floor did not cease then. Awake now, if dreaming before, I did not at all recover from the horror of dream. It did not seem to me that I had dreamed. And until dawn, I sat or stood, not daring to lie down, thinking that every rustle or movement that I heard was the approach of the caterpillars. To them, and the claws that bit into the cement, the wood of the door was child's play. Steel would not keep them out. But with the sweet and noble return of day, the horror vanished. The whisper of wind became benignant again. The nameless fear, whatever it was smoothed out and terrified me no longer. Dawn broke, hueless at first, then it grew dove-colored, then the flaming pageant of light spread over the sky. The admirable rule of the house was that everybody had breakfast where and when he pleased, and in consequence it was not till lunchtime that I met any of the other members of our party, since I had breakfast on my balcony, and wrote letters and other things till lunch. In fact, I got down to that meal rather late after the other three had begun. Between my knife and fork there was a small pillbox of cardboard, and as I sat down, Inglis spoke. "Do look at that," he said, "since you are interested in natural history. I found it crawling on my counterpane last night, and I don't know what it is." I think that before I opened the pillbox I expected something of the sort which I found in it. Inside, anyhow, was a small caterpillar, grayish-yellow in color, with curious bumps and excrescences on its rings. It was extremely active and hurried round the box this way and that. Its feet were unlike the feet of any caterpillar I ever saw. They were like the pincers of a crab. I looked and shut the lid down again. "No, I don't know it," I said, "but it looks rather unwholesome. What are you going to do with it?" "Oh, I shall keep it," said Inglis. "It has begun to spin. I want to see what sort of a moth it turns into." I opened the box again and saw that these hurrying movements were indeed the beginning of the spinning of the web of its cocoon. Then Inglis spoke again. "It has got funny feet, too," he said. "They are like crab's pincers. What's the Latin for crab? Oh, yes, Cancer. So, in case it is unique, let's christen it Cancer inglisensis." Then something happened in my brain, some momentary piecing together of all that I had seen or dreamed. Something in his words seemed to me to throw light on it all, and my own intense horror at the experience of the night before linked itself onto what he had just said. In effect, I took the box and threw it, caterpillar and all, out of the window. There was a gravel path just outside, and beyond it a fountain playing into a basin. The box fell on to the middle of this. Inglis laughed. "So the students of the occult don't like solid facts," he said. "My poor caterpillar." The talk went off again at once onto other subjects, and I have only given in detail as they happened these trivialities in order to be sure myself that I have recorded everything that could have borne on occult subjects or on the subject of caterpillars. But at the moment when I threw the pillbox into the fountain, I lost my head. My only excuse is that, as is probably plain, the tenant of it was, in miniature, exactly what I had seen crowded onto the bed in the unoccupied room. And though this translation of those phantoms into flesh and blood, or whatever it is that caterpillars are made of, ought perhaps to have relieved the horror of the night, as a matter of fact it did nothing of the kind. It only made the crawling pyramid that covered the bed in the unoccupied room more hideously real. After lunch we spent a lazy hour or two strolling about the garden or sitting in the loggia, and it must have been about 4 o'clock when Stanley and I started off to bathe, down the path that led by the fountain into which I had thrown the pillbox. The water was shallow and clear, and at the bottom of it I saw its white remains. The water had disintegrated the cardboard, and it had become no more than a few strips and shreds of sodden paper. The center of the fountain was a marble Italian Cupid which squirted the water out of a wineskin held under its arm. And crawling up its leg was the caterpillar. Strange and scarcely credible as it seemed, it must have survived the falling to bits of its prison, and made its way to shore, and there it was, out of arm's reach, weaving and waving this way and that as it evolved its cocoon. Then, as I looked at it, it seemed to me again that, like the caterpillar I had seen last night, it saw me, and breaking out of the threads that surrounded it, it crawled down the marble leg of the Cupid, and began swimming like a snake across the water of the fountain towards me. It came with extraordinary speed. The fact of a caterpillar being able to swim was new to me, and in another moment was crawling up the marble lip of the basin. Just then Inglis joined us. "Why, if it isn't old Cancer Inglesiensis again," he said, catching sight of the beast. "What a tearing hurry it is in!" We were standing side by side on the path, and when the caterpillar had advanced to within about a yard of us, it stopped and began waving again as if in doubt as to the direction in which it should go. Then it appeared to make up its mind, and crawled onto Inglis's shoe. "It likes me best," he said, "but I don't really know that I like it. And as it won't drown, I think perhaps—" He shook it off his shoe onto the gravel path and trod on it. All afternoon the air got heavier and heavier with a sirocco that was without doubt coming up from the south. And that night, again, I went up to bed feeling very sleepy. But below my drowsiness, so to speak, there was the consciousness, stronger than before, that there was something wrong in the house, that something dangerous was close at hand. But I fell asleep at once, and how long after I do not know, either woke or dreamed I awoke, feeling that I must get up at once, or I should be too late. Then, dreaming or awake, I lay and fought this fear, telling myself that I was but the prey of my own nerves, disordered by sirocco or what not, and at the same time quite clearly knowing in another part of my mind, so to speak, that every moment's delay added to the danger. At last this second feeling became irresistible, and I put on coat and trousers and went out of my room onto the landing. And then I saw that I had already delayed too long, and that I was now too late. The whole of the landing of the first floor below was invisible under the swarm of caterpillars that crawled there. The folding doors into the sitting room, from which opened the bedroom where I had seen them last night, were shut, but they were squeezing through the cracks of it and dropping one by one through the keyhole, elongating themselves into mere string as they passed, and growing fat and lumpy again on emerging. Some, as if exploring, were nosing about the steps into the passage at the end of which were Inglis's rooms. Others were crawling on the lowest steps of the staircase that led up to where I stood. The landing, however, was completely covered with them. I was cut off. And of the frozen horror that seized me when I saw that, I can give no idea in words. Then at last a general movement began to take place, and they grew thicker on the steps that led to Inglis's room. Gradually, like some hideous tide of flesh, they advanced along the passage, and I saw the foremost, visible by the pale gray luminousness that came from them, reach his door. Again and again I tried to shout and warn him, in terror all the time that they would turn at the sound of my voice and mount my stair instead. But for all my efforts I felt that no sound came from my throat. They crawled along the hinge crack of his door, passing through as they had done before, and still I stood there, making impotent efforts to shout to him, to bid him escape while there was time. At last the passage was completely empty. They had all gone, and at that moment I was conscious for the first time of the cold of the marble landing on which I stood barefooted. The dawn was just beginning to break in the eastern sky. 6 months after, I met Mrs. Stanley in a country house in England. We talked on many subjects, and at last she said, "I don't think I've seen you since I got that dreadful news about Arthur Inglis a month ago." "I haven't heard," said I. "No? He's got cancer. They don't even advise an operation, for there is no hope of a cure. He is riddled with it, the doctors say." Now, during all these 6 months, I do not think a day had passed on which I had not had in my mind the dreams, or whatever you like to call them, which I had seen in the Villa Cascana. "It is awful, is it not?" she continued, "and I can't help feeling that he may have—" "Caught it at the villa?" I asked. She looked at me in blank surprise. "Why did you say that?" she asked. "How did you know?" Then she told me. In the unoccupied bedroom a year before there had been a fatal case of cancer. She had, of course, taken the best advice and been told that the utmost dictates of prudence would be obeyed as long as she did not put anybody to sleep in the room, which had also been thoroughly disinfected and newly whitewashed and painted. But... End of Caterpillars.
Dr. DeBruce by Earl Leaston Bell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Dr. DeBruce by Earl Leaston Bell. The old tent maker declared that the rose once blown forever dies. Then came the Bard of Avon, who described the afterland as an unknown country from which no traveler ever returns. I used to laugh with Omar and philosophize with Shakespeare, believing both were right. I laughed with the Persian scoffer. Now they laugh at me when I tell them why I believe both Omar and the author of Hamlet were wrong. I am convinced the rose lives on, even as Elsa, my rose, still exists. The afterland may forever remain an unknown strand, but I am certain the path to it is not always a one-way road. Yes, I am convinced, but I do not care to investigate. To probe too deep into such things often means a long journey from which the traveler returns sans sanity. Therefore I, Arthur Renz, humble barrister of Boston, will have none of it. Haven't I said they already laugh at me? I looked at my watch. 5 minutes till closing time. As I turned the key in my office door, I was interrupted by a messenger. The telegram read, Clofton, Georgia. Arthur Renz, Boston, Mass. Come at once. Heaven and hell depends. Armand DeBruce. Armand DeBruce, a man who, at the age of 27, had disappeared while resident physician of one of the largest hospitals in Boston, and whose whereabouts he had never revealed even to his own family. Heaven and hell depends. I perused the telegram several times, wondering the while why DeBruce at last had chosen to reveal his hiding place, and the reason for his urgency of appeal. He it was who had attended Elsie Shackelford, my beloved, in her fatal illness, and we had become the closest of friends. I recalled the little town from which the telegram was sent, a rustic hamlet nestling in the majestic hills of North Georgia. DeBruce and I had at one time spent several days there, camping out on a hunt for small game and quail, with which the woods abounded at the time. En route to my bachelor quarters, I fell to ruminating on DeBruce's past. He had been most successful in his chosen profession, and could not have asked for a more promising future at the time he so abruptly abandoned his career and disappeared. Though a fellow of marked eccentricities, he had a pronounced penchant for making friends, and everything in the line of good luck seemed to swerve his way. Fortune had smiled on him, and he had returned the compliment by systematically disposing of much of his income in various charitable ways. A friend of the unfortunate, much of his time was spent at the bedside of the poor. But reminiscences were crowded out by conjecture over DeBruce's telegram. Undoubtedly he must be ill or in deep trouble. Anyway, it set me thinking. I awoke early and purchased a few periodicals with which to while away the trip to Georgia. The journey was without incident, save for a strange dream that night which was so vivid that I awoke and slept no more. It seemed I heard a voice, fraught with memories of the past, crying out, "Too late, but not too late." The voice sounded weirdly like DeBruce's. Next morning, I dismissed it as an absurd fancy occasioned by my concern over DeBruce's telegram, and the fact that I was not accustomed to making long journeys by rail. Came the hour when the train was struggling over the Blue Ridge, and the early afternoon found me whirling through the stately hills of North Georgia, where the iridescent hues of autumn blended into the blue background of the pines. At 4 o'clock I reached my destination, the only passenger to alight. Going into the little station to inquire the way to DeBruce's dwelling, I found the place deserted, save for a little pickaninny who eyed me curiously, particularly after I queried him. After a moment he stammered that Dr. DeBruce's home was located about 2 miles west of the village, and pointed out the road. Tossing the boy a coin, I set out to walk the distance. After making a few inquiries of natives along the way, I soon neared the house. As I approached, I studied its appearance, and wondered why DeBruce, who in his youth so loved the magnificent, could be content to dwell in such a place. It was a roomy structure, built on the colonial style, but apparently put together hurriedly and left unpainted. The pathway, palisaded by ancient oaks, was a foot deep in leaves, and the trees themselves gave evidence of not having been trimmed in years. The great oaks stood like giant sentinels guarding the desolation. Nowhere was there sign of life, save for the shrieking of blue jays and the distant hammering of a woodpecker on a moribund pine. Mounting the steps, which were carpeted with leaves, I saw before me a massive door, ajar, revealing the dark interior of a spacious hall. A moment's hesitation, and I knocked lightly. Nearly 5 minutes elapsed before I rapped again, this time more forcibly, but the only answer was an echo that reverberated ominously through the hall, a lingering echo that seemed to die reluctantly before the silence of the approaching night. Before I could rap again, I was startled by a deep growl, and glancing behind, saw a large setter dog, his fangs bared. The animal growled again, and then his mood suddenly changed, the snarl turning into a whine as he looked at me in that piteous manner which only a dumb brute in pain or hunger can register. I spoke kindly to the animal, and he eventually left me, curling himself in a bed of leaves on the far end of the porch. I rapped on the great door for the third time, louder than ever. Again, only an echo. I repeated the knocking, and then, pushing open the door, I peered into the hall. Only shadows, but a door to the left was open, revealing a room fairly well lighted by the rays of the descending sun straying through the windows. Thinking that DeBruce might be in a distant part of the house, and assuming that he would not take offense at finding me there, I decided to enter and await his coming. First glance showed the room to be a library. Books were everywhere, and over the shelves were many pictures, ancient and dusty. I noticed that the largest picture, which occupied a central position between the shelves, was turned with its face to the wall. I conjectured that the picture must be of some fair girl whom DeBruce had loved and lost, though as far as I knew he had always been a misogynist. But his nature was such that he would have loved with an almost mythical intensity, had he ever loved at all. The thought came to me that the original of the portrait might have been the cause of his forsaking his career and living the life of a recluse. I became deeply reminiscent there in the stillness of the apparently deserted house. If, as had been said, darkness may become so intense that one may feel it, then by the same token silence may become so deep that one may hear it. And so it was that I fancied I heard voices of other days, and above all, the love song of Elsie. How long I sat there lost in meditation I cannot recall. Having lost much sleep on the train, I became drowsy, and to arouse myself walked over to a shelf of books. Reseating myself, I tried to read, but the letters blurred. Drowsiness was overcoming me. Twice I thought to leave the house and return to the station, and twice I decided that DeBruce might be out for a late afternoon walk and would return soon. I placed the book on a table in the center of the room and walked to an open window. Outside, all nature was seeking sleep. Even the jays had quit their quarreling. As I gazed out upon the blue hills, I became aware of a presence in the room, though I had heard no footfall. "Welcome, Arthur," said a voice I recognized, and I turned to meet my host. Changed almost beyond recognition, it was an aged, palsied man who stood before me. He seemed to be suffering from some devitalizing malady. His sunken eyes held no luster. His complexion was as yellow as the old lace curtains that shaded the windows. I was indeed startled, but composed myself and met him halfway, extending my hand. But instead of the warm clasp that I expected, DeBruce seemed not to notice my proffered greeting. "I knew you were coming," he said, and I involuntarily stepped back, for in the articulation his lips moved in a most horribly indescribable manner. His grimaces were terrible to behold, particularly when he attempted to emphasize his words with a smile. I returned a greeting that must have been almost as incoherent as his. He seemed to notice my confusion, and his lips again twitched in an uncanny smile. "Arthur," he said, "I sent for you because there's something I must tell you before it is too late. A week ago I was stricken with paralysis. See, I cannot close my eyes. It is with the greatest effort that I speak. But first, tell me how you have fared since I saw you last. Let's talk of bygone days." We dwelled in reminiscences for a little while, and DeBruce then turned the conversation by asking me to look over the pictures with which the walls were crowded. They were old, and the faces, those of scientists and medical men, were scarcely discernible, what with their covering of dust and the gathering shadows. Night was falling fast. I turned to my host, and seeming to divine my thoughts, he tottered to the table and lighted a large oil lamp, which, though it dispelled the gloom fairly well, flickered in a manner grotesquely in keeping with the weirdness of the surroundings. As I looked at each picture, DeBruce told me what the original had accomplished in science. I noticed that his enunciation was becoming clearer and his lips twitching less. While I was studying the likeness of a French scientist who, according to my host, had been blown to atoms while experimenting with some rejuvenating acids of his own concoction, I heard a whine behind me. The dog had forsaken the porch and entered the room. I stroked the animal gently, and he looked at me so piteously, whining the while, that I turned to DeBruce for an explanation. Again he anticipated my words. "Poor Leo," he says, "he's not eaten in several days." At his master's words, the dog bristled, then cowered to the floor and crept out of the door. My host seemed not to remark on the animal's queer conduct, and proceeded to discuss the scientist in the picture. I soon reached the large painting turned to the wall, and started to pass it by, but DeBruce gestured for me to turn it around. It was with difficulty that I succeeded, and then, "My God!" I cried, stepping back, aghast. It was a likeness, a life-size oil painting, of Elsie Shackelford. And oh, the horror of it! But for the eyes, violet eyes that had been with me always, I would not have recognized her. A crimson stream apparently had been painted and mingled with the red of a rose on her breast. The flower also was disfigured, and its red had trickled down and daubed the whiteness of her raiment. Speechless, I turned to DeBruce. My face was as bloodless as his, and I was trembling violently. He again motioned for me to be seated, and I complied, shielding my eyes from the gruesome sight on the canvas. Again my host was speaking. I listened with bowed head. "You've seen the portrait that has driven me mad," he began. "You see that the life-blood seems to be flowing from her pallid lips, and that it stains her breast. Every time I look at the picture her lips seem to say, 'Murderer! Murderer!' See the frightened, piteous stare? Arthur, turn the picture to the wall, so that I may tell you the ghastly story." There in the dancing shadows, as I caught hold of the gilded frame, I again glanced at the pathetic face on the canvas, and it appeared that Elsie's eyes were fixed on DeBruce in a wild and stony stare, that her wilted lips were trying to find speech. Her eyes then turned to me, and in their violet depths I beheld a ray of the love light that had played there so long ago, and her lips seemed to shape into the ghost of a smile. Maybe it was only a phantasmagoria of lamplight and shadows. The task completed, I tottered back to the chair and again shielded my face with my hands. DeBruce, still standing behind me, continued his story. Throughout the unbelievable recital I never raised my head, overcome by the horror of what I had seen. "Arthur," he said, "I killed Elsie in trying to kill you. I loved her desperately, and while she was convalescing in the hospital I tried to win her. Finally I told her of my love, and learned that it could never be returned. It was the first I knew of your approaching nuptials. She was the only woman I had ever cared for, and I had loved her since childhood. The hope of winning her had spurred me on to success in my profession. When I learned my fate I went insane, a cool, calculating madness. Next day you came to see her, and when you held her in your arms, I decided to kill you. Chance favored me, for Elsie soon rang for a glass of water. I poured 2 glasses, and into one I poured a few drops of a colorless drug I had formulated. The ice in the glasses tinkled merrily as I brought the water into the room, and in my madness I fancied the music that of wedding bells. The poison was for you. Again chance favored me. You, too, were thirsty and reached for the glass before I could offer it. You smiled as you drank to Elsie's health. Mine was a devil's smile when in my room a few minutes later I drank of wine to your death. 2 days later, Elsie died. In my fiendish anticipation, I had given her the wrong glass. After discovering my mistake, I was no longer a madman. Day and night I watched by her bedside and sought to undo my crime, but the drug was too potent. She was unconscious and did not hear my confession and prayers as I knelt by her bed. She died in unspeakable agony, a hemorrhage staining her raiment as you see it in the picture. You know the rest, Arthur. Afraid to face the judgment of men, I fled. But no one suspected me, and I would have been safe in Boston. Now that I soon must face the inevitable judgment, I confess to you. God knows I've tried to atone. From a small photograph of Elsie, I had an oil painting made and placed it in my room. Every night, kneeling before the portrait, I prayed her forgiveness. And nightly I noticed a gradual change in the picture. Slowly her features began to alter. Her eyes seemed to alternate between an accusing stare and the dull glaze of death. At first I dismissed it as a defect in the oil. Then, as the metamorphosis became more pronounced, I said it was but the imagining of an avenging conscience, and prayed all the more. Almost imperceptibly, the disfiguration continued, until I saw Elsie as she appeared in the agonies of death. For years I continued to implore her forgiveness, but the only answer was her piteous, accusing stare, which seemed to focus on me whenever I entered the room. Eventually I turned the portrait to the wall, but I could not thus hide the accusations of my conscience, and soon I became a decrepit old man. But now I believe Elsie has forgiven me, and it is without fear that I prepare to leave the world behind. Farewell, Arthur. I ask you to forget what you cannot forgive. I raised my head and found the room in darkness. I shouted DeBruce's name. No answer. Again I shouted, and after I had struck a match, the feeble flame of which threw phantom shadows on the walls, a terror-stricken echo came back to me through the gloom. Experiencing cold fear for the first time in my life, I rushed frantically out of the room and down the steps. The station was my destination. I had gone only a short distance when I saw a nebulous glow in the darkness ahead, a vaporous, weirdly luminous substance hovering over the path. I stopped and regarded the phenomenon with awe, for its phosphorescence was beautifully different from any I had ever seen. The whirling of the substance rapidly gained momentum. It was taking shape. First, the faint outlines of a human form, then the semblance of a beaming face, a metamorphosis from angel to woman, and Elsie stood before me. There was nothing wraith-like in her appearance as she came forward to meet me, except her raiment, which was still luminous. I stepped forward to meet her, to clasp her in my arms as of old, but she held up a warning hand. She smiled. She spoke. "Arthur," she said, "I have forgiven him. He has atoned. You, too, must forgive. I am alive, Arthur, even as you are alive, but our spheres are very different. I still love you, and some day you will come to me. As a token of this, I will leave with you the engagement ring you gave me in the long ago. I will drop it into your hand, as I must not touch you." She slipped the ring from her finger and gave it to me. "Farewell, beloved, I must return to my plane." She wafted me a kiss and was gone. For a fleeting moment, a faintly luminous spiral marked the place where she had been. The station agent was a typical native who seemed both surprised and glad at my appearance. After I had bought my ticket, he ejected an inordinate quid of cut-plug and drawled, "Fella never knows how many friends he got till he's dead. That funeral this afternoon was the biggest I've ever seen in these parts." I nodded and inquired the time the train would arrive. He told me I had but a few minutes to wait. "Great man was Dr. DeBruce," remarked the station man as I took a seat in the vacant waiting room. "Everybody from miles round was at his funeral today. Did I see you there?" "What's that?" I ejaculated, the ticket falling from my hand. "Dr. DeBruce's funeral today. Thought I might have seen you there," the man repeated, evidently not remarking my astonishment. I understood. That is, if the realization that one has just finished talking with a man just buried can be classified as understanding of any sort. It wasn't necessary to ask the man for particulars. Upon discovering I was not at the funeral, he was eager to tell the whole story. At least 100 carriages and automobiles were there, he said, and hundreds of the physician's friends had come afoot, many from adjoining counties. His narrative drifted to the life DeBruce had led since coming to Cloughton. From the Southerner's straw, I was able to gather that DeBruce had devoted most of his time to caring for the sick and needy in the village and in the mountains, and had never accepted a penny for his services. About 2 years before his death, however, his health began to decline, and thereafter he was seldom seen to leave his estate. It was rumored he had locked himself up with his books on science and spiritism, as the native called it. 2 days before my arrival at Cloughton, a hillsman, calling at his house for medicine, had found him dead in the library. The coroner had pronounced it paralysis. The fellow was still talking when the locomotive shrieked in the distance. 5 minutes later, it was speeding me northward. Yes, maybe it was all a dream, a nightmare superinduced by reminiscences there in the gloomy library. Yet I will swear I was awake through it all, and that it was no hallucination, no phantom of imagery that related the story of the madman's crime, no incubus, that vision of Elsie. If it was a dream, where did I get this ring? Perhaps it is a matter for psychologists and other delvers into the unknown to investigate. As for me, Arthur Renz, I repeat, I will have none of it. End of Dr. DeBruce by Earl Leaston Bell. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Fading Ghost by Willis Knapp Jones. From Weird Tales, October 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Fading Ghost by Willis Knapp Jones. The stranger entered my office and dropped wearily into a chair, covering his face with his hands. "I'm dead, doctor," he groaned. I agreed that it was quite a climb from the street to my office. But soon, a month or so, I expect to move to a ground floor. "That will be too late. It won't do me any good then." "No. What's your trouble?" He stared straight at me as he answered. "Trouble? I have none. Dead people have no troubles, and I've been dead half an hour. I committed suicide." I looked at him, startled. He was rather pale, I noticed, and the brilliant red necktie he was wearing gave the impression of a deep and bleeding wound. He seemed very nervous, his hands continually stroking the creased trousers of the light gray suit he was wearing. "I committed suicide," he repeated. "I shot myself through the heart." He indicated the spot with a long, slender finger, on one knuckle of which I saw just such a stain as dried blood makes. I thought he meant for me to examine him, so I arose and took a step toward him. He motioned me back. "Don't touch me," he commanded. "It's no use. You can't feel me. I wonder whether you can even see me plainly. I'm getting more ethereal all the time. What was I saying?" "That I couldn't see you, but I can plainly." "Oh, my clothes, perhaps, my coat, my necktie." Yes, that red necktie was very much in evidence. I agreed, wondering whether he were insane. He seemed to read my mind. "You think I'm crazy, don't you, Doc? I'm not. My nerves are frazzled, and I thought I would go insane when Polly turned me down, but I didn't. I know I didn't. I had my knee tapped and have had all sorts of tests. Finally, I couldn't stand the agony and made an end of myself this afternoon." He looked at the clock. "Just 28 minutes ago, my soul left my body." I studied him carefully. His eyes had none of the stare peculiar to the insane. I was near enough to be sure that he was not intoxicated, yet I could not determine just what ailed him. Perhaps, if he talked longer, he would help me to diagnose his condition. Tell me about it, I urged. I knew you'd be interested the day I read your book, Do the Dead Survive? I said to myself, I wonder whether he ever saw a ghost. Then, just before I snatched up my revolver, I looked up your office in the telephone book, so that if I did live after death, I could come to call on you and tell you how correct your assumptions were. So after the shot, and I felt myself grow more aerial and ghost-like, I left my body lying dead on the floor and hurried here to speak to you before I became entirely invisible. Your book, page 147, speaks of the process. You call it fading, if you will remember. I was becoming more and more confused. He sounded far from rational. I knew that I was not dreaming, and that this could not be a practical joke. I had never seen the fellow before. Yet there was no apparent solution. As hackwork, I had written a book on spiritualism, voicing my belief that death was not the end of everything. But I had never expected to have a ghost come to my counseling room in the middle of the afternoon to prove it to me. You are sure you were dead? I asked inanely. I had to repeat my question before he came out of the sort of stupor into which he had fallen. Then he jerked himself together. Absolutely sure. I stood before a mirror like that one. He pointed to the full-length mirror beside my instrument cabinet. Oh, those knives are so glittering. Do you think I made a mistake in using a revolver? Would poison have been easier? Well, I'm not an authority on suicide, I had to confess. Still, the shot did not hurt. I didn't feel any pain at all, just the explosion and the momentary vibration. Where was I? Standing before a mirror, I prompted. Yes, I'd been having worries. Love, you know. Couldn't sleep at night and all. When the thought of suicide came, I took my revolver from the bureau drawer, pressed it close to my heart, and without waiting a second, pulled the trigger and fell dead on the floor. Then I left myself lying there and came here. Nobody seemed to notice me along the street. Perhaps they can't see me. Can you? I nodded. But you said you were lying on the floor? Yes, I looked back to make sure just before I closed the door. Remembering your warning on page 343 against retention of psychic visions, I tested myself carefully. But I know my body is there. This is my astral self. It was a terrifying sight, blood trickling from the wound. He suddenly became conscious of the stain on his knuckle. He raised his right hand, as if to wipe the mark away, thought better of it, and dropped his hand. Terrifying sight, he repeated. It must have been. You're the first astral body I've seen. Is there anything unusual about your earthly body? I didn't stop to see, but would you care to go and look? Yes, indeed. I had hoped you would. He gave me the address, but he refused to accompany me. I'll stay here, he promised. I may not last till you get back. I'm fading fast. But if I'm entirely a ghost when you return, I'll move that paper. He pointed to a temperaturograph hanging partly over the edge of my desk. But hurry! I'll be back in an hour, I promised. I was better than my word. 40 minutes later, I puffed up the stairs. He was still there, lost in thought. Did you find me? He asked immediately. Yes, just as you said, lying beside the bureau with a bullet in your heart. But I don't understand one thing. How I came here? That was because I was materialized, embodied. Chapter 7 of your book is entirely right with its assertions. No, that's not it. I'm interested in that, of course. And I'd appreciate it if you would take off your shirt and let me see whether materialized ghosts have the wounds of the original body. I'll confess I'm confused. I just realized something that completely upsets my theory." He had been about to remove his coat, but he stopped. "What is that, Doctor?" he asked. "The fact that, although you are wearing a red necktie, your earthly body, exactly like you in every other respect, wears a modest black one." He gave a shriek of agony and jumped up, horror depicted on his countenance. "Oh, Doctor, don't tell me that the body was wearing black." "Yes, indeed. Same color gray suit and shirt, but a black necktie." He sank his face in his hands, and I heard a heartbroken moan. "Oh, I see it all. What a villain I am. It's all the fault of this nervous trouble I've been having. I'm not a suicide, then. I'm a fratricide. I lived with my twin brother, and we were dressed exactly alike, except that he did not share my love of pretty ties. I've shot my brother instead of myself." The end of The Fading Ghost by Willis Knapp Jones. The Ghost Farm by Susan Andrews Rice. From Weird Tales, May 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Ghost Farm by Susan Andrews Rice. When Stephen was killed, we did not know it until 30 days afterwards. He went overseas in April, and it was the last of June before we knew he went out with a party of engineers to repair a railroad track and was blown to pieces by a German shell. We could not tell Mady the truth. She knew he was dead, but concerning the manner of his going she was ignorant. They were engaged. Her love for him amounted to adoration. She was an intense, emotional girl, bound to be unhappy because of her sensitive nature and strong feelings. She was under my professional care for several weeks the latter part of the summer, suffering from a broken ankle. "It is the silence, the awful blank wall between Stephen and me, that drives me frantic," she burst out one day when I was making her a visit. She had been reading a letter from Stephen, and it lay on her lap. She had a little package of his letters always near her. "I know," I returned with a sigh. I, too, had lost my nearest and dearest. "I wish I could consult a medium," she said, lowering her voice. "How wonderful it would be to receive a message from him! I could hardly bear it, I'm afraid." "Don't do it, Mady," I said. "Better leave such people alone." "The Ouija board, then. It seems rather like a silly game, but—" I shook my head. "That way madness lies," I quoted. "I wouldn't, Mady. Stephen lives in your heart, in your memories of him." She smiled that pathetic little smile she had worn when she wished to appear cheerful. "You are right," she answered, and changed the subject. In spite of what she had said, I discovered that she was reading everything she could find about spirit communication, although I never heard of her making any attempt to reach Stephen in that way. I was very busy that fall with influenza cases, and Mady went into Red Cross work, and when the epidemic was over, I heard she had gone to California. She returned early the following summer, looking haggard and ill. I prescribed for her, but could find nothing really wrong with her. She took long walks, and, her mother told me, she always went alone and resented any offer of companionship. She thought it queer, and said she feared Mady was drifting into melancholia. Mady came into my office one afternoon, and I was struck with the change in her expression. She looked happy and young. The strained misery had vanished from her face. I was puzzled. Could she have fallen in love? I ran over in my mind a list of her young men acquaintances, but none of them could I see as Matey's lover. Her mother had informed me that her walks were always in one direction. Thinking of that, I asked, "Why do you always walk along the river road, Matey?" She turned a vivid pink. "You wouldn't understand, I know, but I'm going to tell you," she replied, twisting her gloves in her hands. "In the first place, you must know Stephen and I used to plan that when we were married we would own a little farm. Just a little summer place, you know. He used to say every man wanted to have a farm. Doctor, when I go up the river road just past the schoolhouse, on the bank where the road turns into the woods, I see a little farm. The fields are neat and cultivated, the house is painted white with green blinds, and the door is open into the hall as if people lived there. Hollyhocks are growing around the kitchen door. On a table, milk pans are turned up to dry in the sun. There are some dish towels drying on a line. And at any moment I expect to see Stephen come around the corner of the house. I feel he is there, out of my sight. I wait and listen. He hasn't come yet, but he will someday, and when he comes, I shall go with him." Her face was luminous with joy. What could I say? What ought I to say? "Do you think I could see the farm if I were with you?" I asked, speaking slowly. "I'm afraid you couldn't," she replied. "No one knows it is there but Stephen and me." "Then, my dear Mattie, it exists only in your imagination," I told her. She smiled as one smiles at a child who doubts one's word, and she went away. I studied her case carefully. A good psychanalyst might be able to help her, but I was not skillful in that method of treatment. I see now that we did wrong in circumventing her. In accordance with my advice, her friends attempted to divert her attention from her daily walk. She was taken on automobile excursions. Visitors came at that hour of the day. She was invited to go to moving pictures. Duties were crowded upon her, in the hope of altering the fixed idea in her mind of Stephen's waiting at the ghost farm. She was very sweet about acceding to the demands and requests, though sometimes she could obstinately refuse to listen to them. August brought hot weather. The extreme heat wore upon our nerves. Everybody relaxed. Released from vigilant watchfulness, Mattie left the house unnoticed. A terrific thunderstorm came up, and Mattie's mother was beside herself. She had been lying down taking a nap when Mattie slipped away. She telephoned to me when the shower was over, as Mattie was not missed until then. I got out my car and started up the river road, a sense of foreboding in the back of my mind. I had not proceeded far when a tire blew out. Impatiently, I left the machine and hurried on foot past the weather-beaten old schoolhouse a short distance. Then, suddenly, I stopped in my tracks. The sun had come out, and I saw the ghost farm. It was exactly as Matey had described it. A stretch of green fields, a small white house with green blinds, hollyhocks growing by the kitchen door, milk pans glittering in the sun, drying on a table, towels fluttering on a line. I was struck dumb and stood motionless, hardly able to draw my breath at the strangeness of the scene. In a few minutes the vision, or mirage, vanished. Then I perceived a tall oak tree split in half by a bolt of lightning. At the foot of the tree lay Matey, on the wet ground, a smile of rapture on her upturned face. I knelt beside her and examined heart and pulse. Nothing could be done. Her spirit had left its earthly body. She had gone to be with Stephen. The end of The Ghost Farm by Susan Andrews Rice.
Ghost of Buckstown Inn by Arnold M. Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ghost of Buckstown Inn by Arnold M. Anderson. Several travel-worn drummers sat in the lobby exchanging yarns. It was Rodney Green's turn, and he looked wise and began his tale. I don't claim, by any means, that the belief in ghosts is a general thing in Arkansas, but I do say that I had an experience out there a few years ago. It was late in the fall, and I happened to be in the village of Buckstown, which desecrates a very limited portion of the state. The town is about as small and dirty a place as ever I saw, and the Buckstown Inn is not much above the general character of the place. The region is inhabited by natives who still cling to all sorts of foolish superstitions. The inn, in the antebellum days, was kept by one who was said to be the meanest and most crabbed of mortals. The old demon was as miserly as he was mean, and all his narrow life he hoarded his filthy lucre with fiendish greed. Report had it also that he had even murdered his patrons in their beds for their money. What the facts actually were, I don't know, but even to this day, the old inn is held in suspicion. A lingering effect of former horrors still clouds its memory. The present proprietor, Bunk Watson, his real name is Bunker, I believe is an altogether different sort of chap, a southern type. In fact, one of those shiftless, heedless, happy-go-lucky mortals who love strong whiskey and who chews an enormous quid of black tobacco and smokes a corncob pipe at the same time. When the former keeper shuffled off, his property fell to a distant relative, the present keeper, who, with his family, immediately moved in from a neighboring hamlet and took possession. It was well known that the old proprietor had accumulated considerable wealth during his sojourn among the living. But all efforts to discover any treasure upon the premises had failed, and now the idea of ever finding it was practically given up. As far as Bunk was concerned, the matter troubled him little. He had a hard-working wife who ran things the best she could, under the circumstances, and saw that his meals were forthcoming at their respective intervals. What more could he wish? Why should he care if there was a treasure buried upon his place? Indeed, it would have been a sore puzzle for him to know what to do with a fortune, unless perhaps his wife came to his aid. Among the stories that hovered in the history of the Buckstown Inn was one which involved a ghost. In the room where the former keeper had died, peculiar noises were heard at unearthly hours, sighing, moaning, and in fact, all the other indications which point to the existence of ghosts were said to be present. On account of this, the chamber had long since been abandoned. I listened with keen interest to the wonderful tales about the haunted room, and then suddenly resolved to investigate, to sleep in that chamber that very night, and see for myself all that was to be seen. I told Buck of my purpose. He shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, but instead of warning me and offering a flood of protests, as I expected, he merely took his pipe from his mouth, let fly a quart or so of yellowish juice from between a pair of brown-stained lips, and, opening one corner of his wide mouth, lazily called out, "Jane!" His wife appeared, and he intimated that I should settle the matter with the old woman. The prospect of a fee persuaded the wife, and off she went to arrange for my bed in that ill-fated room. At 9 o'clock that evening, I bid the family good night, took my candle, ascended the rickety stairs, and entered the chamber of horrors. The atmosphere was heavy and had a peculiar odor that was not at all pleasing. However, I latched the door and was soon in bed. Having propped myself up with pillows, I was prepared to await the coming of the ghost. Overhead the dusty rafters, which once had experienced the sensation of being whitewashed, but which were now a dirty yellowish color, were hung with a fantastic array of cobwebs. The flickering light of the candle reflected upon the walls and against the ceiling a pyramid of grotesque shapes, and with this effect being continually disturbed by the swaying cobwebs, the whole caused the room to appear rather ghostly after all, and especially so to an imaginative mind. I waited and waited for hours, it seemed, but still no ghost. Perhaps it was afraid of my candlelight, so I blew it out. No sooner had I done this and settled back in bed again than a white hand appeared through the door, then a whole figure. At last the ghost had come, a white and sheeted ghost. It had come right through the door, although it was locked, and now it advanced toward the bed. Raising its long white arm, it pointed a bony finger at me and then commanded, "Come with me." Thereupon it turned to the door, while instantly I jumped out of bed to follow. Some unseen power compelled me to obey. The door flew open and the ghost led me down the stairs, through long halls into the cellar, through mysterious underground corridors, upstairs again, in and out rooms which I never dreamed were to be found in that old rambling inn. Finally, through a small door in the rear, we left the house. I was in my sleeping garments, but no matter, I had to follow. The white form, with a slow and measured tread and as silent as death, led the way into the orchard. There, under a tree at the farther end, it pointed to the ground, and in the same ghostly tones before used, said, "Here you will find a great treasure buried." The ghost then disappeared, and I saw it no more. I stood dazed and trembling. Upon recovering my wits, I started to dig, but the chill of the night air and the scantiness of my night robes made such labor impracticable. So I decided to leave some mark to identify the place and come around again at daybreak. I reached up and broke off a limb. Overcome with my night's exertions, I slept the next morning until a loud rapping on my door and a croaking voice warned me that it was noon. I had intended to leave Buckstown Inn that day, but prompted by curiosity and anxious to investigate, I unpacked my gripsack for a comfortable stay. You must understand that this was my first experience with a ghost, and I feared I might never see another. At breakfast, my landlady waited on me in silence, though once I detected her eyes following me with a peculiar expression. She wanted to ask me how I enjoyed the night, but I would not gratify her by volunteering a word. My host was more outspoken. "Reckon you didn't get much sleep," said he with a queer smile. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. "Well, I did, yes," he said with a drawl. "But you didn't disturb me any. I knew you'd have trouble when you went in that room ter sleep. That afternoon I slipped out to the tree, but to my amazement I found that the twig I had broken from the branches was gone. Finally, I found under the lower trunk of an apple tree an open place from which a small branch had evidently been wrested. But on looking further, I discovered that every apple tree in the orchard had been similarly disfigured. "More mysterious than ever," I said. but tonight shall decide. That night I pleaded weariness, which no one seemed inclined to question, and sought my couch earlier. "Goin' ter try it again?" asked my host. "Yes, and I'll stay all winter, but what I'll get even with that ghost," I said. That night I kept the candle burning until midnight, when I blew it out. Instantly the room was flooded with a soft light, and at the foot of the bed stood my ghost, the identical ghost of last night. Again the bony finger beckoned, and a sepulchral voice whispered, "Follow me." I sprang from the bed, but the figure darted ahead of me. It flew through the doorway and down the stairs, and I after it. At the foot of the staircase, an unseen hand reached forward and caught my foot, and I fell sprawling headlong. But in a second, I was on my feet and pursuing the ghost. It had gained on me a few yards, but I was quicker, and just as we reached the outside door, I nearly touched its robes. They sent a chill through my frame, and I nearly gave up the pursuit. As it passed through the doorway, it turned and gave me one look, and I caught the same malignant light in its eyes that I remembered from the night before. In the open orchard, I felt sure I could catch it, but my ghost had no intention of allowing me any such opportunity. To my disgust, it darted backward and into the house, slamming the door in my face. In my frenzy of fear and chagrin, I threw myself against the oaken door with such force that its rusty old hinges yielded, and I landed in the big front room of the inn just in time to see the white skirts of the ghost flit up the stairs. Upstairs I flew after it and into an old chamber. There, huddled in a corner, I saw it. In the minute's delay, it had secured a lighted candle, and as I entered, it advanced to daunt me with bony arm upraised to a great height. "Caught!" I cried, throwing my arms around the figure, and I had made the acquaintance of a real live ghost. The white robes fell, and I saw revealed my hostess of Buckstown Inn. Next morning, when I threatened to call the police, she confessed to me that she masqueraded as a ghost to draw visitors to the out-of-the-way old place, and that she found its tale of being haunted highly profitable to her. End of Ghost of Buckstown Inn. The Ghost of the Count by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Go, South Carolina, 2020. The Ghost of the Count by W. Bob Holland. Not far from Alameda, in the City of Mexico, there is a great old stone building in which once lived a very wealthy and wicked Spanish count. The house has about 4 floors and 90 rooms, more or less. The entire 4th floor is rented and occupied by a big American firm. And their bookkeeper, an American girl, has given us the following true account of the ghost that for years haunted the building. The 2nd floor is unoccupied, as no one cares to live there for obvious reasons, and the bottom floor is also unoccupied, save for lumber rooms, empty boxes, and crates and barrels. And last of all is the great patio with its tiled floor, where secretly in the night a duel was fought to the death by the wicked count and a famous Austrian prince, who was one of Maximilian's men. The count was killed. No one knows why the duel was fought. Some say it was because of a beautiful Spanish woman. Some say that it was because of treasure that the two jointly conveyed, and which the count refused to divide with his princely socio. And more people, Mexicans, shrug their shoulders if you ask about it and say, "Quien sabe?" "I saw a ghost here last night, Miss James," announces our cashier with much éclat and evident pride. So great is the shock that I gasp, and my pen drops, spattering red ink on my nice fresh cuffs, and, worse luck, on the ledger page that I had just totted up. It is ruined, and I will have to erase it, or something. Wretched man, I wish to goodness it had taken you off, I cry, wrathfully, as I look at the bespattered work. Now will you just look here and see what you have done? I wish you and your ghosts were in Gehenna, he inquires sweetly. I'll fix that. It won't take half a minute. And don't look so stern, else I won't tell you about the espanto, and you will be sorry if you don't hear about it. It would make such a good story, insinuatingly. Then go ahead with it, ungraciously. Well, last night I was waiting for West. He was to meet me here, after which it was our intention to hit the... That is, I mean we were going out together. I nod scornfully. And it seems that while I was patiently waiting here in my usual sweet-tempered way, the blank idiot had his supper and then lay down to rest himself for a while. You know how delicate he is. Another contemptuous nod. Unfortunately, he forgot the engagement and slept on. He says he never awoke until 3 o'clock and so didn't come, thinking I wouldn't be there. Meantime, I also went to sleep and might have snoozed on until 3, likewise, but for the fact that the ghost woke me. Well, do go on, I urge. The ghost woke me, as I said, proceeds the simpleton slowly. It was passing its cold fingers over my face and groaning. Really, it was most extraordinary. At first, I didn't know what it was. Then, as I felt the icy fingers stroking my face and heard blood-curdling groans issuing from the darkness, I knew what it was. And I remembered the story of the prince and his little duel down in the patio, and knew it was the ghost of the prince's victim. By the way, you don't know what a funny sensation it is to have a ghost pat your face, Miss James. Pat nothing, I retort indignantly. I wonder you are not ashamed to tell me such fibs, such a taradiddle. And as for the man that the prince killed downstairs, you know as well as I do that he was taken home to Spain and buried there. Why then should he come back here into our offices and pat your face? Ah, that I can't say with a supercilious drawl. I can only account for it by thinking that the ghost has good taste, better than that of some people I know, meaningly. But honestly, I swear that I am telling you the truth, cross my heart and hope to die if I am not. And you don't know how brave I was. I never screamed. In fact, I never made a sound. Oh, I was brave. And what did you do sternly? I ran, por Dios, how I ran. You remember with what alacrity we got down the stairs during the November earthquake? I remember only too distinctly. Well, last night's run wasn't a run. In comparison, it was a disappearance, a flight, a sprint. I went down the 4 flights of stairs like a streak of blue lightning, and the ghost flew with me. I heard the pattering of its steps and its groans clean down to the patio door. And I assure you, I quite thought I had made such an impression that it was actually going on home with me. And the thought made me feel so weak that I felt perforce obliged to strengthen myself with a cocktail, after which I felt stronger and went home quite peacefully. But it was an uncanny experience, wasn't it? Was it before or after taking that cocktail, I asked incredulously. And did you take one only, or 11? I am hard on the man, but he really deserves it. Ghosts. Spirits, perhaps, but not ghosts. Whereat his feelings are quite hurted, so much so that he vows he will never tell me anything again. I had better read about Doubting Thomas. He never has seen such an unbelieving woman in all his life, and if I were only a man he would be tempted to pray that I might see the ghost. It would serve me right. Then wrathfully departs, to notice me no more that day. Not believing the least bit in ghosts, I gave the matter no more thought. In fact, when you fall heir to a set of books that haven't been posted for 19 days, and you have to do it all and get up your trial balance too, or else give up your Christmas holidays, you haven't much time to think about ghosts, or anything else except entries. And though I had been working 14 hours per day, the 24th of December noon hour found me with a difference of $13.89. The which I, of course, must locate and straighten out before departing next morning on my week's holiday. Por supuesto, it meant night work. Nothing else would do. And besides, our plans had all been made to leave on the 8 o'clock train next morning. So I would just sit up all night if need be and find the wretched balance and be done with it. Behold me, settled for work that night at 7 o'clock in my own office, with 3 lamps burning to keep it from looking dismal and lonely, and books and ledgers and journals piled up 2 feet high around me. If hard work would locate that nasty, hateful $13.89, it would surely be found. I had told the portero downstairs on the ground floor to try and keep awake for a time, but if I didn't soon finish the work, I would come down and call him when I was ready to go home. He lived in a little room all shut off from the rest of the building, so that it was rather difficult to get at him. Besides, he was the very laziest and sleepiest peon possible, and though he was supposed to take care of the big building at night, patrolling it so as to keep off ladrones, he in reality slept so soundly that the last trumpet, much less Mexican robbers, would not have roused him. And for this very reason, before settling to my work, I was careful to go around and look to locks and bolts myself. Everything was secure, and the doors safely fastened, so that if ladrones did break through, they would have to be in shape to pass through keyholes or possess false keys, with never a thought of spirits or porteros or anything else beyond the $13.89. I worked and added and re-added and footed up, and at 11 o'clock, gracias a Dios, I had the $13 all safe and would have whooped for joy had I the time. However, I wasn't out of the woods yet, the sum of $89 being often more easy of location than 89 cents. The latter must be found also before I could have the pleasure of shouting in celebration thereof. At it I went again. After brain cudgeling and more adding and prayerful thought, I at last had under my thumb that abominable 80 cents. Eureka! Only 9 cents out. I could get it all straight and have some sleep after all. Inspired by which thought, I smothered my yawns and again began to add. I looked at my watch. 10 minutes to 12. Perhaps I could get it fixed before 1. I suppose I had worked at the 9 cents for about 20 minutes. One of the cash entries looked to me to be in error. I compared it with the voucher. Yes, that was just where the trouble lay. 11 cents. 10. 9. Out went the lights in the twinkling of an eye as I sat, gaping in my astonishment. From out of the pitchy darkness of the room came the most dreary, horrible, blood-curdling groan imaginable. I sat paralyzed, not daring to breathe, doubting my senses for a moment, and then thinking indignantly that it was some trick of that wretched cashier. I felt long, thin, icy fingers passing gently over my face. Válgame Dios! What a sensation! At first I was afraid to move, then I nervously tried to brush the icy, bony things away. As fast as I brushed, with my heart beating like a steam hammer, and gasping with deadly fear, the fingers would come back again. A cold wind was blowing over me. Again came that dreadful groan, and too frightened to move or scream, I tumbled in a heap on the floor, among the books and ledgers. Then I suppose I fainted. When I regained my senses, I was still in a heap with the ledgers. Still it was dark, and still I felt the cold fingers caressing my face, at which I became thoroughly desperate. No ghost should own me. I had laughed at the poor cashier and hinted darkly at cocktails. Pray, what better was I? I scrambled to my feet, the fingers still stroking my face. I must address them. What language? Did they understand English or Spanish, I wondered. Spanish would doubtless be most suitable, if indeed it was the ghost of the murdered count. Will you do me the favor, Señor Ghost? I started out bravely in my best Spanish, but with a very trembling voice, to inform me what it is that you desire. Is there anything I can do for you? Because if not, I would like very much to be allowed to finish my work, which I cannot do, if you will pardon my abruptness, if I am not alone. Being the ghost of a gentleman and a diplomat, surely he would take the hint and vanish. Voila! Perhaps the ghost did not understand my Spanish. At any rate, there was no articulate reply. There was another groan. Again the fingers touched me, and then there was such a mournful sigh that I felt sorry for the poor thing. What could be the matter with it? With my pity, all fear was lost for a moment, and I said to the darkness all about me, "What is it that you wish, pobre señor? Can I not aid you? I am not afraid. Let me help you." The fingers moved uncertainly for a moment. Then the ledgers all fell down with a loud bang. A cold hand caught mine. Very gently I tried not to feel frightened, but it was difficult, and I was led off blindly through the offices. I could not see a thing, not a glimmer of light showed, not a sound was heard except my own footsteps, and the faint sound of the invisible something that was leading me along. There were no more groans, thank goodness, else I should have shrieked and fainted without a doubt. Only the pattering footsteps and the cold hand that led me on and on. We, the fingers and I, were somehow in the great hall, then on the second floor, and at last on the stairs, going on down flight after flight. Then I knew that I was being led about by the fingers on the tiled floor of the patio, and close to the portero's lodge. Simpleton that he was, sleeping like a log no doubt, while I was being led about in the black darkness by an invisible hand, and no one to save me. I would have yelled, of course, but for one fact. I found it utterly impossible to speak or move my tongue, being a rare and uncomfortable sensation. But where were we going? Back into the unused lumber rooms joining onto the patio? Nothing there except barrels and slabs and empty boxes. What could the ghost mean? He must be utterly demented, surely. In the middle of the first room we paused. I had an idea of rushing out and screaming for the portero, but abandoned it when I found that my feet wouldn't go. I heard steps passing to and fro about the floor, and waited, cold and trembling. They approached me, again my hand was taken, and I was led over near the corner of the room. Obedient to the unseen will, I bent down and groped about the floor, guided by the cold fingers holding mine, until I felt something like a tiny ring set firmly in the floor. I pulled at it faintly, but it did not move, at which the ghost gave a faint sigh. For a second the cold fingers pressed mine quite affectionately, then released me, and I heard steps passing slowly into the patio, then dying away. Where was it going, and what on earth did it all mean? But I was so tired and wrought up I tried to find the door, but couldn't. The cashier would have been revenged could he have seen me stupidly fumbling at a barrel, thinking it was the door. And at last, too fatigued and sleepy to stand, I dropped down on the cold stone floor and went to sleep. I must have slept for some hours, for when I awoke the light of dawn was coming in at the window, and I sat up and wondered if I had taken leave of my senses during the night. What on earth could I be doing here in the lumber room? Then, like a flash, I remembered, and half unconsciously crept about on the floor seeking the small ring. There it was. I caught it and jerked at it hard. Hey, presto! Change! For it seemed to me that the entire floor was giving way. There was a sliding, crashing sound, and I found myself hanging on for dear life to a barrel that, fortunately, retained its equilibrium, and with my feet dangling into space. Down below me was a small, stone-floored room, with big boxes and small ones ranged about the walls. Treasure! Like a flash, the thought struck me, and with one leap I was down in the secret room, gazing about at the boxes. But alas, upon investigation, the biggest chests proved empty. The bad, wicked Count. No wonder he couldn't rest in his Spanish grave, but must come back to the scene of his wickedness and deceit to make reparation. But the smaller chests were literally crammed with all sorts of things, big heavy Spanish coins in gold and silver dinner services with the crest of the unfortunate emperor, magnificent pieces of jeweled armor and weapons, beautiful jewelry and loose precious stones. I deliberately selected handfuls of the latter, giving my preference to the diamonds and pearls. I had always had a taste for them, which I had never before been able to gratify, and packed them in a wooden box that I found in the lumber room. The gold and dinner services and armor, etc., I left as they were, being rather cumbersome, and carried off rejoicing my big box of diamonds and pearls and other jewelry. Needless to say, we didn't go away for the holidays on the 8 o'clock train, but I did come down to the office and proceeded to locate my missing 9 cents, after which I unfolded the tale of the ghost and the treasure, only keeping quiet the matter of my private loot, of which I was heartily glad afterwards, for when the government learned of the find, what do you suppose they offered me for going about with the ghost and discovering the secret room and treasure? $10,000. When I refused, stating that I would take merely as my reward one of the gold dinner services, the greedy things objected at first, but I finally had my way, and to this very day they have no idea that I, even I, have all the beautiful jewels. Wouldn't they be furious if they knew it? But they aren't apt to, unless they learn English and read this story, which isn't likely. End of The Ghost of the Count. The Ghost of Washington by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. The Ghost of Washington by W. Bob Holland. It was early on Christmas morning when John Riley wheeled away from a picturesque little village where he had passed the previous night to continue his cycling tour through eastern Pennsylvania. Today, his intention was to stop at Valley Forge and then to ride on up to the Schuylkill Valley, visiting in turn the many points of historical interest that lay along his route. Valley Forge, his road map indicated, was but a short distance further on. All around him were the hills and fields and roads over which Washington and his half-starved army had foraged and roamed throughout the trying winter of 1777-8, 126 years ago. It was a beautiful Christmas day, truly, and as he wheeled along, young Riley's thoughts were almost equally divided between the surrounding pleasant scenery and the folks at home, who, he knew very well, were assembling at just about the present time around a heavily laden Christmas tree in the front parlor. The sun rose higher and higher, and Riley pedaled on down the valley, passing every now and then quaint, pleasant-looking farmhouses, many of which, no doubt, had been built anterior to the period which had given the vicinity its history. Arriving, finally, at a place where the road forked off in 2 directions, Riley was puzzled which way to go on. There happened to be a dwelling close by. Accordingly, he dismounted, left his wheel leaning against a gate-post at the side of the road, and walked up a wretchedly flagged walk leading to the house, with the idea of getting instructions from its inmates. Situated in the center of an unkempt field of rank grass and weeds, the building lay back from the highway probably 150 feet. It was long and low in shape, containing but 1 story, and having what is termed a gable roof, under which there must have been an attic of no mean size. On coming close to the house, a fact Riley had not noticed from the road became plainly evident. It was deserted. He saw that the roof and side shingles were in wretched condition, that the window sashes and frames as well as the doors and door frames were missing from the openings in the side walls where once they had been, and that the entire side of the house, including that part of the stone foundation which showed above the ground, was full of cracks and seams. At first, on the point of turning back, he concluded to see what the interior was like anyway. Accordingly, he went inside, glancing around the large dust-filled room he had entered. His gaze at first failed to locate any object of the least interest. A rickety-appearing set of steps went up into the attic from one side of the apartment, and over in one corner was a large open fireplace, from the walls of which much of the brickwork had become loosened and fallen out. Riley had started up the steps toward the attic, when happening to look back for an instant, his attention was attracted to a singular-looking jug-shaped bottle no larger than a vinegar cruet, which lay upon its side on the hearth of the fireplace, partly covered up by debris of loose bricks and mortar. He hastened back down the steps and crossed the room, taking the bottle up in his hand and examining it with curiosity. Being partly filled with liquid of some kind or other, the bottle was very soon uncorked and held under the young man's nose. The liquid gave forth a peculiar, pungent, and inviting odor. Without further hesitation, Riley's lips sought the neck of the bottle. It is hardly possible to describe the pleasure and satisfaction his senses experienced as he drank. While the fluid was still gurgling down his throat, a heavy hand was placed most suddenly on his shoulder and his body was given a violent shaking. The bottle fell to the floor and was broken into 100 pieces. "Hello," said a rough voice almost in Riley's ear. "Who are you anyway? And what are you doing within the lines? A spy, I'll be bound." As most assuredly there had been no one else in the vicinity of the building when he had entered it, and with equal certainty no one had come down the steps from the attic, Riley was naturally surprised and mystified by this unexpected assault. He struggled instinctively to break loose from the unfriendly grasp, and when he finally succeeded, he twisted his body around so that he faced across the room. Immediately he made the remarkable discovery that there were 4 other persons in the apartment. 3 uncouth-looking fellows, habited in fantastic but ragged garments, and a matronly-looking woman, the latter standing over a wash-tub which had been elevated upon 2 chairs in a corner near the fireplace. To all appearance, the woman had been busy at her work and had stopped for the moment to see what the men were going to do. Her waist sleeves were rolled up to the shoulders and her arms dripped with water and soap suds. Over the tops of the tubs, partly filled with water, there were visible the edges of several well-soaked fabrics. To add to his astonishment, he noticed that in the chimney place, which a moment before was falling apart, but now seemed to be clean and in good condition, a cheerful fire burned, and that above the flames was suspended an iron pot from which issued a jet of steam. He noticed also that the entire appearance of the room had undergone a great change. Everything seemed to be in good repair, tidy and neat, the ceilings, the walls and the door, even the stairway leading to the attic. The openings in the walls were fitted with window sashes and well-painted doors. The apartment had, in fact, evolved under his very eyesight from a state of absolute ruin into one of excellent preservation. All of this seemed so weird and uncanny that Riley stood for a moment or two in the transformed apartment, utterly dumbfounded, with his mouth wide open and his eyes all but popping out of his head. He was brought to his senses by the fellow who had shaken him, growling out, "Come, explain yourself." "An explanation is due me," Riley managed to gasp. "Don't bandy words with a rascal, Harry." One of the other men spoke up. "Bring him along to headquarters." Thereupon, without further parley, the 3 men marched Riley in military fashion into the open air and down to the road. Here he picked up at the gate-post his bicycle, while they unstacked a group of 3 old-fashioned-looking muskets located close by. When the young man had entered the house a few minutes before, this stack of arms had not been there. He could not understand it. Neither could he understand, on looking back at the building, as he was marched off down the road, the mysterious agency that had transformed its dilapidated exterior, just as had been the interior, into a practically new condition. While they trudged along, the strangers exhibited a singular interest in the wheel Riley pushed at his side, running their coarse hands over the frame and handlebar, and acting on the whole as though they never before had seen a bicycle. This in itself was another surprise. He had hardly supposed there were 3 men in the country so totally unacquainted with what is a most familiar piece of mechanism everywhere. At the same time that they were paying so much attention to the wheel, Riley in turn was studying with great curiosity his singular-looking captors. Rough, unprepossessing appearing fellows they were, large of frame and unshaven, and, it must be added, dirty of face. What remained of their very ragged clothing, he had already noticed, was of a most remarkable cut and design, resembling closely the garments worn by the Continental militiamen in the War of Independence. The hats were broad, low of crown, and three-cornered in shape. The trousers were buff-colored and ended at the knees, and the long, blue, spike-tailed coats were flapped over at the extremities of the tails, the flaps being fastened down with good-sized brass buttons. Leather leggings were strapped around cowhide boots, through the badly worn feet of which, in places where the leather had cracked open, the flesh, unprotected by stockings, could be seen. Dressed as he was, in a cleanly gray cycling costume, Riley's appearance, most assuredly, was strongly in contrast to that of his companions. After a brisk walk of 20 minutes, during which they occasionally met and passed by one or two or perhaps a group of men clothed and outfitted like Riley's escorts, the little party followed the road up a slight incline and around a well-wooded bend to the left, coming quite suddenly into the captive, very unexpectedly, to what was without doubt a military encampment. A village, in fact, composed of many rows of small log huts. Along the streets, between the buildings, muskets were stacked in hundreds of places. Over in one corner, on a slight eminence commanding the road up which they had come, and cleverly hidden from it behind trees and shrubbery, the young man noticed a battery of field pieces. Wherever the eye was turned on this singular scene were countless numbers of soldiers, all garmented in three-cornered hats, spike-tailed coats, and knee breeches, walking lazily hither and thither, grouped around crackling fires or parading up and down the streets in platoons under the guidance of ragged but stern-looking officers. Harry stopped the little procession of four in front of one of the larger of the log houses. Then, while they stood there, the long blast from a bugle was heard, followed by the roll of drums. A minute or two afterward, several companies of militia marched up and grounded their arms, forming three sides of a hollow square around them, the fourth and open side being toward the log house. Directly succeeding this maneuver, there came through the doorway of the house and stepped up the center of the square, stopping directly in front of Riley, a dignified-looking person, tall and straight and splendidly proportioned of figure, and having a face of great nobility and character. The cold chills chased one another down Riley's back. His limbs swayed and tottered beneath his weight. He had never experienced another such sensation of mingled astonishment and fright. He was in the presence of General Washington, not a phantom Washington either, but Washington in the flesh and blood, as material and earthly a being as ever crossed a person's line of vision. Riley, in his time, had seen so many portraits, marble busts, and statues of the great commander that he could not be mistaken. Recovering the use of his faculties, which for the moment he seemed to have lost, Riley did the very commonplace thing that others before him have done when placed unexpectedly in remarkable situations. He pinched himself to make sure that he was in reality wide awake and in the natural possession of his senses. He felt like pinching the figure in front of him also, but he could not muster up the courage to do that. He stood there trying to think it all out, and as his thoughts became less stagnant, his fright dissolved under the process of reasoning his mind pursued. To reason a thing out, even though an explanation can only be obtained by leaving much of the subject unaccounted for, tends to make one bolder and less shaky in the knees. The series of strange incidents which he was experiencing had been inaugurated in the old-fashioned dwelling he had visited after information concerning the roads, and everything had been going along in a perfectly normal way up to the very moment when he had taken a drink from the bottle found in the fireplace. But from that precise time, everything had gone wrongly. Hence, the inference that the drinking of the peculiar liquid was accountable in some way or other for his troubles. There was a supernatural agency in the whole thing. That much must be admitted, and whatever that agency was, and however it might be accounted for, it had taken Riley back into a period of time more than 100 years ago, and landed him body and soul within the lines of the Patriot forces wintering at Valley Forge. He might have stood there, turning over and over in his mind, pinching himself and muttering all the morning, had not the newcomer ceased a silent but curious inspection of his person and asked, "Who are you, sir?" "John Riley, at your pleasure," the young man replied, adding a question on his own account, "And who are you, sir?" Immediately he received a heavy thump on his back from Harry's hard fist. "It is not for you to question the general," the ragged administrator of the blow exclaimed. "And it is not for you to be so gay," Riley returned angrily, giving the blow back with added force. "Hear, hear," broke in the first questioner. "Fisticuffs under my very nose. No more of this, I command you both." To Harry he added an extra caution. "Your zeal in my behalf will be better appreciated by being less demonstrative. Blows should be struck only on the battlefield." To Riley he said, with a slight smile hovering over his face, "My name is Washington. Perhaps you may have heard of me." To this Riley replied, "I have, indeed, and heard you very well spoken of, too." Emboldened by the other's smile, he ventured another question. "I think my reckoning of the day and year is badly at fault. An hour ago I thought the day was Christmas Day. How far out of the way did my calculation take me, sir?" "The day is indeed Christmas Day, and the year is, as you must know, the year of our Lord 1777. Riley again pinched himself. "Why do you bring this man to me?" Washington now inquired, turning to Harry and his companions. "He is a spy, sir," said Harry. "That is a lie," Riley indignantly interpolated. "I have done nothing to warrant any such charge. We found him in the Widow Robin's house, pouring strong liquor down his throat. I had gone inside after information concerning the roads, which he was getting from a bottle, sir. If drinking from a bottle of necessity constitutes being a spy, I fear our camp is already a hotbed," Washington somewhat sagely remarked, casting his eye around slyly at his officers and men. "Tell me," he went on, with sudden sternness, looking Riley through and through as though to read his very thoughts, "is the charge true? Do you come from Howe?" "The charge is not true, sir. I come from no one. I simply am making a tour of pleasure through this part of the country on my bicycle. With the country swarming with the men from 2 hostile armies, any kind of a tour, save one of absolute necessity, seems ill-timed. When I set out I knew nothing about any armies. The fact is, sir," Riley started to make an explanation, but he checked himself on realizing that the telling of any such improbable yarn would only increase the hazardousness of his position. "Well?" Washington questioned in a tone of growing suspicion. "I certainly did not know that your army or any other army was quartered in this vicinity." Riley hesitated for lack of something further to say. "You see," he finally added, prompted by a happy idea, "I rode my wheel from New York." "You may have come from New York, though it is hard to believe you came on that singular-looking machine so great a distance. Where is the horse which drew the vehicle?" Riley touched his bicycle. "This is the horse, sir, just as it is the vehicle," he said. "The man is crazy!" Harry exclaimed. Washington only looked the incredulity he felt, and this time asked a double question. "How can the thing be balanced without it be held upright by a pair of shafts from a horse's back, and how is the motive power acquired?" For an answer Riley jumped upon the wheel, and at a considerable speed and in a haphazard way, pedaled around the space within the hollow square of soldiers. Hither and thither he went, at one second nearly wheeling over the toes of the line of astonished, if not frightened, militiamen. At the next, bearing suddenly down on Harry and his companions and making them dance and jump about most alertly to avoid a collision. Even the dignified Washington was once or twice put to the necessity of dodging hurriedly aside when his equilibrium was threatened. Riley eventually dismounted, doing so with assumed clumsiness by stopping the wheel at Harry's back and falling over heavily against the soldier. Harry tumbled to the ground, but Riley dexterously landed on his feet. At once he began offering a profusion of apologies. "You did that by design," Harry shouted, jumping to his feet. His face was red with anger, and he shook his fist threateningly at the bicyclist. Washington commanded the man to hold his peace. Then to Riley he expressed a great surprise at his performance and a desire to know more about the bicycle. The young man thereupon described the machine minutely, lifting it into the air and spinning the wheels to illustrate how smoothly they rotated. "I can see it is possible to ride the contrivance with rapidity. It has been put together with wonderful ingenuity," Washington said, when Riley had replaced the wheel on the ground. "And you?" "Sir, it is but a toy." An officer spoke up. "Put our friend on his bundle of tin and race him against one of our horsemen, and he would make a sorry showing." Riley smiled. "I bear the gentleman no ill will for his opinion," he said. "Still, I should like to show him by a practical test of the subject that his ignorance of it is most profound." "You would test the speed of the machine against that of a horse?" Washington said in amazement. "I would, sir. You have a good road yonder. With your permission and a worthy opponent, I would make the test at once." "But, sir, the man is a spy," Harry broke in. "Would it not be better to throw a rope around his neck and give him his deserts?" "The charge is by no means proven," Washington replied, "nor can it be until a court-martial convenes this afternoon. And I see no reason why we may not in the meantime enjoy the unique contest which has been suggested. It will make a pleasant break in the routine of camp life." A murmur of approval went up from the masses of men by whom they were surrounded. While they had been talking, it seemed as though everybody in the camp not already on the scene had gathered together behind the square of infantry. "Then, sir," Harry said with some eagerness, "I would like to be the man to ride the horse. There is no better animal than mine anywhere, and I understand his tricks and humors quite well enough to put him to his best pace." "I confess I have heard you well spoken of as a horseman," Washington said. "Be away with you. Saddle and bridle your horse at once." It was the chain of singular circumstances narrated above which brought John Riley into the most remarkable contest of his life. He had entered many bicycle races at one time or other, always with credit to himself and to the club whose colors he wore, and he had every expectation of making a good showing today. Yet a reflection of the weird conditions which had brought about the present contest took away some of his self-possession when a few minutes later he was marched over to the turnpike and left to his own thoughts, while the officers were pacing out a 1-mile straightaway course down the road. After the measurements had been taken, 2 unbroken lines of soldiers were formed along the entire mile, a most evident precaution against Riley leaving the race course at any point to escape across the fields. Washington came up to him again, when the preparations were completed, to shake his hand and whisper a word or two of encouragement in his ear. Having performed these kindly acts, he left to take up a position near the point of finish. The beginning of the course was located close to the battery of half-concealed field pieces. Riley was now conducted to this place. Shortly afterward, Harry appeared on his horse. He leered at the bicyclist contemptuously and said something of a sarcastic nature partly under his breath when the two lined up side by side for the start. To these slights Riley paid no heed. He had a strong belief that when the race was over there would be left in the mutton-like head of his opponent very little of his present inclination toward the humorous. The soldier's mount was a handsome black mare 14½ hands high, strong of limbs and at the flanks, and animated by a spirit that kept her prancing around with continuous action. It must be admitted that the man rode very well. He guided the animal with ease and nonchalance when she reared and plunged, and kept her movements confined to an incredibly small piece of ground, considering her abundance of action. Keep to your own side of the road throughout the race. I don't want to be collided with by your big beast," Riley cautioned while they were awaiting 2 signals from the starter. To this, Harry replied in some derision, "I'll give you a good share of the road at the start, and all of it and my dust too afterward." And then the officer who held the pistol fired the first shot. Riley was well satisfied with the conditions under which the race was to be made. The road was wide and level, smooth, hard and straight, and a strong breeze which had sprung up blew squarely against his back. His wheel was geared up to 84 inches. The breeze promised to be a valuable adjunct in pushing it along. Awaiting the second and last signal, Riley glanced down the 2 blue ranks of soldiers which stretched away into hazy lines in the distance and converged at the termination of the course where a flag had been stuck into the ground. The soldiers were at parade rest. Their unceasing movements as they chatted to one another, turning their bodies this way and that, and craning their heads forward to look toward the starting point and then jerking them back, made the lines seem like long, squirming snakes. At the end of the course, a thick bunch of militiamen clogged the road and overspread into the fields. Crack! The signal to be off. Riley shoved aside the fellow who had been holding his wheel upright while astride of it and pushed down on the pedals. The mare's hoofs dug the earth. Her great muscular legs straightened out. She sprang forward with a snort of apparent pleasure, taking the lead at the very start. Riley heard the shout of excitement run along the 2 ranks of soldiers. He saw them waving their arms and hats as he went by, and on ahead through the cloud of dust there was visible the shadow-like outlines of the snorting, galloping horse, whose hoof-beats sounded clear and sharp above the din which came from the sides of the highway. The mare crept farther and farther ahead. Very soon 100 feet or more of the road lay between her and the bicyclist. Harry turned in his saddle and called out another sarcasm. "I shall pass you very soon. Keep to your own side of the road," Riley shouted, not a bit daunted by the way the race had commenced. His head was well down over the handlebars. His back had the shape of the upper portion of an immense egg. Up and down his legs moved, faster and faster and faster yet. He went by the soldiers so rapidly that they only appeared to be 2 streaks of blurry color. Their sharp, rasping shouts sounded like the cracking of musketry. The cloud of dust blew against the bicyclist's head and into his mouth and throat. When he glanced ahead, again he saw with satisfaction that the mare was no longer increasing her lead. It soon became evident, even, that he was slowly cutting down the advantages she had secured. Harry again turned his head shortly afterward, doubtless expecting to find his opponent hopelessly distanced by this time. Instead of this, Riley was alarmingly close upon him. The man ejaculated a sudden oath and lashed his animal furiously. Straining every nerve and sinew, the mare for the moment pushed further ahead. Then her pace slackened a bit, and Riley again crept up to her, closer and closer to her than before, until his head was abreast of her outstretched tail. Harry was lashing the mare and swearing at her unceasingly now, but she had spurted once and appeared to be incapable of again increasing her speed. In this way they went on for some little distance, Harry using his whip brutally, the mare desperately struggling to attain a greater pace, Riley hanging on with tenacity to her hind flanks and giving up not an inch of ground. A mile is indeed a very short distance when traversed at such a pace. The finishing flag was already but a few 100 feet further on. Riley realized that it was time now to go to the front. He gritted his teeth together with determination and bent his head down even further toward his front wheel. Then his feet began to move so quickly that there was only visible an indistinct blur at the sides of his crankshaft. At this very second, with a face marked with rage and hatred, Harry brought his horse suddenly across the road to that part of it which he had been warned to avoid. It is hard to tell what kept Riley from being run into and trampled underfoot. An attempt at backpedaling, a sudden twist of the handlebar, a lurch to one side that almost threw him from his seat. Then, in the fraction of a second, he was over on the other side of the road, pushing ahead of the mare almost as though she were standing still. The outburst of alarm from the throats of the soldiers changed when they saw that Riley had not been injured. first into a shout of indignation at the dastardly attempt which had been made to run him down, and then into a roar of delight when the bicyclist breasted the flag a winner of the race by 20 feet. As he crossed the line, Riley caught a glimpse of Washington. He stood close to the flag and was waving his hat in the air with the enthusiasm of a schoolboy. Riley went on down the road, slackening his speed as effectively as he could. But before it was possible to entirely stop his wheel's momentum, the noisy acclamations in his rear ceased with startling suddenness. He turned in his saddle and looked back. As sure as St. Peter, he had the road entirely to himself. There wasn't a soldier or the ghost of a soldier in sight. As soon as he could, he turned his bicycle about and rode slowly back along the highway, now so singularly deserted, looking hither and thither in vain for some trace of the vanished army. Even the flag which had been stuck into the ground at the end of the 1-mile race course was gone. The breeze had died out again, and the air was tranquil and warm. In the branches of a nearby tree, 2 sparrows chirped and twittered peacefully. Riley went back to the place where the camp had been. He found there only open fields on one side of the road and a clump of woodland on the other. He continued on down the little hill up which Harry and his companions had brought him a few hours previously, and followed the road on further, coming finally to the fork in it, near which was located the old farmhouse wherein he had been taken captive. The house was, as it had been when he had previously entered it, falling apart from age and neglect. When he went inside, he found lying on the brick hearth in front of the fireplace a number of pieces of broken glass. The end. End of The Ghost of Washington. The Ghosts of Red Creek by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Go, South Carolina, 2020. The Ghosts of Red Creek by W. Bob Holland. To the northward of Mississippi City and its neighbor, Hansborough, there extends a tract of pine forest for miles with but few habitations scattered through it. Black and Red Creeks, with their numerous branches, drain this region into the Pascagoula River to the eastward. With the swamps of Pascagoula as a refuge, and the luxuriant and unfrequented bottoms of Red and Black Creeks to browse upon, there are few choicer spots for deer. Knowing this fact, a small party of gentlemen on the day before a crisp, cold Christmas started from Hansborough in a large 4-wheeled wagon for a 30-mile drive into this wilderness of pine and a week's sport after the deer. The guide was Jim Carruthers, a true woodsman, and the driver and general factotum, a jolly Negro named Jack Lyons, than whom no one could make a better hoe cake and cook a venison steak. His laugh could be heard a quarter of a mile, and his good nature was as expansive as the range of the laughter. The usual experiences of a hunting camp were heartily enjoyed during the first days of this life out of doors. But its cream did not rise until about the 5th night, when from familiar intercourse, Jack Lyons became loquacious, and after the day's 20 or 25-mile walk, would spin yarns in front of the campfire which brought forgetfulness of fatigue. The night before New Year's was intensely cold. The cold north wind of the afternoon had subsided at sunset, and only a gust now and again touched the musical leaves of the pines, making them vibrant with that mournful score of nature's operas which even maestros have failed to catch. In front of 2 new and white tents, 2 sportsmen reclined at length within reach of the warmth of the fire, while opposite them rested at ease the guide and the worthy Jack Lyons. Wearied with the day's chase, 4 stanch hounds, Ringwood, Rose, Jet, and Boxer, were dreaming of future quarry. The firelight brought out in bright relief the trunks of the tall pines like cathedral columns, and sparkling through the leafy dome overhead, the scintillating stars glistened with a diamond brightness. A silence which added its influence to the scene rested about the borders of the creek below, and gave more effect to the story of the veteran teamster than perhaps it otherwise would have had. "If the deer run down the creek," said old Jack, smacking his lips over a carefully prepared brewing of the real Campbellton punch, "we's bound to see fun tomorrer, for they'll take us down there by the old Gibbet's place. In daylight there's no place like it, but after nightfall you bet you wouldn't catch this nigger there." Old Jack was naturally asked why he didn't care about visiting the Gibbet's place at night. Asking to be excused until he filled his pipe, the silence was unbroken until his return. He piled on more pine knots and commenced. "You know, gemmen, that when the gunboats was in the Sound, we folks had to travel way back here on these roads, out in the range of their big guns. I was gauged by Mr. Harrison in hauling salt from the factory at Mississippi City on the beach over to Mobile, and I had been making a trip every week or so. This back country road was never thought of by the Federals, and we had good times along the way. No shells and no shooting." "The night, gentleman, I'm speaking of was a Friday. That yous all knows is unlucky. Well, you see, I hitched up Betsy and Rose in the lead, and old Fox and Blossom at the pole, and takes in the biggest load of salt that team ever carried. I starts out and crosses the Biloxi River at Hansborough just as the moon was going down. Yes, boss, these roads weren't no better then now, and the rain had made 'em mighty rough when yer come to the holes. I sat in the seat whistling. The cows is in the pea patch, and a-thinking of Sarah Jameson, what was afterwards my wife, when I felt the off-fore wheel go kersush in a hole up to the hub. I'd made 17 miles out of Hansborough. I did some cussing, and then went to the fence about 20 yards off and took out a rail to prise up the wheel. Then I saw I was at Mr. Gibbet's place. I says to myself, I'll go up to the house and get old Mr. Gibbet to give me a turn. I had done gone by there 2 weeks afore and seed the old man. Now, gemmen, you listen to me, for what I's telling yer is as sure as Jinny'll blow the horn on the last day. I walked up to the house, and there I saw a bright light inside. It showed out through the windows, and I saw shadders of Miss Gibbet and Mrs. Gibbet on the window curtain. Sure, honeys, sure. The front door was shut, and I steps up onter the gallery and knocks with the butt end of my whip. I didn't knock loud neither. God bless us all, gentlemen. The lights went out like that, and I hears set up a laugh. Ha, 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 ha. How that set my knees a-shaking. I opens the door, and there was no sign of anybody. I struck a match, and all the furniture was moved out, and the old red curtain that I thought I seed was in rags. The whole family was gone, for sure. I didn't know exactly what to think about them strange voices, but I started back to the wagon when it lightened, and bless God, there in the front yard was 6 graves just made. Something wrong here, said I, and I builds a fire by the wagon and digs the wheel out. Just then old Squire Pasture came along the road from Mobile, and he tells me the news. Old man Gibbet cut the throats of his wife and 4 childerns and shoot himself in the head, out in jealousy of his wife. They was all buried in the front yard, and the house was deserted 10 days before. Gentlemen, when I hear that, them mules make the quickest time to Mobile ever seed. And yous can tell me there's no ghosts, but you don't catch me round that log house of Gibbet's 'ceptin' sun's an hour high. Jack looked suspiciously over his shoulder into the darkness and crawled into his blanket, muttering, It scares this nigger even now to tell about that night. Sleep soon fell upon the camp, but the impression of old Jack's story survived the night, and the next day he still asserted its truth. End of The Ghosts of Red Creek.
The House, the Light, and the Man by Gordon Philip England. From Weird Tales, June 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The House, the Light, and the Man by Gordon Philip England. The house sits back some distance from the highway. All else around is pleasing to the view, but this dark, grim building is a blot on the landscape. Encircled by a tall, ragged hedge which conceals the lower part of the building from the eye of passers-by, it seems almost like a portion of another world, and has little in common with the neighboring dwellings. People going by glance up at the gloomy edifice with feelings akin to terror, then hurry on. After turning the curve in the road beyond, they breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as a prisoner freed from captivity might feel. That is during daytime. At night, few pedestrians are daring enough to pass that dwelling. Even motorists, when realizing they have reached its vicinity, nervously increase their speed, and, sweeping by in a swirl of dust, leave the gloomy pile far behind. Yet few can pass without first turning their eyes toward a narrow window near the top of the building. For from that window gleams the light, and they know that in the room behind the casement is a man who fears the dark. They know the light is always there during hours of darkness, and will doubtless always be there while the man lives. Once, it happened some weeks after the man had come, the light went out. And even yet, though that is 15 years ago, dwellers in nearby houses shudder when they remember the sounds that were heard on that occasion. The unearthly shrieks, the piercing cries of utter anguish, the screams of direst terror. All these ring in their ears as they recall that evening. And nightly before retiring they pray that the light may not go out. Their prayers have been mercifully answered, for when the first shadows of twilight begin to fall, the light also appears, to burn with steady, undiminished power, until darkness is past. It has never gone out again, and probably never will, until the man dies. Then, and not until then, it will be extinguished. Gibson Jenkins pressed the elevator bell impatiently. He glanced down the shaft expectantly, but the elevator did not appear. He waited several minutes. Still, it did not come. Jenkins was much annoyed. He had now been waiting nearly 10 minutes. 10 minutes seems a long time to a man who is in a hurry. It was the first time Gibson Jenkins had ever been in this department store. He had gone to see the manager that afternoon to transact an item of business. While they had been discussing terms, the telephone had rung, and after taking a message, the manager had gone out, telling Jenkins he would be back within 5 minutes. 5 minutes had lengthened into a half hour, but the manager had not returned. Had Jenkins but known it, there had been excellent reason for his non-appearance. While attempting to cross the street ahead of traffic, he had been knocked down by a motor car, and was now in an ambulance, en route to a repair shop. Jenkins, of course, was unaware of this. However, he had decided not to wait longer, and was now standing peering down the elevator shaft, muttering anathemas against managers and elevator boys alike. After ringing several more times, he suddenly remembered that the closing whistle had blown several minutes before, and realized the elevator boy had left the building. He also remembered having seen a flight of stairs at the other end of the corridor, so he went back to look for them. It was growing dark inside the building. Jenkins noticed this and glanced at his watch nervously. It was exactly 15 minutes past 6. Jenkins disliked darkness and had no desire to remain in the store longer. Hurrying to the stairway, he commenced the descent hastily. Haste is not always expedient. Jenkins was too hasty. Consequently, his foot slipped. He lost his balance and plunged downward. His head struck the bottom step rather forcibly, and, the step being composed of cement, he immediately lost interest in his surroundings. Gibson Jenkins opened his eyes wonderingly. He was much dazed, and some minutes elapsed before he could recall what had occurred. It had been twilight when he had fallen, but it was now very dark. He could not remember ever having been in so dark a place before. Slowly he sat up and looked around, but it was too dark to see anything. The only thing he could discover was that he was at the bottom of the flight. Drawing his luminous-faced watch from his pocket, he tried to ascertain the time of night. It was exactly 15 minutes past 6. This perplexed him. It had been 15 minutes past 6 when he had fallen, hadn't it? How, then, could it be the same time now? He puzzled over the matter for quite a while without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. Then a thought leaked through into his slowly clearing brain, and holding the watch to his ear, he listened. Yes, it had stopped. Jenkins pressed tremulous hands against his throbbing temple. How long have I been lying here? He wondered aloud. As if in answer to his question, a big clock somewhere in the building began to chime the hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Jenkins struggled to his feet. 11 o'clock. He had been unconscious nearly 5 hours. He began to grope his way up the stairs. He was very weak, but a plan had formulated within his mind. He would go back to the manager's office and telephone for help. But on reaching the top of the stairs, he stood bewildered. He had forgotten in which direction the office lay. After a moment, though, he struck blindly through the intense darkness toward where he thought the room ought to be. Having walked several feet, he humped against a wall. Turning, he walked in the opposite direction, hands before him, seeking for the office door. But it was his head that struck it finally, not his hands, struck with such force that the door swung open, and stumbling through the aperture, Jenkins fell upon hands and knees on the floor within. Rising painfully, he groped for the telephone. But though he knocked against other objects in the room, the telephone itself eluded him. Jenkins now was becoming frightened. He was naturally a timid man, and the events of the night had not increased his courage. He tried again to locate the telephone, but still without success. Then he searched his pockets for a match, and to his surprise, for he was not in the habit of carrying them, he found a solitary lucifer. He lit it and looked eagerly about him, and then the match fell from his palsied fingers to the floor, flickered, and went out. Gibson Jenkins had seen enough. In fact, he had seen too much. He was not in the office after all. He was in a room full of coffins. With a horrified exclamation, Jenkins dashed for the door. And for a second time that night, haste proved his undoing, for he ran directly against it, and it slammed shut. Frantically, Jenkins searched for a doorknob. Finally finding it, he tried to pull the door open, To his horror, it resisted his effort. He pulled harder, exerting every iota of his strength, but the door remained fast. It was equipped with a spring lock. In the corner of the coffin room crouched Gibson Jenkins. He was shivering from head to foot like a man with an ague. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and trickled slowly down his cheeks. It was no longer utterly dark in the room. The moon had come up, and her pale rays, streaming through a window, partly illuminated the coffin chamber. Jenkins could make out indistinctly the dim shapes of the coffins around him, which were piled one upon another to a height of several feet. Jenkins was not looking at these, however, so much as at a large coffin in the middle of the floor at the opposite side of the room. Upon this one his attention was riveted. He felt that in this coffin lay danger. He seemed to sense another presence in the room. He could not see it, yet he was nevertheless positive it was there. And he was also sure it was the big coffin which contained that dangerous presence. So he squatted, huddled, in a shaking, shuddering heap, with frightened eyes fixed upon the casket. He remembered many things while crouched there, remembered how he had once laughed at a friend who had related a supernatural experience, and how that friend had warned him, telling him spirits often punish those who dare disbelieve in them. He remembered, too, the other ghost stories he had been told and had read, and at the remembrance he shuddered more than before. And he watched the coffin with a feeling that the thing contained therein was watching him also, and was noting his every motion. At the thought he shrank further into his corner, seeking to escape its gaze. Yet still it seemed following him. Now, to his horror, Jenkins began to feel a desire to go over to the coffin. He thrust back the desire, but still it gripped him. His body and will were struggling for mastery, and body triumphed. He began to move toward the coffin. He tried to hold back his body, but still it advanced. Nearer and nearer he glided to that dreadful presence. Again the big clock struck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It was midnight. The sound appeared to paralyze Gibson Jenkins. He no longer moved in the direction of the coffin. Instead, he squatted stock still in the middle of the chamber. Then, to his consternation, the lid of the coffin began to rise. Higher and higher it rose, until at last the wretched man beheld a form leaving the casket. And then shriek after shriek re-echoed through the old building. In the morning, attracted by strange sounds emanating from the coffin room, some employees opened the door. There, squatted upon the floor, rocking back and forth, mouthing and gibbering inarticulately, was a white-haired, old-looking man, whom none of them recognized. Later, however, they discovered the name Gibson Jenkins on a calling card in his pockets. A few days afterward, the manager, after leaving the hospital, positively identified him. When the employees found him, he was facing a big coffin lying in the center of the room. The lid of the coffin had been raised, and the casket was empty. A window at one end of the room was unlocked and open. It was only a 10-foot drop to the roof of an adjoining building. On the preceding afternoon, a thief had scooped several rings and watches from a tray in the jewelry department on the next floor. The floor walker had given chase, but had lost him in the crowd. The detective at the entrance, however, had claimed the man had not passed him. A thorough search of the building revealed nothing, though, so it had been thought the detective had been mistaken. Now the management believed that the thief had not left the building after all, but had concealed himself in the coffin, intending to come out later and obtain other booty. He had remained in the casket several hours, wishing to assure himself that the coast was clear before continuing operations. Then Gibson Jenkins had entered the room, and, by locking the door, spoiled the robber's plans. But by making sundry weird noises, the burglar had worked upon Jenkins' superstitious nature until he had reduced him to a state of helpless fright. Then, leaving the casket, the thief had made good his escape. That was the theory of the management of the department store. His physician endeavored to make clear that theory to Gibson Jenkins, but Gibson Jenkins was totally unable to understand it. Indeed, as Gibson Jenkins, he no longer existed. He had now become simply a man who feared the dark. 100 yards back from the road stands a house. It is a strange-looking house, a house which people shun. From the window of that house shines the light. In the room whence the light shines is a man afraid of the dark. The window is barred with rusty iron bars, and the house is a madhouse. The end of The House, the Light, and the Man, by Gordon Philip England.
How He Caught the Ghost by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. How He Caught the Ghost by W. Bob Holland. The house is a good one, said the agent. It's in a good neighborhood and you're getting it at almost nothing. But I think it right to tell you all about it. You are orphans, you say, and with a mother dependent on you, that makes it all the more necessary that you should know. The fact is, the house is said to be haunted. The agent could not help smiling as he said it, and he was relieved to see an answering smile on the two faces before him. Ah, you don't believe in ghosts, he went on. Nor do I, for that matter, but somehow the reputation of the house keeps me from having a tenant long at a time. The place ought to rent for twice as much as it does. If we succeed in driving out the ghost, you will not raise the rent? Asked the boy, with a merry twinkle in his eyes. Well, no, not this year at any rate, laughed the agent. And so the house was rented, and the slip of a girl and the tall lad, her brother, went their way. Within a week the family had moved into the house and were delighted with it. It was large and cool, with wide halls and fine stairways, and with more room than they needed. But that did not matter in the least, for they had always been cramped in small houses, suffering many discomforts, and they never could have afforded such a place as this if it had not been haunted. Blessings on the ghost, cried Margaret gaily, as she ran about as merry as a child. Who would be without a ghost in the house, when it brings one like this? And it is so near your school, said the mother. And I used to worry so over the long walk, and David can come home to lunch now, and you don't know what a pleasure that will be. It seems to me, David gravely explained, that if I should meet the ghost, I would treat him with the greatest politeness and encourage him to stay. We shall not miss the room he takes, shall we? I think it would be well to set aside that room over yours, Maggie, for his ghostship's own. For we shall not need that, you know. Besides, the door doesn't shut, and he can go in and out without breaking the lock. And then they all laughed and had a great deal of fun over the ghost, which was a great joke to them. They were very tired that night and slept soundly all night long. When they met the next morning, there was more laughter about the ghost, which was shy about meeting strangers, probably, and had made no effort to introduce himself. For the next 3 days they were all hard at work, trying to bring chaos into something like order. And then it was time for the school to open, and Margaret was to begin teaching, and David inserted an advertisement in the city papers for a maid-of-all-work who might help their mother in their absence. For one whole day, prospective colored servants presented themselves and announced, "Is this the house where they wants a work lady?" "No, ma'am. I ain't going to work in this house. Catch me working in no haunted house." After which they each and all departed, and others came in their stead. One was secured after a while, but no sooner had she talked across the fence with a neighbor's servant than she too departed. "Never mind, children," said Mrs. Craig wearily. "I would much rather do the work than be troubled in this way." So the maid-of-all-work was dismissed, and the Craig family locked the doors and went to their rooms, worn out with the day's anxieties. They had been in the house 4 days, and there had been neither sight nor sound of the ghost. The very mention of it was enough to start them all to laughing, for they were thoroughly practical people with a fondness for inquiring into anything that seemed mysterious to them and for understanding it thoroughly before they let it go. David was soon sleeping the sound sleep of healthy boyhood, and all was silent in the house when Margaret stole softly into his room and laid her hand on his arm. He was not easy to waken, and several minutes had passed before he sat up in bed with an articulate murmur of surprise. "Hush," said Margaret in a whisper, with her hand on his lips. "I want you to come into my room and listen to a sound that I have been hearing for some time." "Doors creaking," suggested David as he began to dress. "Nothing of the kind," was all she said. They walked up the stairway and along the upper hall to the door of the unused room. Something was wrong with the lock, and the door would not stay fastened, as I have said. Something that was not fear thrilled their hearts as they pushed the door further ajar, and stood where they could see every foot of the vacant floor. One of their own boxes stood in the middle of the room, but aside from that, nothing was to be seen, and they looked at one another in silence. "Hold the lamp a minute, Maggie," David said at last, and then he went all over the room and looked more particularly at its emptiness and even felt the walls. "Secret panels, you know," he said with a smile, but it was a very puzzled smile indeed. "I can't see what it could have been," Margaret said as they went down the stairs. "No, I can't see either, but I'm going to see," said David. "That was a chain, and chains don't drag around by themselves, you know. A ghost could not drag a chain if he were to try." "The conventional ghost very often drags chains," said Margaret as she closed the door of her room. And then she lay awake all night and listened for the conventional ghost that dragged a chain. But it seemed that the weight of the chain must have wearied him, for he was not heard again. The mother had slept through it all, and next morning they gave her a vivid account of the night's adventure. "Perhaps it was someone in the house," she said in alarm. There were no ghosts within the bounds of possibility so far as she was concerned, but burglars were very possible indeed. Then Margaret and David both laughed more than ever. "What fun it would be," said David, "for a burglar to get into this house and try to find something worth carrying away." So they went on to the next night, all three fully determined to spend the night in listening for the ghost, and running him to earth if possible. But it was Margaret that heard the ghost, after all. She had been sleeping and was suddenly startled wide awake, and there, overhead, was the sound of the chain dragging. And just as she was on the point of springing out of bed to call her brother, the chain seemed to go out of the upper room. She lay still and listened, and in a moment she heard it again. It was coming down the stairs. There was no carpet on the stairs, and she could hear the chain drop from step to step until it had come the whole way down. There it was, almost at the door of her room, and something that was strangely like fear kept her lying still, listening in horrified silence. Then it went along the hall, dragging close to the door, and then further away and back and forth for a while, and then it began dragging back up the stairs again. Step by step she could hear it drawn over the edge of every step, and by the time it had reached the top, she remembered herself and called David. Again did the brother and sister make a tour of the upper room with the lamp. Not only that, but they looked into every nook and corner of the upper part of the house, and at last came back baffled. They had seen nothing extraordinary, and they had not heard a sound. "I'm going to see that ghost tonight," David said to his sister the next evening. "How?" "I'm going to sit up all night at the head of the stairs. Don't say anything about it to Mother. It might make her uneasy." So after the household were all quiet, David slipped into his place at the head of the stairs and sat down to his vigil. He had placed a screen at the head of the stairway so that it hid him from view, as if a ghost cared for a screen, and he established himself behind it and prepared to be as patient as he could. It seemed to him that hours so long had never been devised as those the town clocks told off that night. He bore it until midnight moderately well, because, he argued with himself, if there were any ghosts about they would make surely walk then. But they were not in a humor for walking, and still the hours rolled on without any developments. He took the fidgets and had nervous twitches all over him, and at last he could endure it no longer, and had leaned his head back against the wall and was going blissfully to sleep when he heard a chain dragging just beyond the open door of that unused room. In spite of himself, a shiver ran down his back. There was no mistaking it. It was a real chain, if he had ever heard one. More than that, it had left the room and was coming straight towards the stairs. The hall was dark, and it was impossible for him to see anything, although he strained his eyes in the direction of the sound. And even while he looked, it had passed behind the screen and was going down the stairs, dropping from step to step with a clank. Halfway down a narrow strip of moonlight from a stair window lay directly across the steps. Whatever the thing was, it must pass through that patch of light, and David leaned forward and watched. Down it went from step to step, and presently it had slipped through the light and was down. And a little later it came back again, through the light and up the stairs and back into that unused room. And then David slapped his knees jubilantly and ran down to his room and slept all the rest of the night. Next morning he was very mysterious about his discoveries of the night before. "Oh yes, I saw the ghost," he said to Maggie. "There, don't ask so many questions. I'll tell you more about it tomorrow, maybe." And that was all the information she could get from him. It was very provoking. That day David made a purchase downtown and brought home a bulky bundle, which he hid in his own room and would not let his sister even peep at. "I'm going to try to catch a ghost tonight," he said. "And you know how it is. If I brag too much beforehand, I shall be sure to fail." He was working with something in the hall after the others had retired, but he did not sit up this time. He went to bed, and Margaret listened at his door and found that he was soon asleep. But away in the night they were all awakened by a squealing that brought them all into the hall in a great hurry. And there, at the head of the stairs, they found the huge rat trap that David had set a few hours before, and in the midst of the toils was a rat. "Why, David," exclaimed the mother, "I didn't know that there was a rat in the house." And then all at once she saw that there was a long chain hanging from a little iron collar around the creature's neck. And she and Margaret cried together. And this was the ghost. Such a funny ghost when they came to think of it. This poor rat, with a nest in some hole of the broken chimney. He had been someone's pet once, perhaps, and now the households he had broken up, the nights he had disturbed, the wild sensations he had created, it made his captors laugh to think that this innocent creature had been the cause of the whole trouble. "I'll get a cage for him and take care of him for the rest of his life," said David. "We owe him so much that we can't afford to be ungrateful." The next morning he took the ghost in a cage and showed it to the agent, and gave him a vivid account of the capture. "So you have a good house for about half price, all on account of that rat," exclaimed the agent grimly. "Young man, but never mind, you deserve it. What are you working for now? $6 a week? If you ever want to change your place, suppose you come around here. I think you need a business that will give you a chance to grow." And the agent and David shook hands warmly over the cage of the ghost. End of How He Caught the Ghost.
Joseph, a Story by Catherine Rickford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joseph, a Story by Catherine Rickford. They were sitting round the fire after dinner. Not an ordinary fire, one of those fires that has a little room all to itself, with seats at each side of it to hold a couple of people, or three. The big dining room was panelled with oak. At the far end was a handsome dresser that dated back for generations. One's imagination ran riot when one pictured the people who must have laid those pewter plates on the long, narrow, solid table. Massive medieval chests stood against the walls. Arms and parts of armour hung against the panelling, but one noticed few of these things, for there was no light in the room save what the fire gave. It was Christmas Eve. Games had been played. The old had vied with the young at snatching raisins from the burning snapdragon. The children had long since gone to bed. It was time their elders followed them, but they lingered round the fire, taking turns at telling stories. Nothing very weird had been told. No one had felt any wish to peep over his shoulder, or try to penetrate the darkness of the far end of the room. The omission caused a sensation of something wanting. From each one there, this thought went out, and so a sudden silence fell upon the party. It was a girl who broke it, a mere child. She wore her hair up that night for the first time, and that seemed to give her the right to sit up so late. "Mr. Grady is going to tell one," she said. All eyes were turned to a middle-aged man in a deep armchair placed straight in front of the fire. He was short, inclined to be fat, with a bald head and a pointed beard like the beards that sailors wear. It was plain that he was deeply conscious of the sudden turning of so much strained yet forceful thought upon himself. He was restless in his chair, as people are in a room that is overheated. He blinked his eyes as he looked round the company. His lips twitched in a nervous manner. One side of him seemed to be endeavouring to restrain another side of him from a feverish desire to speak. "It was this room that made me think of him," he said, thoughtfully. There was a long silence, but it occurred to no one to prompt him. Everyone seemed to understand that he was going to speak, or rather that something inside him was going to speak, some force that craved expression and was using him as a medium. The little old man's pink face grew strangely calm. The animation that usually lit it was gone. One would have said that the girl who had started him already regretted the impulse and now wanted to stop him. She was breathing heavily, and once or twice made as though she would speak to him, but no words came. She must have abandoned the idea, for she fell to studying the company. She examined them carefully, one by one. "This one," she told herself, "is so-and-so, and that one there just another so-and-so." She stared at them, knowing that she could not turn them to herself with her stare. They were just bodies kept working, so to speak, by some subtle sort of sentry, left behind by the real selves that streamed out in pent-up thought to the little old man in the chair in front of the fire. His name was Joseph. At least they called him Joseph. He dreamed, you understand. Dreams. He was an extraordinary lad in many ways. His mother, I knew her very well, had 3 children in quick succession, soon after marriage. Then 10 years went by and Joseph was born. Quiet and reserved he always was, a self-contained child whose only friend was his mother. People said things about him. You know how people talk. Some said he was not Clara's child at all, but that she had adopted him. Others that her husband was not his father, and these put her change of manner down to a perpetual struggle to keep her husband comfortably in the dark. I always imagined that the boy was in some way aware of all this gossip, for I noticed that he took a dislike to the people who spread it most. The little man rested his elbows on the arms of his chair and let the tips of his fingers meet in front of him. A smile played about his mouth. He seemed to be searching among his reminiscences for the one that would give the clearest portrait of Joseph. "Well, anyway," he said at last, "the boy was odd. There is no gainsaying the fact. I suppose he was 11 when Clara came down here with her family for Christmas. The Conningtons owned the place then. Mrs. Connington was Clara's sister. It was Christmas Eve, as it is now, many years ago. We had spent a normal Christmas Eve, a little happier perhaps than usual by reason of the family reunion and because of the presence of so many children. We had eaten and drank, laughed and played, and gone to bed. I woke in the middle of the night from sheer restlessness. Clara, knowing my weakness, had given me a fire in my room. I lit a cigarette, played with a book, and then, purely from curiosity, opened the door and looked down the passage. From my door I could see the head of the staircase in the distance. The opposite wing of the house, or the passage rather beyond the stairs, was in darkness. The reason I saw the staircase at all was that the window you pass coming downstairs allowed the moon to throw an uncertain light upon it. A weird light because of the stained glass. I was arrested by the curious effect of this patch of light, in so much darkness, when suddenly someone came into it, turned, and went downstairs. It was just like a scene in a theatre. Something was about to happen that I was going to miss. I ran as I was, barefooted, to the head of the stairs and looked over the banister. I was excited, strung up, too strung up to feel the fright that I knew must be with me. I remember this sensation perfectly. I knew that I was afraid, yet I did not feel fright. On the stairs nothing moved. The little hall down here was lost in darkness. Looking over the banister, I was facing the stained glass window. You know how the stairs run around 3 sides of the hall? Well, it occurred to me that if I went halfway down and stood under the window, I should be able to keep the top of the stairs in sight and see anything that might happen in the hall. I crept down very cautiously and waited under the window. First of all, I saw the suit of empty armour just outside the door here. You know how a thing like that, if you stare at it in a poor light, appears to move. Well, it moved, sure enough, and the illusion was enhanced by clouds being blown across the moon. By the fire like this, one can talk of these things rationally, but in the dead of night it is a different matter. So I went down a few steps to make sure of that armour, when suddenly something passed me on the stairs. I did not hear it, I did not see it, I sensed it in no way. I just knew that something had passed me on its way upstairs. I realised that my retreat was cut off, and with the knowledge fear came upon me. I had seen someone come down the stairs, that at any rate was definite. Now I wanted to see him again. Any ghost is bad enough, but a ghost that one can see is better than one that one can't. I managed to get past the suit of armour, but then I had to feel my way to these double doors here. He indicated the direction of the doors by a curious wave of his hand. He did not look toward them, nor did any of the party. Both men and women were completely absorbed in his story. They seemed to be mesmerised by the earnestness of his manner. Only the girl was restless. She gave an impression of impatience with the slowness with which he came to his point. One would have said that she was apart from her fellows, an alien among strangers. So dense was the darkness that I made sure of finding the first door closed, but it was not, it was wide open, and, standing between them, I could feel that the other was open too. I was literally standing in the wall of the house, and as I peered into the room, trying to make out some familiar object, Thoughts ran through my mind of people who had been bricked up in walls and left there to die. For a moment I caught the spirit of the inside of a thick wall. Then suddenly I felt the sensation I've often read about but never experienced before. I knew there was someone in the room. You are surprised, yes, but wait. I knew more. I knew that someone was conscious of my presence. It occurred to me that whoever it was might want to get out of the door. I made room for him to pass. I waited for him, made sure of him, began to feel giddy, and then a man's voice, deep and clear. "There is someone there. Who is it?" I answered mechanically, "George Grady." "I'm Joseph." A match was drawn across a matchbox, and I saw the boy bending over a candle, waiting for the wick to catch. For a moment I thought he must be walking in his sleep, but he turned to me quite naturally and said in his own boyish voice, "Lost anything?" I was amazed at the lad's complete calm. I wanted to share my fright with someone. Instead, I had to hide it from this boy. I was conscious of a curious sense of shame. I had watched him grow, taught him, praised him, scolded him, and yet here he was, waiting for an explanation of my presence in the dining room at that odd hour of the night. Soon he repeated the question, "Lost anything?" "No," I said, and then I stammered, "Have you?" "No," he said with a little laugh. "It's that room. I can't sleep in it." "Oh," I said. "What's the matter with the room?" "It's the room I was killed in," he said, quite simply. Of course I had heard about his dreams, but I had had no direct experience of them. When, therefore, he said that he had been killed in his room, I took it for granted that he had been dreaming again. I was at a loss to know quite how to tackle him, whether to treat the whole thing as absurd and laugh it off as such, or whether to humour him and hear his story. I got him upstairs to my room, sat him in a big armchair, and poked the fire into a blaze. "You've been dreaming again," I said bluntly. "Oh, no, I haven't. Don't you run away with that idea." His whole manner was so grown up that it was quite unthinkable to treat him as the child he really was. In fact, it was a little uncanny, this man in a child's frame. "I was killed there," he said again. "How do you mean killed?" I asked him. "Why, killed. Murdered. Of course it was years and years ago. I can't say when. Still, I remember the room. I suppose it was the room that reminded me of the incident." "Incident?" I exclaimed. "What else? Being killed is only an incident in the existence of anyone. One makes a fuss about it at the time, of course, but really when you come to think of it—" "Tell me about it," I said, lighting a cigarette. He lit one too, that child, and began. "You know my room is the only modern one in this old house. Nobody knows why it is modern. The reason is obvious. Of course, it was made modern after I was killed there. The funny thing is that I should have been put there. I suppose it was done for a purpose, because I... He looked at me so fixedly I knew he would catch me if I lied. "What?" I asked. "Dream." "Yes," I said. "That is why you were put there." I thought so, and yet of all the rooms... But then, of course, no one knew. Anyhow, I did not recognise the room until after I was in bed. I had been asleep some time, and then I woke suddenly. There is an old wheel-back chair in there, the only old thing in the room. It is standing facing the fire, as it must have stood the night I was killed. The fire was burning brightly, the pattern of the back of the chair was thrown into shadow across the ceiling. Now, the night I was murdered, the conditions were exactly the same. So directly I saw that pattern on the ceiling, I remembered the whole thing. I was not dreaming. Don't think it, I was not. What happened that night was this. I was lying in bed counting the parts of the back of that chair in shadow on the ceiling. I probably could not get to sleep, you know the sort of thing, count up to 1,000 and remember in the morning where you got to. Well, I was counting those pieces when suddenly they were all obliterated. The whole back became a shadow. Someone was sitting in the chair. Now, surely you understand that directly I saw the shadow of that chair on the ceiling tonight, I realized that I had not a moment to lose. At any moment, that same person might come back to that same chair, and escape would be impossible. I slipped from my bed as quickly as I could and ran downstairs. But were you not afraid, I asked, downstairs? That she might follow me? It was a woman, you know. No, I don't think I was. She does not belong downstairs. Anyhow, she didn't. No, I said. No. My voice must have been out of control, for he caught me up at once. You don't mean to say you saw her? He said vehemently. Oh no, you felt her. She passed me as I came downstairs, I said. What can I have done to her that she follows me so? He buried his face in his hands as though searching for an answer to his thought. Suddenly he looked up and stared at me. Where had I got to? Oh yes, the murder. I can remember how startled I was to see that shadow in the chair. Startled, you know, but not really frightened. I leaned up in bed and looked at the chair, and sure enough, a woman was sitting in it, a young woman. I watched her with profound interest until she began to turn in her chair, as I felt, to look at me. When she did that, I shrank back in bed. I dared not meet her eyes. She might not have had eyes. She might not have had a face. You know, the sort of pictures that one sees when one glances back at all one's soul has ever thought. I got back in the bed as far as I could and peeped over the sheets at the shadow on the ceiling. I was tired, frightened to death. I grew weary of watching. I must have fallen asleep, for suddenly the fire was almost out, the pattern of the chair barely discernible, the shadow had gone. I raised myself with a sense of huge relief. Yes, the chair was empty, but just think of it. The woman was on the floor, on her hands and knees, crawling toward the bed. I fell back, stricken with terror. Very soon I felt a gentle pull at the counterpane. I thought I was in a nightmare, but too lazy or too uncomfortable to try to wake myself from it. I waited in an agony of suspense, but nothing seemed to be happening. In fact, I had just persuaded myself that the movement of the counterpane was fancy when a hand brushed softly over my knee. There was no mistaking it. I could feel the long, thin fingers. Now was the time to do something. I tried to rouse myself, but all my efforts were futile. I was stiff from head to foot. Although the hand was lost to me outwardly, it now came within my range of knowledge, if you know what I mean. I knew that it was groping its way along the bed, feeling for some other part of me. At any moment I could have said exactly where it had got to. When it was hovering just over my chest, another hand knocked lightly against my shoulder. I fancied it lost and wandering in search of its fellow. I was lying on my back, staring at the ceiling when the hands met. The weight of their presence brought a feeling of oppression to my chest. I seemed to be completely cut off from my body. I had no sort of connection with any part of it. Nothing about me would respond to my will to make it move. There was no sound at all, anywhere. I fell into a state of indifference. A sort of patient indifference that can wait for an appointed time to come. How long I waited I cannot say, but when the time came, it found me ready. I was not taken by surprise. There was a great upward rush of pent-up force released. It was like a mighty mass of men who have been lost in prayer rising to their feet. I can't remember clearly, but I think the woman must have got onto my bed. I could not follow her distinctly. My whole attention was concentrated on her hands. At the time, I felt those fingers itching for my throat. At last they moved. Slowly at first, then quicker, and then a long-drawn swish like the sound of an overbowled wave that has broken too far up the beach and is sweeping back to join the sea. The boy was silent for a moment, then he stretched out his hand for the cigarettes. You remember nothing else? I asked him. No, he said. The next thing I remember clearly is deliberately breaking the nursery window because it was raining and Mother would not let me go out. There was a moment's tension. Then the strain of listening passed, and everyone seemed to be speaking at once. The rector was taking the story seriously. "Tell me, Grady," he said, "how long do you suppose elapsed between the boy's murder and his breaking the nursery window?" But a young married woman in the first flush of her happiness broke in between them. She ridiculed the whole idea. Of course the boy was dreaming. She was drawing the majority to her way of thinking when, from the corner where the girl sat, a hollow-sounding voice. "And the boy? Where is he?" The tone of the girl's voice inspired horror. That fear that does not know what it is it fears. One could see it on every face. On every face, that is, except the face of the bald-headed man. There was no horror on his face. He was smiling serenely as he looked the girl straight in the eyes. "He's a man now," he said. "Alive!" she cried. "Why not?" said the little old man, rubbing his hands together. She tried to rise, but her frock had got caught between the chairs and pulled her to her seat again. The man next her put out his hand to steady her, but she dashed it away roughly. She looked round the party for an instant, for all the world like an animal at bay, then she sprang to her feet and charged blindly. They crowded round her to prevent her falling. At the touch of their hands she stopped. She was out of breath as though she had been running. "All right," she said, pushing their hands from her. "All right. I'll come quietly. I did it." They caught her as she fell and laid her on the sofa, watching the colour fade from her face. The hostess, an old woman with white hair and a kind face, approached the little old man. For once in her life she was roused to anger. "I can't think how you could be so stupid," she said. "See what you have done." "I did it for a purpose," he said. "For a purpose?" "I've always thought that girl was the culprit. I have to thank you for the opportunity you have given me of making sure." End of Joseph, a Story.
A Lesson in Chemistry from Montezuma's Castle and Other Weird Tales by Charles B. Corey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Lesson in Chemistry by Charles B. Corey. I took the powder as agreed and sat down to read the evening paper before retiring, with the result that I did not retire at all. I became interested in an article on new explosives with which the government has been lately experimenting, and had nearly finished it, when I heard a voice say to me, "Interesting subject, isn't it?" I turned and saw, seated on my lounge, a peculiar-looking man. His clothes seemed to be all run in together. You could make out the outlines of the man, but the figure was not clear, sort of foggy, you know. What surprised me most was that I could look right through him and see the back of the lounge. I said to myself, is this a dream or the effect of the powder I had taken? And I pinched my leg and rubbed my eyes. But although I seemed to be perfectly wide awake, the shape did not disappear. "What did you say?" I asked. "I remarked that the subject of high explosives was decidedly interesting," answered the shape. "I was a chemist when alive, but it makes me sad to think how very little I really knew. Chemistry, as well as the other branches of science, has made great strides during the past generation, since my day, but even now they really know very little." "But," I answered, "it seems to me the high explosives which we now have are sufficiently powerful if we knew how to use them with safety." "That's it," answered the shape. "Now, I have a couple of hours to spare, and if it would interest you, and you care to come over to my laboratory, I will be happy to give you 1 or 2 points which may prove of value to you. I say my laboratory, But it really is not mine. I use any laboratory that is handiest. And I know most of the good ones in the city. You see, I do not need to have a key to enter a room. That is one of the great advantages we have, as you will discover one of these days. Just now I can get you in very well, because the owner of the laboratory to which we will go is out of town. I will go in first and unlock the door for you. I told him that I should be most happy to accept his invitation. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to be conversing with a ghost, and to have him invite me to go to somebody's laboratory and use up his chemicals. It never occurred to me that it might not be considered quite good form. We went out of my room and downstairs, the shadow floating alongside of me in the most friendly manner possible. I could see by the position of his body that he had hold of my arm, but his fingers did not show on my coat sleeve. We went uptown for perhaps half a mile and entered a large brick building in which I noted were various studios. It was dark, but going up 3 flights of stairs, my guide opened a door and ushered me into a large and expensively furnished laboratory, evidently belonging to some scientific man of means and experience. The ghost turned the button on the electric light and then motioned me to a seat. My time, he said, is somewhat limited because I have an appointment with a lady at 12, but I'll show you what a high explosive really is. And then, if we have time, we will talk of something else. The difficulty in high explosives is not in making them, but in using them after they are made. You create a gigantic power, which you do not know how to handle. The rather modern discovery of how to make liquid air has simplified matters a good deal. When you can make liquid hydrogen in quantities, you will have a still better agent for many purposes. Now, let's take a little of this liquid air. You see, it pours like water. As I happen to know, our absent host has nearly 2 gallons of it, or had this afternoon. Some of it has evaporated. But as you see, there is still more than a gallon left, and we will not steal much, as all we want for our experiment to illustrate to you the greatest explosive which can be manufactured is about as much liquid air as you can hold in a thimble. How do you propose to try your explosive here, Mr. I hesitated. By the way, what is your name? Oh, call me any old name. It does not matter. Mr. Spook, shall we say? Ahem. A little personal, perhaps, but it will do as well as another. Now, as I was saying, I will show you how to make the most powerful explosive that has ever been invented. It is possible that I did not show as much interest and enthusiasm as he expected, and to tell the truth, I was a little nervous. Spooks do not have the same interest in being careful in their experiments. An accident or two is of little consequence to them, but might be decidedly disagreeable to me. I may have shown something of what I was thinking in my manner, for Spook looked at me keenly. What is the matter? You do not appear interested. On the contrary, I answered, I am deeply so. But do we not run considerable risk in trying such experiments in a laboratory without the consent of its owner? Not at all, not at all. I will use a very small amount of the explosive, and there will be no damage done. Have you attempted to make it before, Mr. Spook? I ventured. Oh, yes, last week. That was a mistake. You see now, I know all about it. I didn't then. The explosive was something awful. It blew the building pretty much all to pieces. If I had been alive, I don't believe you could have found a piece of me as large as your finger. They call it spontaneous combustion. However, we won't have anything of that kind tonight. Please don't, I answered. No, I promise you. Now, we will take a little of this red phosphorus. Ordinary phosphorus will not answer. And pour a little liquid air on it. Stir it gently, as you see. Now, if I should let that dry, it would explode at the slightest touch. But we do not want that, and we wish to increase its power. So we add a little chlorine of potassium. Now watch it dry. See the color change to a light red-brown? There, if you should strike that or put fire to it, it would wreck this building as completely as if you'd exploded 50 pounds of dynamite in it. I drew away from the table instinctively. Have no fear, I will not explode it. Now watch me closely. I will ignite a minute quantity, about as much as would make the head of a small black pin or a number 4 birdshot. See, the rest we will put in a pail of water. There. Now all is ready. Here goes. He lit a match and touched the little brown dot. A tremendous explosion followed, and the wooden table was split into pieces. The sound was so terrific, and the shock so unexpected, that I was dizzy and frightened. Good heavens, I explained. You have broken everything in the laboratory. No, replied the ghost rather shamefacedly. Not so bad as all that, but I'm afraid that I have ruined the table and cracked a few things. However, I will be more careful next time. It is even more powerful than I thought. What do you suppose will be the effect on a warship if struck by a shell containing 100 pounds of that stuff? I answered that she would be destroyed. Destroyed? I should say she would. The largest battleship would be blown to atoms. The spook glanced up at the old-fashioned Dutch clock in the corner of the laboratory. Fine clock, that. Glad I didn't break it with our little racket just now. I see I have nearly an hour to spare. Is there any experiment you would like to try? I said anything would interest me, but I didn't care for any more explosives. I suppose you know how to make diamonds, don't you? I answered that for years men had tried to manufacture diamonds, but practically without success, that as far as I was aware they had only succeeded in making them so small as to be practically of no use commercially, and the expense of manufacture was far in excess of their value. That's all right, answered the spook, but really it is a very simple matter. Here, I will make a diamond for you. He walked across the room to the fireplace, and, taking from the grate a lump of coal about the size of a billiard ball, he laid it upon the table. This, he said, is nearly pure carbon, and as you are well aware, it is practically what a diamond is. Now I will illustrate to you how you may make a diamond from this piece of coal, which will be as good as any diamond ever found in the mines. We will manufacture it instead of letting nature do it. We will first place it in this glass bowl and pour over it sufficient liquid air to cover it completely. We will let it remain until it is thoroughly cold, say at least 200 below zero. There. Now all we have to do is to heat it and then subject it to a powerful... Great Jehoshaphat! 5 minutes to 12. I must go. Appointment with a lady at 12. But I say, old fellow, just hold it under a blowpipe until it gets hot. Just as hot as you can. I will be back soon. Ta-da! His last words came to me faintly through the window. He had already floated out. I took the queer-colored piece of coal and began heating it under the blowpipe. It did not burn, as I thought it would, but turned red and then white. Gradually it seemed to grow larger and larger, brighter and brighter, until I opened my eyes and found myself in bed with the sun shining full upon me through the open window. The end of A Lesson in Chemistry by Charles B. Corey.
Mrs. Davenport's Ghost by Frederick P. Schrader. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. Mrs. Davenport's Ghost by Frederick P. Schrader. Dear readers, do you agree with Hamlet? Do you believe that there is more between heaven and earth than we dream of in our philosophy? Does it seem possible to you that Eliphas Levi conjured up the shade of Apollonius of Tyana, the prophet of the Magi, in a London hotel, and that the great sage William Crookes drank his tea at breakfast several days a week, for months in succession, in the society of the materialized spirit of a young lady, attired in white linen, with a feather turban on her head? Do not laugh. Panic would seize you in the presence even of a turbaned spirit, and the grotesque spectacle would but intensify your terror. As for me, I did not laugh last night on reading an account in a New York newspaper of a criminal trial that will probably terminate in the death penalty of the accused. It is a sad case. I shudder as I transcribe the records of the trial from the testimony of the hotel waiter, who heard the conversation of the two Confederates through a keyhole, and of 40 thoroughly credible witnesses who testified to the same facts. What would be my feelings if I had seen the beautiful victim with a gaping wound in her breast, into which she dipped her finger to mark the brow of her murderer? Part 1. About 3 o'clock on the afternoon of February 3, Professor Davenport and Miss Ida Southcote, a very pale and delicate young girl who had submitted to the tests of Professor Davenport for a number of years, were finishing their dinner in their room in the second story of a New York hotel. Professor Benjamin Davenport was a celebrity, but it was said that he owed his fame to somewhat questionable means. The leading spiritualist did not repose the confidence in him that manifestly marked their regard for William Crookes or Daniel Douglas Home. Greedy and unscrupulous mediums, the author of Spiritualism in America thinks, are to blame for the most bitter attacks to which our cause has been exposed. When the materializations do not take place as quickly as circumstances require, they resort to trickery and fraud to extricate themselves from a dilemma. Professor Benjamin Davenport belonged to these versatile mediums. Aside from this, queer stories were afloat about him. He was secretly accused of highway robbery in South America, cheating at cards in the gambling houses of San Francisco, and the over-hasty use of firearms toward persons who had never offended him. It was said almost openly that the professor's wife had died from abuse and grief at his infidelity. But in spite of these annoying rumors, Mr. Davenport, by virtue of his skill as a fraud and fakir, continued to exercise a great deal of influence upon certain plain and simple-minded folks, whom it was impossible to convince that they had not touched the materialized spirits of their brothers, mothers, or sisters through the agency of his wonderful power. His professional success received material accession from his swarthy, Mephisto-like countenance, his deep, fiery eyes, his large curved nose, the cynical expression of his mouth, and the lofty, almost prophetic tone of his words. When the waiter had made his last visit, he did not go far. The following conversation took place in the room. "There is to be a séance this evening at the residence of Mrs. Harding," began the medium. "Quite a number of influential people will be there, and 2 or 3 millionaires. Conceal under your skirt the blonde woman's wig and the white material in which the spirits usually make their appearance." "Very well," replied Ida Southcote in a resigned tone. The waiter heard her pace the room. After a pause, she asked, "Whose spirit are you going to control this evening, Benjamin?" The waiter heard a loud, brutal laugh, and the chair groaning beneath the weight of the demonstrative professor. "Guess." "How should I know?" she asked. "I am going to conjure up the spirit of my dead wife." And another burst of laughter issued from the room, full of sinister levity. A cry of terror burst from Ida's lips. A muffled sound indicated to the eavesdropper at the door that she was dragging herself to the feet of the professor. "Benjamin, Benjamin, don't do it," she sobbed. "Why not? They say I broke Mrs. Davenport's heart. The story is damaging my reputation, but it will be forgotten if her spirit should address me in terms of endearment from the other shore in the presence of numerous witnesses. For you will speak to me tenderly, will you not, Ida? No, no, you shall not do it. You shall not think of it. Listen to me for God's sake. During the 4 years that I have been with you, I have obeyed you faithfully and suffered patiently. I have lied and deceived like you. I learned to imitate the sleep and symptoms of clairvoyance. Tell me, did I ever refuse to serve you or utter a word of complaint? Even when my shoulders bent with the weight of my burden, when you pierced the flesh of my arms with knitting needles? Worse than all this, I imitated distant voices behind curtains and made mothers and wives believe that their sons and husbands had come from a better world to communicate with them. How often have I performed the most dangerous feats in parlors with the lamps turned low? Clothed in a shroud or white muslin, I essayed to represent supernatural forms, whom tear-dimmed eyes recognized as those of departed dear ones. You do not know what I suffered at this unhallowed work. You scoff at the mysteries of eternity. I suffer the torments of an impending retribution. My God, if some time the dead whom I counterfeit should rise up before me with uplifted arms and dreadful imprecations. This constant terror has injured my heart. It will kill me. I am consumed by fever. Look how emaciated, how worn out and downcast I am. But I am under your control. Do as you like with me. I am in your power, and I want it to be so. Have I ever complained? But do not force me to do this thing, Benjamin. Have pity on me for what I have done for you in the past, for what I am suffering. Do not attempt this mummery. Do not compel me to play the role of your dead wife, who was so tender and beautiful. Oh, what put that thought into your mind? Spare me, Benjamin, I implore you. The professor did not laugh again. Amid the confusion of upturned articles of furniture, the eavesdropper distinguished the sound of a skull striking the floor. He concluded that Professor Davenport had knocked Miss Ida down with a blow of his fist, or had kicked her as she approached him, but the waiter did not enter the room, as no one rang for him. Part 2. That evening 40 persons were assembled in Mrs. Joanne Harding's parlor, staring at the curtain where a spirit form was in process of materializing. One dark lantern in a corner of the room contributed the light that emphasized the darkness rather than relieved it. The room was pervaded by profound silence, save the quickened, suppressed breathing of the spectators. The fire in the grate cast mysterious rays of light, resembling fugitive spirits upon the objects around, almost indistinguishable in the semi-gloom. Professor Davenport was at his best this evening. The spirit world obeyed him without hesitation, like their lawful master. He was the mighty prince of souls. Hands that had no arms were seen picking flowers from the vases. The touch of an invisible spirit conjured sweet melodies from the keys of the piano. The furniture responded by intelligent rappings to the most unanticipated questions. The professor himself elevated his form in symbolical distortions from the floor to an altitude of 3 feet, indicated by Mrs. Harding, and remained suspended in the air for a quarter of an hour, holding live coals in his hands. Part 3. But the most interesting, as well as the most conclusive test, was to be the materialization of the spirit of Mrs. Arabella Davenport, which the professor had promised at the beginning of the séance. "The hour has come," exclaimed the medium, and while the hearts of all throbbed with anxious suspense, and their eyes distended with painful expectancy of the promised materialization, Benjamin Davenport stood before the curtain. In the twilight, the tall man with the disheveled hair and demon look was really terrible and handsome. "Appear, Arabella!" he exclaimed in a commanding voice, with gestures of the Nazarene at the sepulchre of Lazarus. All are waiting. Suddenly a cry burst from behind the curtain, a piercing, shuddering, horrible shriek, the shriek of an expiring soul. The spectators trembled. Mrs. Harding almost fainted. The medium himself appeared surprised, but Benjamin recovered his composure on seeing the curtain move and admit the spirit. The apparition was that of a young woman with long blonde tresses. She was beautiful and pale, clad in some light whitish material. Her breast was bare, and on the left side appeared a bleeding wound in which trembled a knife. The spectators arose and retreated, pushing their chairs to the wall. Those who chanced to look at the medium noticed that a deathly pallor had overspread his face, and that he was cowering and trembling. But the young woman, Mrs. Arabella, the real one, whom he so well remembered, she had come in response to his summons, and advanced in a direct line toward Benjamin, who in terror covered his eyes to shut out the ghastly sight, and with a cry fled behind the furniture. But she dipped the finger of her thin hand into the blood from her wound, and traced it across the brow of the unconscious medium, the while repeating in a slow, monotonous tone that sounded like the echo of a wail again and again, "You are my murderer! You are my murderer!" And while he was rolling and tossing in deadly terror on the floor, they turned up the lights. The spirit had vanished, but in the communicating room behind the curtain, they found the body of poor Miss Ida Southcote, with horribly distorted features. A physician who was present pronounced it heart-stroke, and that is the reason that Professor Benjamin Davenport appeared alone in a New York courtroom to answer to the charge of having murdered his wife 4 years ago in San Francisco. End of Mrs. Davenport's Ghost. The Old Mansion by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. The Old Mansion by W. Bob Holland. Down on Long Beach, that narrow strip of sand which stretches along the New Jersey coast from Barnegat Inlet on the north to Little Egg Harbor Inlet on the south, the summer sojourner at some one of the numerous resorts, which of late years have sprung up every few miles, may, in wandering over the sand dunes just across the bay from the village of Manahawkin, stumble over some charred timbers or vestiges of crumbling chimneys, showing that once, years back, a human habitation has stood there. If the find rouses the jaded curiosity of the visitor sufficiently to impel him to question the weather-beaten old bayman who sails him on his fishing trips, he will learn that these relics mark the site of one of the first summer hotels erected on the New Jersey coast. That's where the old mansion stood. He will be informed by Captain Nate or Captain Sam, or whatever particular captain it may chance to be, and if by good fortune it chances to be Captain Jim, he will hear a story that will pleasantly pass away the long wait for a sheep's head bite. It was my good luck to have secured Captain Jim for a preceptor in the angler's art during my vacation last summer, and his stories and reminiscences of Long Beach were not the least enjoyable features of the 2 weeks' sojourn. Captain Jim was not garrulous. Few of the baymen are. They are a sturdy, self-reliant, and self-controlled people, full of strong common sense, but still with that firm belief in the supernatural which seems inherent in dwellers by the sea. The old mansion, said Captain Jim, or the Mansion of Health, for that was its full name, was built away back in 1822, so I've heard my father say. There had been a tavern close by, years before, that was kept by a man named Cranmer, and people used to come from Philadelphia by stage 60 miles through the pines to Hawkin and then cross here by boat. Some would stop at Cranmer's and others went on down the beach to Homer's, which was clear down an end by the inlet. Finally, some of the wealthy people concluded that they wanted better accommodations than Cranmer gave, So they formed the Great Swamp Long Beach Company and built the Mansion of Health. I've heard that when it was built, it was the biggest hotel on the coast and was considered a wonder. It was 120 feet long, 3 stories high, and had a porch running all the way around it with a balcony on top. It was certainly a big thing for those days. I've heard Father tell many a time of the stage loads of gay people that used to come rattling into Hawken, each stage drawn by 4 horses, and sometimes 4 or 5 of them a day in the summer. A good many people, too, used to come in their own carriages and leave them over on the mainland until they were ready to go home. There were gay times at the old mansion then, and it made times good for the people along shore, too. How long did the old mansion flourish, Captain? I asked. Well, for 25 or 30 years, people came there summer after summer. Then they built a railroad to Cape May, and that, with the ghosts, settled the Mansion of Health. What do you mean by the ghosts? I demanded. Well, you see, said Captain Jim, cutting off a mouthful of navy plug, the story got around that the old house was haunted. Some people said there were queer things seen there and strange noises were heard that nobody could account for. And pretty soon the place got a bad name and visitors were so few that it didn't pay to keep it open anymore. But how did it get the name of being haunted, Captain Jim? I persisted. Why, it was this way, continued the mariner. Maybe you've heard of the time early in the 50s when the Powhatan was wrecked on the beach here, and every soul on board was lost. She was an emigrant ship, and there were over 400 people aboard, passengers and crew. She came ashore here during the equinoctial storm in September. There wasn't any life-saving stations in them days, and everyone was drowned. You can see the long graves now over in the Hawken churchyard, where the bodies were buried after they came ashore. They put them in 3 long trenches that were dug from one end of the burying ground to the other. The only people on the beach that night was the man who took care of the old mansion. He lived there with his family, and his son-in-law lived with him. He was the wreck master for this part of the coast, too. It wasn't till the second day that the people from Hawken could get over to the beach, and by that time the bodies had all come ashore, and the wreck master had them all piled up on the sand. I was a youngster then, and came over with my father, and I tell you, it was the awfulest sight I ever saw. Them long rows of drowned people, all lying there with their white, still faces turned up to the sky. Some were women with their dead babies clasped tight in their arms, and some were husbands and wives, whose bodies came ashore locked together in a death embrace. I'll never forget that sight as long as I live. Well, when the coroner came and took charge, he began to inquire whether any money or valuables had been found. But the wreckmaster declared that not a solitary coin had been washed ashore. People thought this was rather singular, as the emigrants were, most of them, well-to-do Germans, and were known to have brought a good deal of money with them, but it was concluded that it had gone down with the ship. Well, the poor emigrants were given pauper burial, and the people had begun to forget their suspicions until 3 or 4 months later there came another storm, and the sea broke clear over the beach just below the old mansion and washed away the sand. Next morning early, 2 men from Hawken sailed across the bay and landed on the beach. They walked across on the hard bottom where the sea had washed across, and, when about halfway from the bay, one of the men saw something curious close up against the stump of an old cedar tree. He called the other man's attention to it, and they went over to the stump. What they found was a pile of leather money belts that would have filled a wheelbarrow. Every one was cut open and empty. They had been buried in the sand close by the old stump, and the sea had washed away the covering. The men didn't go any further. They carried the belts to their boats and sailed back to Hawken as fast as the wind would take them. Of course, it made a big sensation, and everybody was satisfied that the wreckmaster had robbed the bodies, if he hadn't done anything worse, but there was no way to prove it, and so nothing was done. The wreckmaster didn't stay around here long after that, though. The people made it too hot for him, and he and his family went away south, where it was said he bought a big plantation and a lot of slaves. Years afterward, the story came to Hawkins somehow that he was killed in a barroom brawl, and that his son-in-law was drowned by his boat upsetting while he was out fishing. I don't furnish any affidavits with that part of the story, though. However, after that, nobody lived in the old mansion for long at a time. People would go there, stay a week or two, and leave, and at last it was given up entirely to beach parties in the daytime and ghosts at night. But Captain, you don't really believe the ghost part, do you? I asked. Captain Jim looked down the bay, expectorated gravely over the side of the boat, and answered slowly, "Well, I don't know as I would have believed in 'em if I hadn't seen the ghost." "What?" I exclaimed. "You saw it? Tell me about it. I've always wanted to see a ghost, or next best thing, a man who has seen one." "It was one August about 1861, said the captain. "I was a young feller then, and with a half-dozen more was over on the beach cutting salt hay. We didn't go home at nights, but did our own cooking in the old mansion kitchen, and at nights slept on piles of hay upstairs. We were a reckless lot of scamps, and reckoned that no ghost could scare us. There was a big full moon that night, and it was as light as day. The musketeers was pretty bad too, and it was easier to stay awake than go to sleep. Along toward midnight, me and two other fellers went out on the old balcony and began to race around the house. We hollered and yelled and chased each other for half an hour or so, and then we concluded we had better go to sleep, so we started for the window of the room where the rest were. This window was near one end on the ocean side, and as I came around the corner, I stopped as if I had been shot, and my hair raised straight up on top of my head. Right there in front of that window stood a woman looking out over the sea, and in her arms she held a little child. I saw her as plain as I see you now. It seemed to me like an hour she stood there, but I don't suppose it was a second. Then she was gone. When I could move, I looked around for the other boys, and they were standing there paralyzed. They had seen the woman too. We didn't say much, and we didn't sleep much that night, and the next night we bunked out on the beach. The rest of the crowd made all manner of fun of us, but we had had all the ghost we wanted, and I never set foot inside the old house after that. "When did it burn down, Captain?" I asked, as Jim relapsed into silence. "Somewhere about 25 years ago. A beach party had been roasting clams in the old oven, and in some way the fire got to the woodwork. It was as dry as tinder, and I hope the ghosts were all burnt up with it." End of The Old Mansion. The Parlor-Car Ghost by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. The Parlor-Car Ghost by W. Bob Holland. All draped with blue denim. The seaside cottage of my friend Sarah Pine. She asked me to go there with her when she opened it to have it set in order for the summer. She confessed that she felt a trifle nervous at the idea of entering it alone, and I am always ready for an excursion. So much blue denim rather surprised me, because blue is not complimentary to Sarah's complexion. She always wears some shade of red by preference. She perceived my wonder. She is very nearsighted, and therefore sees everything by some sort of sixth sense. "You do not like my portieres and curtains and table covers," said she. "Neither do I, but I did it to accommodate, and now he rests well in his grave, I hope." "Whose grave, for pity's sake?" "Mr. J. Billington Price's." "And who is he? He doesn't sound interesting." "Then I will tell you about him," said Sarah, taking a seat directly in front of one of those curtains. "Last autumn I was leaving this place for New York, traveling on the fast express train known as the Flying Yankee. Of course, I thought of the Flying Dutchman and Wagner's musical setting of the uncanny legend, and how different things are in these days of steam, etc. Then I looked out of the window at the landscape, the horizon that seemed to wheel in a great curve as the train sped on. Every now and then I had an impression at the tail of the eye that a man was sitting in a chair 3 or 4 numbers in front of me on the opposite side of the car. Each time that I saw this shape, I looked at the chair and ascertained that it was unoccupied. But it was an odd trick of vision. I raised my lorgnette, and the chair showed emptier than before. There was nobody in it, certainly, but the more I knew that it was vacant, the more plainly I saw the man, always with the corner of my eye. It made me nervous. When passengers entered the car, I dreaded lest they might take that seat. What would happen if they should? A bag was put in the chair. That made me uncomfortable. The bag was removed at the next station. Then a baby was placed in the seat. It began to laugh as though someone had gently tickled it. There was something odd about that chair. 13 was its number. When I looked away from it, the impression was strong upon me that some person sitting there was watching me. Really, it would not do to humor such fancies. So I touched the electric button, asked the porter to bring me a table, and taking from my bag a pack of cards, proceeded to divert myself with a game of patience. I was puzzling where to put a 7 of spades. "Where can it go?" I murmured to myself. A voice behind me prompted, "Play the 4 of diamonds on the 5 and you can do it." I started. The only occupants of the car, besides me, were a bridal couple, a mother with 3 little children, and a typical preacher of one of the straightest sects. Who had spoken? "Play up the 4, madam," repeated this voice. I looked fearfully over my shoulder. At first I saw a bluish cloud like cigar smoke, but inodorous. Then the vision cleared and I saw a young man whom I knew by a subtle intuition to be the occupant, seen and not seen, of chair number 13. Evidently, he was a traveling salesman and a ghost. Of course, a drummer's ghost sounds ridiculous. They're so extremely alive. Or else you would expect a dead drummer to be particularly dead and not walk. This was a most commonplace-looking ghost, cordial, pushing, businesslike. At the same time, his face had an expression of utter despair and horror, which made him still more preposterous. Of course, it is not nice to let a stranger speak to one, even on so impersonal a topic as a 4 of diamonds. But a ghost, there can't be any rule of etiquette about talking with a ghost. My dear, it was dreadful. That forward creature showed me how to play all the cards and then begged me to lay them out again, in order that he might give me some clever points. I was too much amazed and disturbed to speak. I could only place the cards at his suggestion. This I did so as not to appear to be listening to the empty air and be supposed to be a crazy woman. Presently the ghost spoke again and told me his story. "Madam," he said, "I have been riding back and forth on this car ever since February 22, 1890, 7 months and 11 days. All this time I have not exchanged a word with anyone. For a drummer, that is pretty hard, you may believe. You know the story of the Flying Dutchman? Well, that is very nearly my case. A curse is upon me, and will not be removed until some kind soul... But I'm getting ahead of my text. That day there were 4 of us, traveling for different houses. One of the boys was in wool, one in baking powder, one in boots and shoes, and myself in cotton goods. We met on the road, took seats together, and fell into talking shop. Those fellows told big lies about their sales. Washington's birthday though it was, the baking powder man raised the amount of the bills of goods, which he had sold better than a whole can of his stuff could have done. I admitted the straight truth that I had not yet been able to make a sale, and then I swore, not in a light-minded chipper style of verbal trimmings, but a great, round, heaven-defying oath, that I would sell a case of blue denims on that trip if it took me forever. He became dry with talk, and when the train stopped at Rivermouth, we went out to have some beer. It is good there, you know. Pardon me, I forgot that I was speaking to a lady. Well, we had to run to get aboard. I missed my footing, fell under the wheels, and the next thing that I knew, they were holding an inquest over my remains, while I, disemboweled, was sitting on a corner of the undertaker's table, wondering which of the coroner's jury was likely to want a case of blue denims. Then I remembered my wicked oath, and understood that I was a soul doomed to wander until I could succeed in selling that bill of goods. I spoke once or twice, offering the denims under value, but nobody noticed me. Verdict: accidental death. Negligence of deceased. Railroad corporation not to blame. Deceased got out for beer at his own risk. The other drummers took charge of the remains and wrote a beautiful letter to my relatives about my social qualities and my impressive conversation. I wish it had been less impressive that time. I might have lied about my sales, or I might have said that I hoped for better luck. But after that oath, there was nothing for it. Back and forth on this road in chair number 13 to all eternity. Nobody suspects my presence. They sit on my knees. I'm playing in luck when it is a nice baby as it was this afternoon. They pile wraps, bags, even railway literature on me. They play cards under my nose, and what duffers some of them are. You, madam, are the first person who has perceived me, and therefore I ventured to speak to you, meaning no offense. I can see that you are sorry for me. Now, if you recall the story of the Flying Dutchman, he was saved by the charity of a good woman. In fact, Santa married him. Now, I'm not asking anything of that size. I see that you wear a wedding ring, and no doubt you make some man's happiness. I wasn't a marrying man myself, and, naturally, am not a marrying ghost. And that has nothing to do with the matter anyway. But if you could, I don't suppose you would have any use for them, but if you were disposed to do a turn of good, solid, Christian charity, I should be everlastingly grateful, and you may have that case of denims at $72.50. And that quality is quoted today at $80. Does it go, madam? The speech of the poor ghost was not very eloquent, but his eyes had an intense, eager glare which was terrible. Something, pity, fear, I do not know what, compelled me. I decided to do without that white and gold evening cloak. Instead, I gave $72.50 to the ghost and took from him a receipt for the sum, signed J. Billington Price. Then he smiled contentedly, thanking me with emotion, and returned to chair number 13. Several times on the journey, although I did not perceive him again, I felt dazed. When the train arrived at New York, and I, with the other passengers, dismounted, it seemed to me that a strong hand passed under my elbow, steadying me down the steps. As I walked the length of the station, my bag, not heavy at any time, appeared to become weightless, I believe that the parlor-car ghost walked beside me, carrying the bag, whose handle still remained in my other hand. Indeed, once or twice I thought I felt the touch of cold fingers against mine. Since then, I have no reason to suppose that the poor ghost is not at rest. I hope he is, but I never expected nor wished for the blue denims. The next day, however, a dray belonging to a great wholesale house backed up to our door and delivered a case of denims, with a receipted bill for the same. What was I to do? I could not go about selling blue denims. I could not give them away without exciting comment. So I furnished the cottage with them, and you know the effect on my complexion. Pity me, dear, and credit me, frivolous woman as I am, with having saved a soul at the expense of my own vanity. My story is told. What do you think about it? End of The Parlor-Car Ghost.
The Phantom Regiment of Killiecrankie by Elliot O'Donnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. The Phantom Regiment of Killiecrankie by Elliot O'Donnell. Many are the stories that have, from time to time, been circulated with regard to the haunting of the pass of Killiecrankie by phantom soldiers. But I do not think there is any stranger story than that related to me some years ago by a lady who declared she had actually witnessed the phenomena. Her account of it I shall reproduce as far as possible in her own words. Let me commence by stating that I am not a spiritualist and that I have the greatest possible aversion to convoking the earthbound souls of the dead. Neither do I lay any claim to mediumistic powers. Indeed, I have always regarded the term medium with the gravest suspicion. I am, on the contrary, a plain, practical, matter-of-fact woman, and, with the exception of this one occasion, never witnessed any psychic phenomena. The incident I am about to relate took place the autumn before last. I was on a cycle tour in Scotland, and, making Pitlochry my temporary headquarters, rode over one evening to view the historic pass of Killiecrankie. It was late when I arrived there, and the western sky was one great splash of crimson and gold, such vivid colouring I had never seen before, and never have seen since. Indeed, I was so entranced at the sublimity of the spectacle that I perched myself on a rock at the foot of one of the great cliffs that form the walls of the pass, and throwing my head back, imagined myself in fairyland. Lost thus in a delicious luxury, I paid no heed to the time, nor did I think of stirring until the dark shadows of the night fell across my face. I then started up in a panic, and was about to pedal off in hot haste, when a strange notion suddenly seized me. I had a latchkey, plenty of sandwiches, a warm cape. Why should I not camp out there till early morning? I had long yearned to spend a night in the open. Now was my opportunity. The idea was no sooner conceived than put into operation. Selecting the most comfortable-looking boulder I could see, I scrambled on to the top of it, and with my cloak drawn tightly over my back and shoulders, commenced my vigil. The cold mountain air, sweet with the perfume of gorse and heather, intoxicated me, and I gradually sank into a heavenly torpor, from which I was abruptly aroused by a dull boom that I at once associated with distant musketry. All was then still as the grave, and on glancing at the watch I wore strapped on my wrist, I saw it was 2 o'clock. A species of nervous dread now laid hold of me, and 1,001 vague fancies, all the more distressing because of their vagueness, oppressed and disconcerted me. Moreover, I was impressed for the first time with the extraordinary solitude that seemed to belong to a period far other than the present. And, as I glanced around at the solitary pines and gleaming boulders, I more than half expected to see the wild, ferocious face of some robber chief, some fierce, yet fascinating hero of Sir Walter Scott's, peering at me from behind them. This feeling at length became so acute that, in a panic of fear, ridiculous, puerile fear, I forcibly withdrew my gaze and concentrated abstractedly on the ground at my feet. I then listened, and in the rustling of a leaf, the humming of some night insect, the whizzing of a bat, the whispering of the wind as it moaned softly past me, I fancied, nay, I felt sure I detected something that was not ordinary. I blew my nose and had barely ceased marvelling at the loudness of its reverberations before the piercing, ghoulish shriek of an owl sent the blood in torrents to my heart. I then laughed, and my blood froze as I heard a chorus of what I tried to persuade myself could only be echoes, proceed from every crag and rock in the valley. For some seconds after this I sat still, hardly daring to breathe, and pretending to be extremely angry with myself for being such a fool. With a stupendous effort I turned my attention to the most material of things. One of the skirt buttons on my hip, they were much in vogue then, being loose, I endeavoured to occupy myself in tightening it, and when I could no longer derive any employment from that, I set to work on my shoes and tied knots in the laces, merely to enjoy the task of untying them. But this, too, ceasing at last to attract me, I was desperately racking my mind for some other device, when there came again the queer, booming noise I had heard before, but which I could now no longer doubt was the report of firearms. I looked in the direction of the sound, and my heart almost stopped. Racing towards me, as if it not merely for his life, but his soul, came the figure of a Highlander. The wind rustling through his long, dishevelled hair blew it completely over his forehead, narrowly missing his eyes, which were fixed ahead of him in a ghastly, agonized stare. He had not a vestige of colour, and, in the powerful glow of the moonbeams, his skin shone livid. He ran with huge bounds, and what added to my terror and made me double aware he was nothing mortal was that each time his feet struck the hard, smooth road, upon which I could well see there was no sign of a stone, there came the sound, the unmistakable sound of the scattering of gravel. On he came with cyclonic swiftness, his bare, sweating elbows pressed into his panting sides, his great, dirty, coarse, hairy fists screwed up in bony bunches in front of him, the foam flakes thick on his clenched, grinning lips, the blood drops oozing down his sweating thighs. It was all real, infernally, hideously real, even to the most minute details. The flying up and down of his kilt, sporran, and swordless scabbard, the bursting of the seam of his coat near the shoulder, and the absence of one of his clumsy shoe buckles. I tried hard to shut my eyes, but was compelled to keep them open, and follow his every movement as, darting past me, he left the roadway, and leaping several of the smaller obstacles that barred his way, finally disappeared behind some of the bigger boulders. I then heard the loud rat-tat of drums, accompanied by the shrill voices of fifes and flutes, and at the farther end of the pass, their arms glittering brightly in the silvery moonbeams, appeared a regiment of scarlet-clad soldiers. At the head rode a mounted officer, after him came the band, and then, four abreast, a long line of warriors. In their centre, 2 ensigns, and on their flanks, officers and non-commissioned officers with swords and pikes. More mounted men bringing up the rear. On they came, the fifes and flutes ringing out with a weird clearness in the hushed mountain air. I could hear the ground vibrate, the gravel crunch and scatter as they steadily and mechanically advanced. Tall men, enormously tall men, with set, white faces and livid eyes. Every instant I expected they would see me, and I became sick with terror at the thought of meeting all those pale, flashing eyes. But from this I was happily saved. No one appeared to notice me, and they all passed me by without as much as a twist or turn of the head, their feet keeping time to one everlasting and monotonous tramp, tramp, tramp. I got up and watched until the last of them had turned the bend of the pass, and the sheen of its weapons and trappings could no longer be seen. Then I remounted my boulder and wondered if anything further would happen. It was now 2:30, and blended with the moonbeams was a peculiar whiteness, which rendered the whole aspect of my surroundings indescribably dreary and ghostly. Feeling cold and hungry, I set to work on my beef sandwiches, and was religiously separating the fat from the lean, for I am one of those foolish people who detest fat, when a loud rustling made me look up. Confronting me on the opposite side of the road was a tree, an ash, and to my surprise, despite the fact that the breeze had fallen and there was scarcely a breath of wind, the tree swayed violently to and fro, whilst there proceeded from it the most dreadful moanings and groanings. I was so terrified that I caught hold of my bicycle and tried to mount, but I was obliged to desist as I had not a particle of strength in my limbs. Then, to assure myself the moving of the tree was not an illusion, I rubbed my eyes, pinched myself, called aloud, but it made no difference. The rustling, bending, and tossing still continued. Summing up courage, I stepped into the road to get a closer view, when to my horror my feet kicked against something, and, on looking down, I perceived the body of an English soldier, with a ghastly wound in his chest. I gazed around, and there, on all sides of me, from one end of the valley to the other, lay dozens of bodies. Bodies of men and horses, Highlanders and English, white-cheeked, lurid eyes, and bloody browed. A hodgepodge of livid, gory awfulness. Here was the writhing, wriggling figure of an officer with half his face shot away, and there a horse with no head, and there, but I cannot dwell on such horrors, the very memory of which makes me feel sick and faint. The air, that beautiful fresh mountain air, resounded with their moanings and groanings, and reeked with the smell of their blood. As I stood rooted to the ground with horror, not knowing which way to look or turn, I suddenly saw drop from the ash the form of a woman, a Highland girl, with bold, handsome features, raven black hair, and the whitest of arms and feet. In one hand she carried a wicker basket, in the other a knife, a broad-bladed, sharp-edged, horn-handled knife. A gleam of avarice and cruelty came into her large dark eyes as, wandering around her, they rested on the rich facings of the English officers' uniforms. I knew what was in her mind, and, forgetting she was but a ghost, that they were all ghosts, I moved heaven and earth to stop her. I could not. Making straight for a wounded officer that lay moaning piteously on the ground some 10 feet away from me, she spurned with her slender, graceful feet the bodies of the dead and dying English that came in her way. Then, snatching the officer's sword and pistol from him, she knelt down, and with a look of devilish glee in her glorious eyes, calmly plunged her knife into his heart, working the blade backwards and forwards to assure herself she had made a thorough job of it. Anything more hellish I could not have imagined, and yet it fascinated me. The girl was so fair, so wickedly fair and shapely. Her act of cruelty over, she spoiled her victim of his rings, epaulets, buttons, and gold lacing, and having placed them in her basket, proceeded elsewhere. In some cases, unable to remove the rings easily, she chopped off the fingers and popped them, just as they were, into her basket. Neither was her mode of dispatch always the same, for while she put some men out of their misery in the manner I have described, she cut the throats of the others with as great a nonchalance as if she had been killing fowls. Whilst others again she settled with the butt ends of their guns or pistols. In all she murdered a full half-score, and was decamping with her booty when her gloating eyes suddenly encountered mine, and with a shrill scream of rage she rushed towards me. I was an easy victim, for strain and pray how I would, I could not move an inch. Raising her flashing blade high over her head, an expression of fiendish glee in her staring eyes, she made ready to strike me. This was the climax, My overstrained nerves could stand no more, and ere the blow had time to descend, I pitched heavily forward and fell at her feet. When I recovered, every phantom had vanished, and the pass glowed with all the cheerful freshness of the early morning sun. Not a whit the worse for my venture, I cycled swiftly home and ate as only one can eat who has spent the night amid the banks and braes of bonny Scotland. End of The Phantom Regiment of Killiecrankie by Elliot O'Donnell. Read by Grant Love.
The Shunned House by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by JustinPaul. The Shunned House by H.P. Lovecraft. A posthumous story of immense power, written by a master of weird fiction. A tale of a revolting horror in the cellar of an old house in New England. For even the greatest of horrors, irony is seldom absent. Sometimes it enters directly into the composition of the events, while sometimes it relates only to their fortuitous position among persons and places. The latter sort is splendidly exemplified by a case in the ancient city of Providence, where the late 40s Edgar Allan Poe used to sojourn often during his unsuccessful wooing of the gifted poetess, Mrs. Whitman. Poe generally stopped at the mansion house in Benefit Street, the renamed Golden Ball Inn, whose roof has sheltered Washington, Jefferson, and Lafayette, and his favorite walk led northward along the same street to Mrs. Whitman's home and the neighboring hillside churchyard of St. John's, whose hidden expanse of 18th century gravestones had for him a peculiar fascination. Now the irony is this. In this walk, so many times repeated, the world's greatest master of the terrible and the bizarre was obliged to pass a peculiar house on the eastern side of the street. A dingy, antiquated structure purchased on the abruptly rising side hill, with a great unkept yard dating from a time when the region was partly open country. It does not appear that he ever wrote or spoke of it, nor is there any evidence that he even noticed it. And yet that house, to the two persons in possession of certain information, equals or outranks in horror the wildest fantasy of the genius who so often passed it unknowingly, and stands starkly leering as a symbol of all that is utterly hideous. The house was, and for that matter still is, of a kind to attract the attention of the curious. Originally a farm or semi-farm building, it followed the average New England colonial lines of the middle 18th century. The prosperous peaked roof sort, with 2 stories and dormerless attic, and with the Georgian doorway and interior paneling dictated by the progress of taste at the time. It faced south, with one gable end buried to the lower windows in the eastward rising hill, and the other exposed to the foundations toward the street. Its construction, over a century and a half ago, had followed the grading and straightening of the road in that especial vicinity, for Benefit Street, at first called Beck Street, was laid out as a lane winding amongst the graveyards of the first settlers, and straightened only when the removal of the bodies to the northern burial ground made it decently possible to cut through the old family plots. At the start, the western wall had lain some 20 feet up a precipitous lawn from the roadway, but a widening of the street at about the time of the Revolution sheared off most of the intervening space, exposing the foundations so that a brick basement wall had to be made, giving the deep cellar a street frontage with door and window above ground, close to the new line of public travel. When the sidewalk was laid out a century ago, the last of the intervening space was removed, and Poe in his walks must have seen only a sheer accent of dull gray brick flush with the sidewalk and surmounted at a height of 10 feet by the antique shingled bulk of the house proper. The farm-like ground extended back very deeply up the hill, almost to Wheaton Street. The space south of the house, abutting on Benefit Street, was of course greatly above the existing sidewalk level, forming a terrace bounded by a high bank wall of damp, mossy stone, pierced by a steep flight of narrow stairs which led inward between canyon-like surfaces to the upper region of mangy lawn, roomy brick walls, and neglected gardens whose dismantled cement urns, rusted kettles fallen from tripods of knotty sticks, and similar paraphernalia set off the weather-beaten front door with its broken fanlight, rotting ionic pilasters, and wormy triangular pediment. What I learned in my youth about the Shunned House was merely that people died there in alarmingly great numbers. That, I was told, was why the original owners had moved out some 20 years after building the place. It was plainly unhealthy, perhaps because of the dampness and fungus growths in the cellar, the general sickish smell, the drafts of the hallways, or the quality of the well and pump water. These things were bad enough, and these were all that gained belief among the persons whom I knew. Only my notebooks of my antiquarian uncle, Dr. Elihu Whipple, revealed to me at length the darker, vaguer surmises which formed an undercurrent of folklore among old-time servants and humble folk. Surmises which never traveled far, and which were largely forgotten when Providence grew to be a metropolis with a shifting modern population. The general fact is that the house was never regarded by the solid part of the community as in any real sense haunted. There were no widespread tales of rattling chains, cold currents of air, extinguished lights, or faces at the window. Extremists sometimes said the house was unlucky, but that is as far as even they went. What was really beyond dispute is that a frightful proportion of persons died there, or more accurately, had died there, since after some peculiar happenings over 60 years ago, the building had become deserted through the sheer impossibility of renting it. These persons were not all cut off suddenly by any one cause, rather did it seem that their vitality was insidiously sapped, so that each one died the sooner from whatever tendency to weakness he may have naturally had. And those who did not die displayed in varying degree a type of anemia or consumption, and sometimes a decline of the mental faculties, which spoke ill for the salubriousness of the building. Neighboring houses, it must be added, seemed entirely free from the noxious quality. This much I knew before my insistent questioning led my uncle to show me the notes, which finally embarked us both on our hideous investigation. In my childhood, the Shunned House was vacant, with barren, gnarled, and terrible old trees, long, queerly pale grass, and nightmarishly mishapen weeds in the high terrace yard where birds never lingered. We boys used to overrun the place, and I can still recall my youthful terror not only at the morbid strangeness of this sinister vegetation, but at the eldritch atmosphere and odor of the dilapidated house, whose unlocked front door was often entered in quest of shutters. The small-paned windows were largely broken, and a nameless air of desolation hung round the precarious paneling, shaky interior shutters, peeling wallpaper, falling plaster, rickety staircases, and such fragments of battered furniture as still remained. The dust and cobwebs added their touch of the fearful, and brave indeed was the boy who would voluntarily ascend the ladder to the attic, a vast raftered length lighted only by small blinking windows in the gable ends, and filled with a massed wreckage of chests, chairs, and spinning wheels which infinite years of deposit had shrouded and fastened into monstrous and hellish shapes. But after all, the attic was not the most terrible part of the house. It was the dank, humid cellar, which somehow exerted the strongest repulsion on us, even though it was wholly above ground on the street side, with only a thin door and window-pierced brick wall to separate it from the busy sidewalk. We scarcely knew whether to haunt it in spectral fascination or to shun it for the sake of our souls and our sanity. For one thing, the bad odor of the house was strongest there, and for another thing, we did not like the white fungus growths which occasionally sprang up in rainy summer weather from the hard earth floor. Those fungi, grotesquely like the vegetation in the yard outside, were truly horrible in their outlines. Detestable parodies of toadstools and Indian pipes, whose like we had never seen in any other situation. They rotted quickly, and at one stage became slightly phosphorescent, so that nocturnal passers-by sometimes spoke of witch fires glowing behind the broken panes of the fetter-spreading windows. We never, even in our wildest Halloween moods, visited the cellar by night, but in some of our daytime visits could detect the phosphorescence, especially when the day was dark and wet. There was also a subtler thing we often thought we detected, a very strange thing which was, however, merely suggestive at most. I refer to a sort of cloudy whitish pattern on the dirt floor, a vague, shifting deposit of mold and knitter which we sometimes thought we could trace amidst the sparse fungus growths near the huge fireplace of the basement kitchen. Once in a while it struck us that this patch bore an uncanny resemblance to a doubled-up human figure, though generally no such kinship existed, and often there was no whitish deposit whatever. On a certain rainy afternoon, when this illusion seemed phenomenally strong, and when, in addition, I had fancied I'd glimpsed a kind of thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation rising from the nitrous pattern toward the yawning fireplace, I spoke to my uncle about the matter. He smiled at the odd conceit, but it seemed that his smile was tinged with reminiscence. Later, I heard that a similar notion entered into some of the wild ancient tales of the common folk, a notion likewise alluding to ghoulish, wolfish shapes taken by smoke from the great chimney, and queer contours assumed by certain of the sinuous tree roots that thrust their way into the cellar through the loose foundation stones. Not till my adult years did my uncle set before me the notes and data which he had collected concerning the Shunned House. Dr. Whipple was a sane, conservative physician of the old school, and for all his interest in the place, was not eager to encourage young thoughts toward the abnormal. His own view, postulating simply a building and location of markedly unsanitary qualities, had nothing to do with abnormality. But he realized that the very picturesqueness which aroused his own interest would in a boy's fanciful mind take on all manner of gruesome, imaginative associations. The doctor was a bachelor, a white-haired, clean-shaven, old-fashioned gentleman, and a local historian of note, who had often broken a lance with such controversial guardians of tradition as Sidney S. Ryder and Thomas W. Bicknell. He lived with one manservant in a Georgian homestead with knocker and iron-railed steps, balanced eerily on the steep accent of North Court Street beside the ancient brick court and colony house where his grandfather, a cousin of the celebrated privatesman Captain Whipple, who burnt His Majesty's armed schooner Gaspee in 1772, had voted in the legislature on May 4th, 1776, for the independence of the Rhode Island colony. Around him, in the damp, low-ceiling library with the musty white paneling, heavy carved overmantel, and small-paned, vine-shaded windows, were the relics and records of his ancient family, among which were many dubious allusions to the Shunned House in Benefit Street. That pest spot lies not far distant, for Benefit runs ledgewise just above the courthouse along the precipitous hill which the first settlement climbed. When, in the end, my insistent pestering and maturing years evoked from my uncle the hoarded lore I sought, there lay before me a strange enough chronicle. Long-winded, statistical, and drearily genealogical as some of the matter was, there ran through it a continuous thread of brooding, tenacious horror and preternatural malevolence which impressed me even more than it had impressed the good doctor. Separate events fitted together uncannily, and seemingly irrelevant details held mines of hideous possibilities. A new and burning curiosity grew in me, compared to which my boyish curiosity was feeble and inchoate. The first revelation led to an exhaustive research, and finally to that shuddering quest which proved so disastrous to myself and mine. For at the last, my uncle insisted on joining the search I had commenced, and after a certain night in that house, he did not come away with me. I am lonely without that gentle soul whose long years were filled only with honor, virtue, good taste, benevolence, and learning. I have reared a marble urn to his memory in St. John's churchyard, the place that Poe loved, the hidden grove of giant willows on the hill, where tombs and headstones huddled quietly between the hoary bulk of the church and the houses and bank walls on Benefit Street. The history of the house, opening amidst a maze of dates, revealed no trace of the sinister either about its construction or about the prosperous and honorable family who built it. Yet from the first a taint of calamity, soon increased to a boding significance, was apparent. My uncle's carefully compiled record began with the building of the structure in 1763, and followed the theme with an unusual amount of detail. The Shunned House, it seems, was first inhabited by William Harris and his wife Ruby Dexter, with their children Ilonka, born in 1755, Abigail, born in 1757, William Jr., born in 1759, and Ruth, born in 1761. Harris was a substantial merchant and seaman in the West India trade, connected with the firm of Obadiah Brown and his nephews. After Brown's death in 1761, the new firm of Nicholas Brown and Company made him master of the brig Prudence, Providence-built of 120 tons, thus enabling him to erect the new homestead he had desired ever since his marriage. The site he had chosen? A recently straightened part of the new and fashionable back street, which ran along the side of the hill above crowded Cheapside, was all that could be wished, and the building did justice to the location. It was the best that moderate means could afford, and Harris hastened to move in before the birth of a fifth child which the family expected. That child, a boy, came in December, but was stillborn. Nor was any child to be born alive in that house for a century and a half. The next April, sickness occurred among the children, and Abigail and Ruth died before the month was over. Dr. Job Ives diagnosed the trouble as some infantile fever, though others declared it was more of a mere wasting away or decline. It seemed in any event to be contagious, for Hannah Bowen, one of the two servants, died of it the following June. Eli Lydiason, the other servant, constantly complained of weakness, and would have returned to his father's farm in Rehoboth but for a sudden attachment for Mehetabel Pierce, who was hired to succeed Hannah. He died the next year, a sad year indeed, since it marked the death of William Harris himself, enfeebled as he was by the climate of Martinique, where his occupation had kept him for considerable periods during the preceding decade. The widowed Ruby Harris never recovered from the shock of her husband's death, and the passing of her firstborn, Elkanah, 2 years later, was the final blow to her reason. In 1768, she fell victim to a mild form of insanity, and was thereafter confined to the upper part of the house, her elder maiden sister, Mercy Dexter, having moved in to take charge of the family. Mercy was a plain, raw-boned woman of great strength, but her health visibly declined from the time of her advent. She was greatly devoted to her unfortunate sister, and had an especial affection for her only surviving nephew, William, who from a sturdy infant had become a sickly, spindled lad. In this year, the servant Mehetabel died, and the other servant, Preserved Smith, left without coherent explanation, or at least with only some wild tales and a complaint that he disliked the smell of the place. For a time, Mercy could secure no more help, since the 7 deaths in case of madness, all occurring with 5 years' space, had begun to set in motion a body of fireside rumor which later became so bizarre. Ultimately, however, she obtained new servants from out of town. Anne White, a morose woman from the part of North Kingston now set off as the township of Exeter, and a capable Boston man named Zenas Lowe. It was Anne White who first gave definite shape of the sinister idle talk. Mercy should have known better than to hire anyone from the Noose Neck Hill country, for that remote bit of backwoods was then, and now, a seat of the most uncomfortable superstitions. As lately as 1892, an Exeter community exhumed a dead body and ceremoniously burnt its heart in order to prevent certain alleged visitations injurious to the public health and peace, and one may imagine the point of view of the same section in 1768. Anne's tongue was perniciously active, and within a few months, Mercy discharged her, filling her place with a faithful and amiable Amazon from Newport, Maria Robbins. Meanwhile, poor Ruby Harris, in her madness, gave voice to dreams and imaginings of the most hideous sort. At times, her screams became insupportable, and for long periods she would utter shrieking horrors which necessitated her son's temporary residence with his cousin, Peleg Harris, in Presbyterian Lane, near the new college building. The boy would seem to improve after these visits, and had Mercy been as wise as she was as well-meaning, she would have let him live there permanently with Peleg. Just what Mrs. Harris cried out for in her fits of violence. Tradition hesitates to say, or rather presents such extravagant accounts that they nullify themselves through sheer absurdity. Certainly it sounds absurd to hear that a woman educated only in the rudiments of French often shouted for hours in a coarse and idiomatic form of that language, or that the same person, alone and guarded, complained wildly of a staring thing which bit and chewed at her. In 1772, the servant Zenas died, and when Mrs. Harris heard of it, she laughed with a shocking delight utterly foreign to her. The next year, she herself died, and was laid to rest in the North Burial Ground beside her husband. Upon the outbreak of trouble with Great Britain in 1775, William Harris, despite his scant 16 years and feeble constitution, managed to enlist in the Army of Observation under General Greene, and from that time on enjoyed a steady rise in health and prestige. In 1780, as a captain in the Rhode Island forces in New Jersey under Colonel Angell, he met and married Phoebe Hetfield of Elizabethtown, whom he brought to Providence upon his honorable discharge in the following year. The young soldier's return was not a thing of unmitigated happiness. The house, it is true, was still in good condition, and the street had been widened and changed in the name from Back Street to Benefit Street. But Mercy Dexter's once robust frame had undergone a sad and curious decay, so that she was now a stooped and pathetic figure with hollow voice and disconcerting pallor, qualities shared to a singular degree by the one remaining servant, Maria. In the autumn of 1782, Phoebe Harris gave birth to a stillborn daughter, and on the 15th of the next May, Mercy Dexter took leave of a useful, austere, and virtuous life. William Harris, at last thoroughly convinced of the radically unhealthy nature of his abode, now took steps toward quitting it and closing it forever. Securing temporary quarters for himself and his wife at the newly opened Golden Ball Inn, he arranged for the building of a new and finer house in Westminster Street, in the growing part of the town across the Great Bridge. There, in 1785, his son Duty was born, and there the family dwelt till the encroachments of commerce drove them back across the river and over the hill to Angell Street, in the newer East Side residence district where the late Archer Harris built his sumptuous but hideous French-roofed mansion in 1876. William and Phoebe both succumbed to the yellow fever epidemic of 1797, but Duty was brought up by his cousin Rathbone Harris, Peleg's son. Rathbone was a practical man and rented the Benefit Street house despite William's wish to keep it vacant. He considered it an obligation to his ward to make the most of all the boy's property, nor did he concern himself with the deaths and illnesses which caused so many changes of tenants, or the steadily growing aversion with which the house was generally regarded. It is likely that he felt only vexation when, in 1804, the town council ordered him to fumigate the place with sulfur, tar, and gum camphor on account of the much-discussed deaths of 4 persons, presumably caused by the then diminishing fever epidemic. They said the place had a febrile smell. Dutee himself thought little of the house, for he grew up to be a privateersman and served with distinction on the Vigilant under Captain Cahoon in the War of 1812. He returned unharmed, married in 1814, and became a father on the memorable night of September 23, 1815, when a great gale drove the waters of the bay over half the town and floated a tall sloop up Westminster Street so that its masts almost taped the Harris windows in symbolic affirmation that the new boy, Welcome, was a seaman's son. Welcome did not survive his father, but lived to perish gloriously at Fredericksburg in 1862. Neither he nor his son Archer knew of the Shunned House as other than a nuisance almost impossible to rent, perhaps a count on the mustiness and sickly odor of unkept old age. Indeed, it never was rented after a series of deaths culminating in 1861, which the excitement of the war tended to throw into obscurity. Carrington Harris, last of the male line, knew it only as a deserted and somewhat picturesque center of legend until I told him my experience. He had meant to tear it down and build an apartment house on the site, but after my account decided to let it stand, install plumbing, and rent it. Nor has he yet had any difficulty in obtaining tenants. The horror has gone. It may well be imagined how powerfully I was affected by the annals of the Harrises. In this continuous record, there seemed to me a brood of persistent evil beyond anything in nature as I had known it. An evil clearly connected with the house and not with the family. This impression was confirmed by my uncle's less systematic array of miscellaneous data. Legends transcribed from servant gossip, cuttings from the papers, copies of death certificates by fellow physicians and the like. All of this material I cannot hope to give, for my uncle was a tireless antiquarian and very deeply interested in the Shunned House. But I may refer to several dominant points which earn notice by their reoccurrence through many reports from diverse sources. For example, the servant gossip was practically unanimous in attributing to the fungus and malodorous cellar of the house a vast supremacy and evil influence. There had been servants, and White especially, who would not use the cellar kitchen, and at least 3 well-defined legends bore upon the queer quasi-human or diabolic outlines assumed by tree roots and patches of mold in that region. These latter narratives interested me profoundly, on account of what I had seen in my boyhood, but I felt that most of the significance had in each case been largely obscured by additions from the common stock of local ghost lore. Anne White, with her Exeter superstition, had promulgated the most extravagant and at the same time most consistent tale, alleging that there must lie buried beneath the house one of those vampires, the dead who retain their bodily form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions and their preying shapes are spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire, one must, the grandmothers say, exhume it and burn its heart, or at least drive a stake through that organ. And Anne's dogged insistence on a search under the cellar had been prominent in bringing about her discharge. Her tales, however, commanded a wide audience, and were the more readily accepted because the house indeed stood on land once used for burial purposes. To me, their interest depended less on this circumstance than on the peculiarly appropriate way in which they dovetailed with certain other things. The complaint of the departing servant, Preserved Smith, who had preceded Anne and never heard of her, that something sucked his breath at night. The death certificates of the fever victims of 1804, issued by Dr. Chad Hopkins and showing the 4 deceased persons all unaccountably lacking in blood. And the obscure passages of poor Ruby Harris's ravings, where she complained of the sharp teeth of a glassy-eyed, half-visible presence. Free from unwarranted superstition though I am, these things produced in me an odd sensation, which was intensified by a pair of widely separated newspaper cuttings relating to the deaths in the Shunned House. One, from the Providence Gazette and Country Journal of April 12, 1815, and the other from the Daily Transcript and Chronicle of October 27, 1845, each of which detailed an appallingly grisly circumstance whose duplication was remarkable. It seemed that in both instances the dying person, in 1815, a gentle old lady named Stafford, and in 1845, a schoolteacher of middle age named Eliger Durfee, became transfigured in a horrible way, glaring glassily and attempting to bite the throat of the attending physician. Even more puzzling, though, was the final case which put an end to the renting of the house. A series of anemia deaths preceded by progressive madness wherein the patient would craftily attempt the lives of his relatives by incision of the neck or wrist. This was in 1860 and 1861, when my uncle had just begun his medical practice. And before leaving for the front, he heard much of it from his elder professional colleagues. The really inexplicable thing was the way in which the victims, ignorant people, for the ill-smelling and widely shunned house could now be rented to no others, would babble maledictions in French, a language they could not possibly have studied to any extent. It made one think of poor Ruby Harris nearly a century before, and so moved my uncle that he commenced collecting historical data on the house after listening, sometime subsequent to his return from the war, to the first-hand account of Dr. Chase in Whitemarsh. Indeed, I could see that my uncle had thought deeply on the subject, and that he was glad of my own interest, an open-minded and sympathetic interest which enabled him to discuss with me matters at which others would merely have laughed. His fancy had not gone so far as mine, but he felt that the place was rare in its imaginative potentialities, and worthy of note as an inspiration in the field of the grotesque and macabre. For my part, I was disposed to take the whole subject with profound seriousness, and began at once not only to review the evidence, but to accumulate as much more as I could. I talked with the elderly Archer Harris, then owner of the house, many times before his death in 1916, and obtained from him and his still surviving maiden sister Alice an authentic corroboration of all the family data my uncle had collected. When, however, I asked them what connection with France or its language the house could have, they confessed themselves as frankly baffled and ignorant as I. Archer knew nothing, and all that Miss Harris could say was that an old illusion her grandfather, Duty Harris, had heard of might shed a little light. The old seaman, who had survived his son Welcome's death in battle by 2 years, had not himself known of the legend, but recalled that his earliest nurse, the ancient Maria Robbins, seemed darkly aware of something that might have lent a weird significance to the French raving of Ruby Harris, which she had so often heard during the last days of that hapless woman. Maria had been at the Shunned House from 1769 till the removal of the family in 1783, and had seen Mercy Dexter die. Once, she hinted to the child Duty of a somewhat peculiar circumstance in Mercy's last moments, but he had soon forgotten all about it, save it was something peculiar. The granddaughter, moreover, recalled even this much with difficulty. She and her brother were not so much interested in the house as was Archer's son Carrington, the present owner, with whom I talked after my experience. Having exhausted the Harris family of all information it could furnish, I turned my attention to early town records and deeds with a zeal more penetrating than that which my uncle had occasionally shown in the same work. What I wished was a comprehensive history on the site from its very settlement in 1636, or even before, if any Narragansett Indian legend could be unearthed to supply the data. I found, at the start, that the land had been part of the long strip of home lot granted originally to John Throckmorton, one of many similar strips beginning at the town street beside the river and extending up over the hill to a line roughly corresponding with the modern Hope Street. The Throckmorton lot had later, of course, been much subdivided, and I became very assiduous in tracing that section through which Back and Benefit Street was later run. It had, as rumor indeed said, been the Throckmorton graveyard. But as I examined the records more carefully, I found that the graves had all been transferred at an early date to the North Burial Ground on the Pawtucket West Road. Then suddenly I came, by a rare piece of chance, since it was not in the main body of the records and might easily have been missed, upon something which aroused my keenest eagerness, fitting in as it did with several of the queerest phases of the affair. It was the record of a lease, in 1697, of a small tract of ground to an Etienne Roulet and his wife. At last, the French element had appeared, that and another deep element of horror which the name conjured up from the darkest recesses of my weird and heterogeneous reading, and I feverishly studied the platting of the locality as it had been before the cutting through and partial straightening of Beck Street between 1747 and 1758. I found what I had half expected, that where the Shunned House now stood, the Roulets had laid out their graveyard behind a one-story and attic cottage, and that no record of any transfer of graves existed. The document indeed ended in much confusion, and I was forced to ransack both the Rhode Island Historical Society and Shepley Library before I could find a local door which the name of Etienne Roulet would unlock. In the end, I did find something of such vague but monstrous import that I set about it at once to examine the cellar of the Shunned House itself with a new and excited minuteness. The Roulets, it seemed, had come in 1696 from East Greenwich, down the west shore of Narragansett Bay. They were Huguenots from Cod, and had encountered much opposition before the Providence selectmen allowed them to settle in the town. Unpopularity had dodged them in East Greenwich. Whether they had come in 1686, after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and rumors said that the cause of dislike extended beyond mere racial and national prejudice, or the land disputes which involved other French settlers with the English in rivalries, which not even Governor Andros could quell. But their ardent Protestantism, too ardent, some whispered, and their evident distress when virtually driven from the village down the bay, had moved the sympathy of the town fathers. Here, the strangers had been granted a haven, and the swarthy Etienne Roulet, less apt at agriculture than at reading queer books and drawing queer diagrams, was given a clerical post in the warehouse at Pardon Tillinghast's wharf, far south in Town Street. There had, however, been a riot of some sort later on, perhaps 40 years later, after old Roulet's death, and no one seemed to hear the family after that. For a century and more, it appeared, the Roulets had been well remembered and frequently discussed as vivid incidents in the quiet life of a New England seaport. Etienne's son, Paul, a surly fellow whose erratic conduct had probably provoked the riot which wiped out the family, was particularly a source of speculation. And though Providence never shared the witchcraft panics of her Puritan neighbors, it was freely intimated by old wives that his prayers were neither uttered at the proper time nor directed toward the proper object. All this had undoubtedly formed the basis of the legend known by old Maria Robbins. What relation it had to the French ravings of Ruby Harris and other inhabitants of the Shunned House, imagination or future discovery alone could determine. I wondered how many of those who had known the legends realized that additional link with the terrible which my wider reading had given me, that ominous item in the annals of morbid horror which tells of the creature Jacques Roulet of Claude, who in 1598 was condemned to death as a demoniac, but afterwards saved from the stake by the Paris Parliament and shut in a madhouse. He had been found covered with blood and shreds of flesh in a wood shortly after the killing and rending of a boy by a pair of wolves. One wolf was seen to lope away unhurt. Surely a pretty hearthside tale, with a queer significance as to name and place, but I decided that the Providence gossip could not have generally known of it. Had they known, the coincidence of names would have brought some drastic and frightened action indeed. Might not its limited whispering have precipitated the final riot which erased the Roulets from the town? I now visited the accursed place with increased frequency, studying the unwholesome vegetation of the garden, examining all the walls of the building, and poring over every inch of the earthen cellar floor. Finally, with Carrington Harris's permission, I fitted a key to the disused door opening from the cellar directly upon Benefit Street, preferring to have a more immediate access to the outside world than the dark stairs, ground floor hall, and front door could give. There, where morbidity lurked most thickly, I searched and poked during long afternoons when the sunlight filtered in through the cobwebbed above-grave windows, and a sense of security glowed from the unlocked door which placed me only a few feet from the placid sidewalk outside. Nothing new rewarded my efforts, only the same depressing mustiness and faint suggestions of noxious odors and nitrous outlines on the floor, and I fancied that many pedestrians must have watched me curiously through the broken panes. At length, upon a suggestion of my uncle's, I decided to try the spot nocturnally, and one stormy midnight ran the beams of an electric torch over the moldy floor with its uncanny shapes and distorted half-phosphorescent fungi. The place had dispirited me curiously that evening, and I was almost prepared when I saw, or thought I saw, amidst the whitish deposits of particularly sharp definition of the huddled form I had suspected from boyhood. Its clearness was astonishing and unprecedented, and as I watched, I seemed to see again the thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation which had startled me on that rainy afternoon so many years before. Above the anthropomorphic patch of mold by the fireplace it rose, a subtle, sickish, almost luminous vapor, which as it hung trembly in the dampness seemed to develop vague and shocking suggestions of form, gradually trailing off into nebulous decay and passing up into the blackness of the great chimney with a fetor in its wake. It was truly horrible, and the more so to me because of what I knew of the spot. Refusing to flee, I watched it fade, and as I watched, I felt that it was in turn watching me greedily with eyes more imaginable than visible. When I told my uncle about it, he was greatly aroused, and after a tense hour of reflection, arrived at a definite and drastic decision. Weighing in his mind the importance of the matter and the significance of our relation to it, he insisted that we both test, and if possibly destroy, the horror of the house by a joint night or nights of aggressive vigil in that musty and fungus-cursed cellar. On Wednesday, June 25th, 1919, after a proper notification of Carrington Harris, which did not include surmises as to what we expected to find, my uncle and I conveyed to the Shunned House 2 camp chairs and a folding camp cot, together with some scientific mechanism of greater weight and intricacy. These we placed in the cellar during the day, screening the windows with paper and planning to return in the evening for our first vigil. We had locked the door from the cellar to the ground floor, and having a key to the outside cellar door, were prepared to leave our expensive and delicate apparatus, which we had obtained secretly at a great cost, as many days as our vigils might be protracted. It was our design to sit up together till very late, and then watch singly till dawn in 2-hour stretches, myself first and then my companion, the inactive member resting on the cot. The natural leadership with which my uncle procured the instruments from the laboratories of Brown University and the Cranston Street Armory and instinctively assumed direction of our venture was a marvelous commentary on the potential vitality and resilience of a man of 81. Elihu Whipple had lived according to the hygienic laws he had preached as a physician, and but for what happened later would be here in full vigor today. Only 2 persons suspected what did happen, Carrington Harris and myself. I had to tell Harris because he owned the house and deserved to know what had gone out of it. Then, too, we had spoke to him in advance of our quest, and I felt after my uncle's going that he would understand and assist me in some vitally necessary public explanations. He turned very pale, but agreed to help me, and decided that it would now be safe to rent the house. To declare that we were not nervous on that rainy night of watching would be an exaggeration both gross and ridiculous. We were not, and I have said, in any sense childishly superstitious, but scientific study and reflection had taught us that the known universe of 3 dimensions embraces the merest fraction of the whole cosmos of substance and energy. In this case, an overwhelming preponderance of evidence from numerous authentic sources pointed to the tenacious existence of certain forces of great power and, so far as the human point of view is concerned, exceptional malignancy. To say that we actually believed in vampires or werewolves would be a carelessly inclusive statement. Rather, must it be said that we were not prepared to deny the possibility of certain unfamiliar and unclassified modifications of vital force and attenuated matter, existing very infrequently in 3-dimensional space because of its more intimate connection with other spatial units, yet close enough to the boundary of our own to furnish us occasional manifestations which we, for lack of a proper vantage point, may never hope to understand. In short, it seemed to my uncle and me that an incontrivable array of facts pointed to some lingering influence in the Shunned House, traceable to one or another of the ill-favored French settlers of 2 centuries before, and still operative through rare and unknown laws of atomic and electronic motion. That the family of Roulet had possessed an abnormal affinity for outer circles of entity, dark spheres for which normal folk hold only repulsion and terror, their recorded history seemed to prove. Had not then the riots of those bygone 1730s set moving certain kinetic patterns in the morbid brain of one or more of them, notably the sinister Paul Roulet, which obscurely survived the bodies murdered and buried by the mob, and continue to function in some multiple-dimensioned space along the original lines of force, determined by a frantic hatred of the encroaching community. Such a thing was surely not a physical or biochemical impossibility in the light of a newer science, which includes the theories of relativity and intra-atomic action. One might easily imagine an alien nucleus, or substance, or energy, formless or otherwise, kept alive by imperceptible or immaterial subtractions from the life force or bodily tissue and fluids of other and more palpably living things, into which it penetrates and with whose fabric it sometimes completely merges itself. It might be actively hostile, or it might be dictated merely by blind motives of self-preservation. In any case, such a monster must of necessity be in our scheme of things an anomaly and an intruder, whose exportation forms a primary duty with every man, not an enemy, to the world's life, health, and sanity. What baffled us was our utter ignorance of the aspect in which we might encounter the thing. No sane person had ever seen it, and few had ever felt it definitely. It might be pure energy, a form of ethereal and outside the realm of substance, or it might be partly material, some unknown and equivocal mass of plasticity, capable of changing at will to nebulous approximations of the solid, liquid, gaseous, or tenacious, unparticled states. The anthropomorphic patch of mold on the floor, the form of the yellowish vapor, and the curvature of the tree roots in some of the old tales all argued at least a remote and reminiscent connection with the human shape. But how representative or permanent that similarity might be, none could say with any kind of certainty. We had devised 2 weapons to fight it. A large and specially fitted Crookes tube operated by powerful storage batteries and provided with peculiar screens and reflectors, in case it proved intangible and opposable only by vigorously destructive ether radiations, and a pair of military flamethrowers of the sort used in the World War, in case it proved partly material and susceptible of mechanical destruction. For like the superstitious Exeter rustics, we were prepared to burn the thing's heart out if heart existed to burn. All this aggressive mechanism we set in the cellar in positions carefully arranged with reference to the cots and chairs, and to the spot before the fireplace where the mold had taken strange shapes. That suggestive patch, by the way, was only faintly visible when we placed our furniture and instruments, and when we returned that evening for the actual vigil. For a moment, I half doubted that I had ever seen it in the more definitely limbed form, but then I thought of the legends. Our cellar vigil began at 10 p.m. daylight savings time, and as it continued, we found no promise of pertinent developments. A weak, filtered glow from the rain-harassed street lamps outside and a feeble phosphorescence from the detestable fungi within showed the dripping stone of the walls, from which all traces of whitewash had vanished. The dank, fetid, and mildew-tainted hard earth floor with its obscene fungi, the rotted remains of what had been stools, chairs, and tables, and other more shapeless furniture, the heavy planks and massive beams on the ground floor overhead, the decrepit plank door leading to bins and chambers beneath our parts of the house, the crumbling stone staircase with ruined wooden handrail, and the crude and cavernous fireplace of blackened brick where rusted iron fragments revealed the past presence of hooks, andirons, spit, crane, and a door to the Dutch oven. These things, and our austere cot and camp chairs, and the heavy and intricate destructive machinery we had brought. We had, as in my own former explorations, left the door to the street unlocked, so that a direct and practical path of escape might lie open in case of manifestations beyond our power to deal with. It was our idea that our continued nocturnal presence would call forth whatever malign entity lurked there, and that being prepared, we could dispose of the thing with one or the other of our provided means as soon as we had recognized and observed it sufficiently. How long it might require to evoke and extinguish the thing, we had no notion. It occurred to us, too, that our venture was far from safe, for in what strength the thing might appear no one could tell. But we deemed the gain worth the hazard, and embarked on it alone and unhesitatingly, conscious that the seeking of outside aid would only expose us to ridicule and perhaps defeat our entire purpose. Such was our frame of mind as we talked, far into the night, till my uncle's growing drowsiness made me remind him to lie down for his 2-hour sleep. Something like fear chilled me as I sat there in the small hours alone. I say alone, for one who sits by a sleeper is indeed alone, perhaps more alone than he can realize. My uncle breathed heavily, his deep inhalations and exhalations accompanied by the rain outside, and punctuated by another nerve-wracking sound of distant dripping water within. For the house was repulsively damp, even in dry weather, and in this storm positively swamp-like. I studied the loose, antique masonry of the walls, in the fungus light and the feeble rays which stole in from the street through the screened window, and once, when the noisome atmosphere of the place seemed about to sicken me, I opened the door and looked up and down the street, feasting my eyes on familiar sights and my nostrils on wholesome air. Still, nothing occurred to reward my watching, and I yawned repeatedly, fatigue getting the better of apprehension. Then the stirring of my uncle in his sleep attracted my notice. He had turned restlessly on the cot several times during the latter half of the first hour, but now he was breathing with unusual irregularity, occasionally heaving a sigh which held more than a few of the qualities of a choking moan. I turned my electric flashlight on him and found his face averted. So, rising and crossing to the other side of the cot, I again flashed the light to see if he seemed in any pain. What I saw unnerved me most surprisingly, considering its relative triviality. It must have been merely the association of any odd circumstance with the sinister nature of our location and mission, for surely the circumstance was not in itself frightful or unnatural. It was merely that my uncle's facial expression, disturbed no doubt by the strange dreams which our situation prompted, betrayed considerable agitation, and seemed not at all characteristic of him. His habitual expression was one of kindly and well-bred calm, whereas now a variety of emotions seemed struggling within him. I think, on the whole, that it was this variety which chiefly disturbed me. My uncle, as he gasped and tossed in increasing perturbation, and with eyes that had now started open, seemed not one but many men, and suggested a curious quality of alienage from himself. All at once he commenced to mutter, and I did not like the look of his mouth and teeth as he spoke. The words were, at first, indistinguishable, and then with a tremendous start I recognized something about them which filled me with icy fear till I recalled the breadth of my uncle's education and the interminable translations he had made from anthropological and antiquarian articles in the Revue du Douce Monde. For the venerable Elihu Whipple was muttering in French, and the few phrases I could distinguish seemed connected with the darkest myths he had ever adapted from the famous Paris magazine. Suddenly, a perspiration broke out on the sleeper's forehead, and he leapt abruptly up, half awake. The jumble of French changed to a cry in English, and the hoarse voice shouted excitedly, "My breath! My breath!" Then the awakening became complete, and then with a subsidence of facial expressions to the normal state, my uncle seized my hand and began to relate a dream whose nucleus of significance I could only surmise with a kind of awe. He had, he said, floated off from a very ordinary series of dream pictures into a scene whose strangeness was related to nothing he had ever read. It was of this world, and yet not of it. A shadowy geometrical confusion in which could be seen elements of familiar things in most unfamiliar and perturbing combinations. There was a suggestion of queerly disordered pictures superimposed upon one another, an arrangement in which the essentials of time as well as of space seemed dissolved and mixed in the most illogical fashion. In this kaleidoscopic vortex of phantasmal images were occasional snapshots, if one might use the term, of singular clearness but unaccountable heterogeneity. Once my uncle thought he lay in a carelessly dug open pit, with a crowd of angry faces framed by straggling locks and three-cornered hats frowning down on him. Again, he seemed to be in the interior of the house, an old house, apparently, but the details and inhabitants were constantly changing, and he could never be certain of the faces or the furniture, or even the room itself, since doors and windows seemed in just as great a state of flux as the presumably more mobile objects. It was queer, damnably queer, and my uncle spoke almost sheepishly, as if half expecting not to be believed, when he declared that one of the strange faces many had unmistakably borne the features of the Harris family. And all the while there was a personal sensation of choking, as if some pervasive presence had spread itself through his body and sought to possess itself of his vital processes. I shuddered at the thought of those vital processes, worn as they were by 81 years of continuous functioning, in conflict with unknown forces of which the youngest and strongest system might well be afraid. But in another moment, reflected that dreams are only dreams, and that these uncomfortable versions could be, at most, no more than my uncle's reaction to the investigations and expectations which had lately filled our minds to the exclusion of all else. Conversation also soon tended to dispel my sense of strangeness, and in time, I yielded to my yawns and took my turn at slumber. My uncle seemed now very wakeful, and welcomed his period of watching, even though the nightmare had aroused him far ahead of his allotted 2 hours. Sleep seized me quickly, and I was at once haunted with dreams of the most disturbing kind. I felt, in my visions, a cosmic and abysmal loneliness, with hostility surging from all sides upon some prison where I lay confined. I seemed bound and gagged and taunted by the echoing yells of distant multitudes who thirsted for my blood. My uncle's face came to me, with less pleasant association than in waking hours, and I recall many futile struggles and attempts to scream. It was not a pleasant sleep, and for a second, I was not sorry for the echoing shriek which clove through the barriers of dream and flung me to a sharp and startled awakeness in which every actual object before my eyes stood out with more than natural clearness and reality. I had been lying with my face away from my uncle's chair, so that in this sudden flash of awakening, I saw only the door to the street, the window, and the wall and floor and ceiling toward the north of the room, all photographed with morbid vividness on my brain in a light brighter than the glow of the fungi or the rays from the street outside. It was not a strong or even a fairly strong light, certainly not as strong enough to read an average book by, but it cast a shadow on myself and the cot on the floor, and had a yellowish penetrating force that hinted at things more potent than luminosity. This I perceived with unhealthy sharpness, despite the fact that 2 of my other senses were violently assailed. For on my ears rang the reverberations of the shocking scream, while my nostrils revolted at the stench which filled the place. My mind, as alert as my senses, recognized the gravely unusual, and almost automatically I leapt up and turned about to grasp the destructive instruments which we had left trained on the moldy spot before the fireplace. As I turned, I dreaded what I was to see. For the scream had been in my uncle's voice, and I knew not against what menace I should have to defend him and myself. Yet after all, the sight was worse than I had dreaded. There are horrors beyond horrors, and this was one of those nuclei of all dreamable hideousness which the cosmos saves to blast an accursed and unhappy few. Out of the fungus-ridden earth steamed up a vaporous corpse light, yellow and diseased, which bubbled and lapped to a gigantic height in vague outlines half human and half monstrous, through which I could see the chimney and fireplace beyond. It was all eyes, wolfish and mocking, and the rugose insect-like head dissolved at the top to a thin stream of mist, which curled putridly about and finally vanished up the chimney. I say that I saw this thing, but it is only in conscious retrospection that I ever definitely traced its damnable approach to form. At the time, it was to me only a seething, dimly phosphorescent cloud of fungus loathsomeness, enveloping and dissolving to an aberrant plasticity, the one object on which all my attention was focused. That object was my uncle, the venerable Elihu Whipple, who with blackening and decaying features leered and gibbered at me, and reached out dripping claws to rend me in the fury which this horror had brought. It was a sense of routine which kept me from going mad. I had drilled myself in preparation for the crucial moment, and blind training saved me. recognizing the bubbling evil as no substance reachable by matter or material chemistry, and therefore ignoring the flamethrower which loomed on my left, I threw on the current of the Crookes tube apparatus and focused toward that scene of immoral blasphemousness, the stronger ether radiations which man's art can arouse from the spheres and fluids of nature. There was a bluish haze and a frenzied sputtering, and the yellowish phosphorescence grew dimmer to my eyes. But I saw the dimness was only that of contrast, and that the waves from the machine had no effect whatsoever. Then, in the midst of that demonic spectacle, I saw a fresh horror which brought cries to my lips and sent me fumbling and staggering toward the unlocked door to the quiet street, careless of what abnormal terrors I loosed upon the world, or what thoughts or judgments of men I brought down upon my head. In that dim blend of blue and yellow, the form of my uncle had commenced a nauseous liquefaction, whose essence eludes all description, and in which there played across his vanishing face such changes of identity as only madness can conceive. He was at once a devil and a multitude of carnal house and pageant. Lit by the mixed and uncertain beams, the gelatinous face assumed a dozen, a score, 100 aspects, grinning as it sank to the ground of a body that melted like tallow, in the caricatured likeness of legions strange and yet not strange. I saw the features of the harassed line, masculine and feminine, adult and infantile, and other features old and young, coarse and refined, familiar and unfamiliar. For a second there flashed a degraded counterfeit of a miniature of a poor mad Ruby Harris that I had seen in the School of Design Museum, and another time I thought I had caught the raw-boned image of Mercy Dexter as I recalled her from a painting in Carrington Harris's house. It was frightful beyond conception. Toward the last, when a curious blend of servant and baby visages flickered close to the fungus floor where a pool of greenish grease was spreading, it seemed as though the shifting features fought against themselves and strove to form contours like those of my uncle's kindly face. I liked to think that he existed at that moment, and that he tried to bid me farewell. It seems to me I hiccuped a farewell from my own parched throat as I lurched out into the street. A thin stream of grease followed me through the door to the rain-drenched sidewalk. The rest is shadowy and monstrous. There was no one in the soaking street, and in all the world there was no one I dared tell. I walked aimlessly south past College Hill and the Athenaeum down Hopkins Street, and over the bridge to the business section, where tall buildings seemed to guard me as modern material things guard the world from ancient and unwholesome wonder. Then, gray dawn unfolded wetly from the east, silhouetting the archaic hill and its venerable steeples, and beckoning me to the place where my terrible work was still unfinished. And in the end I went, wet, hatless, and dazed in the morning light, and entered that awful door in Benefit Street which I had left ajar, and which still swung cryptically in full sight of the early householders to whom I dared not speak. The grease was gone, for the moldy floor was porous, and in front of the fireplace was no vestige of the giant doubled-up form traced in niter. I looked at the cot, the chairs, the instruments, my neglected hat, and the yellowed straw hat of my uncle. Dazedness was uppermost, and I could scarcely recall what was dream and what was reality. Then thought trickled back, and I knew that I had witnessed things more horrible than I had dreamed. Sitting down, I tried to conjecture as nearly as sanity would let me just what had happened, and how I might end the horror, if indeed it had been real. Matter, it seemed not to be, nor ether, nor anything else conceivable by mortal mind. What then, but some exotic emanation, some vampirish vapor such as Exeter rustics tell of as lurking over certain graveyards? This I felt was the clue, and again I looked at the floor before the fireplace where the mold and niter had taken strange forms. In 10 minutes my mind was made up, and taking my hat I set out for home, where I bathed, ate, and gave by telephone an order for a pickaxe, a spade, a military gas mask, and 6 carboys of sulfuric acid, all to be delivered the next morning at the cellar door of the Shunned House in Benefit Street. After that, I tried to sleep, and failing, passed the hours in reading and in the composition of inane verses to counteract my mood. At 11 a.m. the next day, I commenced digging. It was sunny weather, and I was glad of that. I was still alone. For as much as I feared the unknown horror I sought, there was more fear in the thought of telling anybody. Later, I told Harris only through sheer necessity, and because he had heard odd tales from old people which disposed him ever so little toward belief. As I turned up the stinking black earth in front of the fireplace, my spade causing a viscous yellow ichor to ooze from the white fungi which it severed, I trembled at the dubious thoughts of what I might uncover. Some secrets of inner earth are not good for mankind, and this seemed to be one of them. My hand shook perceptibly, but still I delved, after a while standing in the large hole I had made. With the deepening of the hole, which was about 6 feet square, the evil smell increased, and I lost all doubt of my imminent contact with the hellish thing whose emanations had cursed the house for over a century and a half. I wondered what it would look like, what its form and substance would be, and how big it might have waxed through long ages of life-sucking. At length I climbed out of the hole and dispersed the heaped-up dirt, then arranging the great carboys of acid around and near 2 sides, so that when necessary I might empty them all down the aperture in quick succession. After that, I dumped earth only along the other 2 sides, working more slowly and donning my gas mask as the smell grew. I was nearly unnerved at my proximity to a nameless thing at the bottom of a pit. Suddenly my spade struck something softer than the earth. I shuddered and made a motion as if to climb out of the hole, which was now as deep as my neck. Then courage returned, and I scraped away more dirt in the light of the electric torch I had provided. The surface I uncovered was fishy and glassy, a kind of semi-putrid congealed jelly with suggestions of translucency. I scraped further and saw that it had form. There was a rift where part of the substance was folded over. The exposed area was huge and roughly cylindrical, like a mammoth soft blue-white stovepipe doubled in 2, its largest part some 2 feet in diameter. Still more I scraped, and then abruptly I leaped out of the hole and away from the filthy thing. Frantically unstopping and tilting the heavy carboys and precipitating their corrosive contents one after another down the carnal gulf and upon the unthinkable abnormality whose tightened elbow I had seen. The blinding maelstrom of greenish-yellow vapor which surged tempestuously up from that hole as the floods of acid descended will never leave my memory. All along the hill, people tell of the yellow day, when virulent and horrible fumes arose from the factory waste dumped in the Providence River, but I know how mistaken they are as to the source. They tell, too, of the hideous roar which at the same time came from the disordered water pipe or gas main underground, but again, I could correct them if I dared. It was unspeakably shocking, and I do not see how I lived through it. I did faint after emptying the 4th carboy, which I had to handle after the fumes had begun to penetrate my mask, but when I recovered, I saw that the hole was emitting no fresh vapors. The 2 remaining carboys I emptied down without particular result, and after a time I felt it safe to shovel the earth back into the pit. It was twilight before I was done, but fear had gone out of the place. The dampness was less fetid, and all the strange fungi had withered to a kind of harmless grayish powder which blew ash-like along the floor. One of Earth's nethermost terrors had perished forever, and if there be a hell, it had received at last the demon soul of an unhallowed thing. and as I patted down the last spadeful of mold, I shed the first of many tears with which I have paid unaffected tribute to my beloved uncle's memory. The next spring, no more pale grass and strange weeds came up in the Shunned House's terraced garden, and shortly afterward, Carrington Harris rented the place. It is still spectral, but its strangeness fascinates me, and I shall find mixed with my relief a queer regret when it is torn down to make way for a tawdry shop or vulgar apartment building. The barren old trees in the yard have begun to bear small sweet apples, and last year, the birds nested in their gnarled boughs. End of The Shunned House. Recorded by JustinPaul.
The Story of a Disappearance and an Appearance by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of a Disappearance and an Appearance by M.R. James. The letters which I will now publish were sent to me recently by a person who knows me to be interested in ghost stories. There is no doubt about their authenticity. The paper on which they are written, the ink, and the whole external aspect put their date beyond the reach of question. The only point which they do not make clear is the identity of the writer. He signs with initials only, and as none of the envelopes of the letters are preserved, the surname of his correspondent, obviously a married brother, is as obscure as his own. No further preliminary explanation is needed, I think. Luckily, the first letter supplies all that could be expected. Letter 1. Great Chrysal, December 22nd, 1837. My dear Robert, it is with great regret for the enjoyment I am losing, and for a reason which you will deplore equally with myself, that I write to inform you that I am unable to join your circle for this Christmas. But you will agree with me that this is unavoidable when I say that I have within these few hours received a letter from Miss Hunt at B, to the effect of Uncle Henry has suddenly mysteriously disappeared, and begging me to go down there immediately and join the search that is being made for him. Little as I, or you either, I think, have ever seen of Uncle, I naturally feel that this is not a request that can be regarded lightly, and accordingly I propose to go to B by this afternoon's mail, reaching it in the late evening. I shall not go to the rectory, but put up at the King's Head, and to which you may address the letter. I enclose a small draft, which you will please make use of for the benefit of the young people. I shall write to you daily, supposing me to be detained more than a single day, what goes on, and you may be sure, should the business be cleared up in time to permit of my coming to the manor after all, I shall present myself. I have but a few minutes at disposal, with cordial greetings to you all, and many regrets, believe me, your affectionate bro, W.R. Letter 2, King's Head, December 23rd, 37. My dear Robert, in the first place, there is as yet no news of Uncle H, and I think you may finally dismiss any idea, I won't say hope, that I might, after all, turn up for Xmas. However, my thoughts will be with you, and you have best wishes for a really festive day. Mind that none of my nephews or nieces expend any fraction of their guineas on a present for me. Since I got here, I have been blaming myself for taking this affair of Uncle H too easily. From what people here say, I gather that there is very little hope that he can still be alive, but whether it is accident or design that carried him off, I cannot judge. The facts are these. On Friday the 19th, he went as usual shortly before 5 o'clock to read evening prayers at the church, and when they were over, the clerk brought him a message, in response to which he set off to pay a visit to a sick person in an outlying cottage the better part of 2 miles away. He paid the visit and started on his return journey about 6:30. This is the last that is known of him. The people here are very much grieved at his loss. He had been here many years, as you know, though, as you also know, he was not the most genial of men, and had more than a little of the martinet in his composition. He seems to have been active in good works and unsparing of trouble to himself. Poor Mrs. Hunt, who has been his housekeeper ever since she left Woodley, is quite overcome. It seems like the end of the world to her. I am glad that I did not entertain the idea of taking quarters at the rectory, and I have declined several kindly offers of hospitality from people in this place, preferring, as I do, to be independent, and find myself very comfortable here. You will, of course, wish to know what has been done in the way of inquiry and search. First, nothing was to be expected from investigation at the rectory, and, to be brief, nothing has transpired. I asked Mrs. Hunt, as others had done before, whether there was either any unfavourable symptom in her master, such as might portend a sudden stroke or attack of illness, or whether he had ever had any reason to apprehend such a thing, but both she and his medical man were clear that this was not the case. He was quite in his usual health. In the second place, naturally, ponds and streams have been dragged, and fields in the neighborhood which he has known to have visited last have been searched, without result. I have myself talked to the parish clerk, and, more important, have been to the house where he paid visit. There can be no question of any foul play on these people's parts. One man in the house is ill in bed and very weak. The wife and children, of course, could do nothing themselves, nor is there the shadow of probability that they or any of them should have agreed to decoy poor Uncle H out in the order that he might be attacked on the way back. They had told what they knew to several other inquirers already, but the woman repeated it to me. The rector was looking just as usual. He wasn't very long with the sick man. He ain't, she said, like somewhat has a gift in prayer, but there, if we was all that way, however would the chapel people get their living? He left some money when he went away, and one of the children saw him cross the stile into the next field. He was dressed as he always was, wore his bands. I gather he is nearly the last man remaining who does so, at any rate in this district. You see, I am putting down everything. The fact is that I have nothing else to do, having brought no business papers with me, and, moreover, it serves to clear my own mind, and may suggest points which have been overlooked. So I shall continue to write all that passes, even to conversation if need be. You may read or not as you please, but pray keep the letters. I have another reason for writing so fully, but it is not a very tangible one. You may ask if I have made myself any search in the fields near the cottage. Something, a good deal, has been done by others, as I mentioned, but I hope to go over the ground tomorrow. Bow Street has now been informed, and will send down by tonight's coach, but I do not think they will make much of the job. There is no snow which might have helped us. The fields are all grass. Of course, I was on the qui-vive for any indication today, both going and returning. But there was a thick mist on the way back, and I was not in trim for wandering any unknown pastures, especially on an evening when bushes looked like men, and a cow lowing in the distance might have been the last trump. I assure you, if Uncle Henry had stepped out from among the trees in a little copse, which borders the path at one place, carrying his head under his arm, I should have been very little more uncomfortable than I was. To tell you the truth, I rather was expecting something of the kind. But I must drop my pen for the moment. Mr. Lucas, the curate, is announced. Later. Mr. Lucas has been and gone, and there is not much beyond the decencies of ordinary sentiment to be got from him. I can see that he has given up any idea that the rector can be alive, and that, so far as he can be, is truly sorry. I can also discern that, even in a more emotional person than Mr. Lucas, Uncle Henry was not likely to inspire strong attachment. Besides Mr. Lucas, I have another visitor in the shape of my Boniface, mine host of the King's Head, who came to see whether I had everything I wished, and who really requires the pen of a boss to do him justice. He was very solemn and weighty at first. Well, sir, he said, I suppose we must bow our head beneath the blow, as to my poor wife used to say. So far as I can gather, there's been neither hide nor yet hair of our late respected incumbent scented out as yet. Not that he was what the Scripture terms as a hairy man in any sense of the word. I said, as well as I could, that I suppose not, but could not help in aiding that I heard he was sometimes a little difficult to deal with. Mr. Bowman looked at me sharply for a moment, and then passed in a flash from solemn sympathy to impassioned declamation. When I think, he said, of the language that man see fit to employ me here in this parlour over no more of a matter than a cask of beer, such a thing as I told him might happen any day of the week to a man with a family, though as it turned out he was quite under a mistake, and that I knew at the time, only that I was shocked to hear him, I couldn't lay my tongue to the right expression. He stopped abruptly, and eyed me with some embarrassment. I only said, Dear me, I'm sorry to hear that you've had any little differences. I suppose my uncle will be a good deal missed in the parish? Mr. Bowman drew a long breath. Ah, yes, he said, your uncle. You'll understand me when I say that for the moment it had slipped my remembrance that he was a relative, and natural enough, I must say, as it should for you bearing any resemblance to him, the notion of any such thing is clean ridiculous. All the same, had I bore it in my mind, you'd be among the first to feel, I'm sure, as it should have estained my lips, or rather, I should not have estained my lips with no such reflections. I assured him that I quite understood, and was going to have asked for some further questions, but he called away to see after some business. By the way, you need not take it in your head that he had anything to fear from the inquiry into poor Uncle Henry's disappearance, though no doubt in the watches of the night it will occur to him that I think he has. I may expect explanations tomorrow. I must close this letter. It has to go by the late coach. Letter 3, December 25th, 37. My dear Robert, this is a curious letter to be writing on Christmas Day, and yet, after all, there is nothing much in it. Or there may be. You shall be the judge. At least nothing decisive. The Bow Street men practically say they have no clue. The length of time and the weather conditions have made all tracks so faint as to be useless. Nothing that belonged to the dead man, I'm afraid no other word will do, has been picked up. As I expected, Mr. Bowman was uneasy in his mind this morning. Quite early I heard him holding forth in a distinct voice, purposely so, I thought, to the Bow Street officers in the bar, as to the loss that the town has sustained in their rector, and as to the necessity of leaving no stone unturned, he was very great on this phrase, in order to come at the truth. I suspect him of being an orator of repute at convivial meetings. When I was at breakfast he came to wait on me, and took an opportunity when handing a muffin to say in a low tone, "I hope, sir, that you recognize my feelings towards your relative is not actuated by any taint of what you may call malignity. You can leave the room, Eliza. I will see the gentleman as all he requires with my own hands. I ask your pardon, sir, but you must be well aware a man is not always a master of himself. And when that man has been hurt in his mind by the application of expressions which I will go so far as to say had not ought to have been made use of," his voice was rising this whole time, and his face growing redder. "No, sir, and here, if you will permit of it, I should like to explain to you in very few words the exact state of the bone contention. This cask, I might make more truly call it a firkin, of beer." I felt it was time to interpose, and I said that I did not see that it would help us very much to go into that matter in detail. Mr. Bowman acquiesced, and resumed more calmly. "Well, sir, I bow to your ruling, and, as you say, be it here or be it there, it don't contribute a great deal, perhaps, to the present question. All I wish to you is to understand is that I am prepared, as you are to yourself, to lend every hand to the business we have afore us, and, as I took the opportunity to say much to the officers not 3/4 of an hour ago, to leave no stone unturned, as may throw even a spark of light on this painful matter. In fact, Mr. Bowman did accompany us on our exploration, but though I am sure his genuine wish was to be helpful, I am afraid he did not contribute to the serious side of it. He appeared to be under the impression that we were likely to meet either Uncle Henry or the person responsible for his disappearance walking around the fields, and did a great deal of shading his eyes with his hand and calling our attention by pointing with his stick to the distant cattle and laborers. He had several long conversations with old women whom we met, and was very strict and severe in his manner, but on each occasion returned to our party saying, "Well, I find she didn't seem to have no connection with that sad affair. I think you may take it from me, sir, that there is little or no light to be looked on from that quarter, not without she's keeping something back intentionally." We gained no appreciable results, as I told you at starting. The Bowman Street have left the town, whether for London or not, I am not sure. This evening I had company in the shape of a bagman, a smartish fellow. He knew what was going forward, but though he had not been on the roads for some days about here, he had nothing to tell of suspicious characters, tramps, wandering sailors, or gipsies. He was very full of capital punch and Judy's show, and he had seen the same day at W. And he asked if he had been here yet, and advised me by no means to miss it if he does come. The best punch and the best Toby dog, he said, he had ever come across. Toby dogs, you know, are the last new thing in shows. I have only seen one myself, but before long all the men will have them. Now why, will you want to know, do I trouble write this all of you? I am obliged to do so, because it has something to do with another absurd trifle, as you will inevitably say, in which my present state of rather unquiet fancy, nothing more, perhaps, I have to put down. It is a dream, sir, which I am going to record, and I must say it is one of the oddest I've ever had. Is there anything in it beyond what the bagman's talk and Uncle Henry's disappearance could have suggested? You, I repeat, shall judge. I am not in sufficient cool and judicial frame to do so. It began with what I can only describe as a pulling aside of curtains, and I found myself seated in a place, I don't know whether indoors or out. There were people, only a few, on either side of me, but I did not recognize them, or indeed think much about them. They never spoke, but so far as I remember, we were all grave and pale-faced and looked fixedly before them. Facing me there was a Punch and Judy show, perhaps rather larger than the ordinary ones, painted with black figures on reddish-yellow ground. Behind it and on each side was only darkness, but in front there was a sufficiency of light. I was strung up to a high degree of expectation and listened every moment to hear the panpipes and the ru-tu-tu-it. Instead of that there came suddenly an enormous, I can use no other word, an enormous single toll of a bell, I don't know from how far off, somewhere behind. The little curtain flew up and the drama began. I believe someone once tried to rewrite Punch as a serious tragedy, but whoever he may have been, this performance would have suited him exactly. There was something satanic about the hero. He varied his methods of attack. For some of his victims he lay in wait to see his horrible face. It was yellowish-white, I may remark, peering round the wings that made me think of the vampire in Fuseli's foul sketch. To others he was polite and carneying, particularly to the unfortunate alien who can only say "Shalabalda," though what Punch said I could never catch. But with all of them I came to dread the moment of death. The crack of the stick on their skulls, which in ordinary ways delights me, here had a crushing sound as if the bone was giving way, and the victims quivered and kicked as they lay. The baby, it sounds more ridiculous as I go on, the baby, I am sure, was alive. Punch wrung its neck, and if the choke or squeak which it gave were not real, I know nothing of reality. The stage got perceptibly darker as each crime was consummated, and at last there was one murder which was done quite in the dark, so that I could see nothing of the victim, but it took some time to effect. It was accompanied by hard breathing and horrid muffled sounds. After it, Punch came out and sat on the footboard and fanned himself and looked at his shoes, which were bloody, and hung his head on one side, and sniggered in so deadly a fashion that I saw some of those beside me cover their face, and I would have gladly done the same. But in the meantime the scene behind Punch was clearing, and showed, not the usual house front, but something more ambitious, a grove of trees and the gentle slope of a hill, with a very natural, in fact I should say real, moon shining on it. Over this there rose slowly an object which I soon perceived to be a human figure, with something peculiar about the head. What, I was unable to at first see. It did not stand on its feet, but began creeping or dragging itself across the middle distance towards Punch, who still sat back to it, and by this time I may remark, though it did not occur to me at the moment, that all pretense of this being a puppet show had vanished. Punch was still Punch, it is true, but unlike the others, it was in some sense a live creature, and both themselves moved at their own will. When I next glanced at him, he was sitting in malignant reflection, but in another instant something seemed to attract his attention, and he first sat up sharply, and then turned round, and evidently caught sight of the person that was approaching him, and was in fact now very near. Then, indeed, he showed his unmistakable signs of terror. Catching up his stick, he rushed towards the wood, only just eluding the arm of his pursuer, which was suddenly flung out to intercept him. It was with a revulsion which I cannot easily express that I now saw more or less clearly what this pursuer looked like. He was a sturdy figure, clad in black, and, as I thought, wearing bands. His head was covered with a whitish bag. The chase which now began lasted I do not know how long, now among the trees, now along the slope of the field, sometimes both figures disappearing wholly for a few seconds, and only some uncertain sounds letting one know that they were still afoot. At length there came a moment when Punch, evidently exhausted, staggered in from the left, and threw himself down amongst the trees. His pursuer was not long after him, and came looking uncertainly from side to side. Then, catching sight of the figure on the ground, he too threw himself down. His back was turned to the audience. With a swift motion twitched the covering from his head, and thrust his face into that of Punch. Everything, on the instant, grew dark. There was one loud, long, shuddering scream, and I awoke to find myself looking straight into the face of, what in all the world do you think, but a large owl, which was seated on my window-sill immediately opposite my bed-foot, holding up its wings like two shrouded arms. I caught the fierce glance of its yellow eyes, and then it was gone. I heard the single enormous bell again, very likely, as you are saying to yourself, the church clock, but I do not think so, and then I was brought awake. All this, I may say, happened within the last half-hour. There's no probability of my getting to sleep again, so I got up, put on clothes enough to keep me warm, and am writing this rigmarole in the first hours of Christmas Day. Have I left out anything? Yes, there was no Toby dog, and the names over the front of the Punch and Judy booth were Kidman and Gallop, which were certainly not what the bagman told me to look out for. By this time I feel a little more as if I could sleep, so this shall be sealed and wafered. Letter 4, December 26th, 37. My dear Robert, all is over. The body has been found. I do not make excuses for not having sent off my news by last night's mail, for the simple reason that I was incapable of putting pen to paper. The events that attended the discovery bewilder me so completely that I needed what I could get of a night's rest to enable me to face the situation at all. Now I can give you my journal of the day, certainly the strangest Christmas Day that I ever spent, or am likely to spend. The first incident was not very serious. Mr. Bowman had, I think, been keeping Christmas Eve, and was little inclined to be captious. But at least he was not on foot very early, and to judge from what I could hear, neither men nor maids could do anything to please him. The latter were certainly reduced to tears, nor am I sure that Mr. Bowman succeeded in preserving a manly composure. At any rate, when I came downstairs, it was in a broken voice that he wished me the compliments of the season, and a little later on, when he paid his visit of ceremony at breakfast, he was far from cheerful, even Byronic, I might say, in his outlook on life. I don't know, he said, if you think with me, sir, but every Christmas as comes round the world seems a hollower thing to me. Why, take an example now from what lays under my own eye. There's my servant Eliza, been with me now going on 15 years. I thought I could have placed my confidence in Eliza, and yet this very morning, Christmas morning too, of all the blessed days in the year, with bells a-ringing and all like that, I say this very morning, had it not been Sir Providence watching over us, that girl would have put, indeed I may go as far to say, had put the cheese on your breakfast table. He saw I was about to speak, and waved his hand at me. It is all very well for you to say, yes, Mr. Bowman, you took away the cheese and locked it up in the cupboard, which I did, and have the key here, or if not the actual key, one very much about the same size. That is true enough, sir. But what do you think is the effect of that action on me? Why, it's no exaggeration for me to say that the ground is cut from under my feet. And yet, when I say as much to Eliza, not nasty, mind you, but just firm-like, what was my return? Oh, she says, well, she says, there was no bones broke, I suppose. Well, sir, it hurt me, that's all I can say, it hurt me. I don't like to think of it now. There was an ominous pause here, in which I ventured to say something like, yes, very trying, and then asked at what hour the church service was to be. 11 o'clock, Mr. Bowman said with a heavy sigh. Ah, you won't have no such discourse from poor Mr. Lucas as to what you would have done from our late rector. Him and me may have had our little differences, and did do, more's the pity. I could see that a powerful effort was needed to keep him off the vexed question of the cask of beer, but he made it. But I will say this, that a better preacher, nor yet one to stand faster by his rights, or what he considered to be his rights, however, that is not the question for now, I, for one, never set under. Some might say, was he an eloquent man? And to that my answer would be, well, there you've a better right, perhaps, to speak of your own uncle than what I have. Others might ask, did he keep a hold of his congregation? And there I should reply, that depends. But as I say, yes, Eliza, my girl, I'm coming, 11 o'clock, sir, and you inquire for King's Head Pew. I believe Eliza had been very near the door, and shall consider it in my veil. The next episode was church. I felt Mr. Lucas had a difficult task in doing justice to the Christmas sentiments, and also to the feeling of disquiet and regret which, whatever Mr. Bowman might say, was clearly prevalent. I do not think he rose to the occasion. I was uncomfortable. The organ wolved, you know what I mean, the wind died, twice in the Christmas hymn, and the tenor bell, I suppose owing to some negligence on the part of the ringers, kept sounding faintly about once in a minute during the sermon. The clerk sent a man up to see it, but he seemed unable to do much. I was glad when it was over. There was an odd incident, too, before the service. I went in rather early, and came upon two men carrying a parish bier back to its place under the tower. From what I overheard them saying, it appeared that it had been put out by mistake, by someone who was not there. I also saw the clerk busy folding up a moth-eaten velvet pall, not a sight for Christmas Day. I dined soon after this, and then, feeling disinclined to go out, took my seat by the fire in the parlour with the last number of Pickwick, which I have been saving up for some days. I thought I could be sure of keeping awake over this, but I turned out as bad as our friend Smith. I suppose it was 2:30 when I was rousing by a piercing whistle and a laughing, talking voices outside in the market-place. It was a Punch and Judy. I had no doubt that the one the bagman had seen at W. I was half delighted, half not. The latter because my unpleasant dream came back to me so vividly, but anyhow, I determined to see it through, and I sent Eliza out with a crown piece to the performers and a request that they would face my window if they could manage it. The show was a very smart new one. The names of the puppeteers, I need hardly tell you, were Italian, Foresta and Calpighi. The Toby dog was there, as I had been led to expect. All B turned out and did not obstruct my view, for I was at the large first-floor window and not 10 yards away. The play began on the stroke of 2:45 by the church clock. Certainly it was very good, and I was soon relieved to find that the disgust my dream had given me for Punch's onslaughts on his ill-starred visitors was only transient. I laughed at the demise of the turncock, the foreigner, and the beadle, and even the baby. The only drawback was the Toby dog was developing a tendency to howl in the wrong place. Something has occurred, I suppose, to upset him, and something considerable, for I forgot exactly at what point he gave the most lamentable cry and leapt off the footboard and shot away from the market-place down a side street. There was a stage wait, but only a brief one. I suppose the men decided that it was no good going after him, and that he was likely to turn up again at night. We went on. Punch dealt faithfully with Judy, and in fact with all comers, and then came the moment when the gallows was erected, and the greatest scene with Mr. Ketch was to be enacted. It was now that something happened of which I can certainly not yet see the import fully. You have witnessed an execution, and know what the criminal's head looks like with the cap on. If you are like me, you never wish to think of it again, and I do not willingly remind you of it. It was just such a head as that I, from my somewhat higher post, saw inside of the show-box, but at first the audience did not see it. I expected it to emerge into their view, but instead of that there slowly rose for a few seconds an uncovered face, which the expression of terror upon it, of which I have never imagined the like. It seemed as if the man, whoever he was being forcibly lifted, with his arms somehow pinioned or held back, towards the little gibbet on stage. I could just see the night-capped head behind him. And then there was a cry and a crash. The whole show-box fell over backwards, kicking legs were seen amongst the ruins, and then two figures, as some said, I can only answer for one, were visible running at top speed across the square and disappearing into the lanes which leads to the fields. Of course, everybody gave chase. I followed, but the pace was killing, and very few were in, literally, at the death. It happened in a chalk pit. The man went over the edge quite blindly and broke his neck. They searched everywhere for the other until it occurred to me to ask whether he had ever left the marketplace. At first everyone was sure that he had, but when we came back to look, he was there under the showbox, dead too. But in the chalk pit it was that poor Uncle Henry's body was found, with a sack over the head, throat horribly mangled. It was peaked in the corner of the sack, sticking out of the soil, that attracted attention. I cannot bring myself to write in greater detail. I forgot to say the men's real names were Kidman and Gallop. I felt sure that I have heard them, but no one else here seems to know anything about them. I am coming to you as soon as I can after the funeral. I must tell you when we meet what I think of it all. End of The Story of a Disappearance and an Appearance by M.R. James.
Uncle Cornelius, His Story by George MacDonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Erickson, Toronto. It was a dull evening in November. A drizzling mist had been falling all day about the old farm. Harry Haywood and his two sisters sat in the house place, expecting a visit from their uncle, Cornelius Haywood. This uncle lived alone, occupying the first floor above a chemist's shop in the town, and had just enough of money over to buy books that nobody seemed ever to have heard of but himself, for he was a student in all those regions of speculation in which anything to be called knowledge is impossible. "What a dreary night," said Kate. "I wish Uncle would come and tell us a story." "A cheerful wish," said Harry. "Uncle Corny is a lively companion, isn't he? He can't even blunder through a Joe Miller without tacking a moral to it, and then trying to persuade you that the joke of it depends on the moral." "Here he comes," said Kate, as 3 distinct blows with the knob of his walking stick announced the arrival of Uncle Cornelius. She ran to the door to open it. The air had been very still all day, but as he entered he seemed to have brought the wind with him, for the first moan of it pressed against rather than shook the casement of the low-ceiled room. Uncle Cornelius was very tall and very thin and very pale, with large gray eyes that looked greatly larger because he wore spectacles of the most delicate hair steel, with the largest pebble eyes that ever were seen. He gave them a kindly greeting, but too much in earnest, even in shaking hands, to smile over it. He sat down in the armchair by the chimney corner. I have been particular in my description of him in order that my reader may give due weight to his words. I am such a believer in words that I believe everything depends on who says them. Uncle Cornelius Haywood's story, told word for word by Uncle Timothy Warren, would not have been the same story at all. Not one of the listeners would have believed a syllable of it from the lips of round-bodied, red-faced, small-eyed little Uncle Tim, whereas from Uncle Corny, disbelieve one of his stories if you could. One word more concerning him. His interest in everything conjectured or believed, relative to the awful borderland of this world and the next, was only equaled by his disgust at the vulgar, unimaginative forms which curiosity about such subjects has assumed in the present day. With a yearning after the unseen like that of a child for the lifting of the curtain of a theatre, he declared that, rather than accept such a spirit world as the would-be seers of the 19th century thought or pretended to reveal, the prophets of a pauperized workhouse immortality, invented by a poverty-stricken soul, and a scent so greedy that it would gorge on carrion, he would rejoice to believe that a man had just as much of a soul as the cabbage of Iamblichus, namely, an aerial double of his body. "I'm so glad you're come, Uncle," said Kate. "Why wouldn't you come to dinner? We have been so gloomy." "Well, Katie, you know I don't admire eating. I never could bear to see a cow tearing up the grass with her long tongue." As he spoke, he looked very much like a cow. He had a way of opening his jaws while he kept his lips closely pressed together that made his cheeks fall in, and his face look awfully long and dismal. "I consider eating," he went on, "such an animal exercise that it ought always to be performed in private. You never saw me dine, Kate." "Never, Uncle, but I have seen you drink. Nothing but water, I must confess." "Yes, that is another affair. According to one eyewitness, that is no more than the disembodied can do. I must confess, however, that although well attested, the story is to me scarcely credible. Fancy a glass of Bavarian beer lifted into the air without a visible hand, turned upside down and set empty on the table, and no splash on the floor or anywhere else. A solitary gleam of humor shone through the great eyes of the spectacles as he spoke. "Oh, uncle, how can you believe such nonsense?" said Janet. "I did not say I believed it, did I? But why not? The story has at least a touch of imagination in it." "That is a strange reason for believing a thing, uncle," said Harry. "You might have a worse, Harry. I grant it is not sufficient, but it is better than that commonplace aspect which is the ground of most faith. I believe I did say that the story puzzled me. But how can you give it any quarter at all, uncle? It does me no harm. There it is, between the boards of an old German book. There let it remain." "Well, you will never persuade me to believe such things," said Janet. "Wait till I ask you, Janet," returned her uncle gravely. "I have not the slightest desire to convince you. How do we get into this unprofitable current of talk? We will change it at once. How are consols, Harry?" "Oh, uncle," said Kate, "we were longing for a story, and just as I thought you were coming to one, off you go to consols." "I thought a ghost story at least was coming," said Janet. "You did your best to stop it, Janet," said Harry. Janet began an angry retort, but Cornelius interrupted her. "You never heard me tell a ghost story, Janet." "You have just told one about a drinking ghost, uncle," said Janet, in such a tone that Cornelius replied, "Well, take that for your story, and let us talk of something else." Janet apparently saw that she had been rude, and said as sweetly as she might, "But you didn't make that one, uncle. You got it out of a German book." "Make it? Make a ghost story?" repeated Cornelius. "No, that I never did." "Such things are not to be trifled with, are they?" said Janet. "I at least have no inclination to trifle with them." "But really and truly, uncle," persisted Janet, "you don't believe in such things?" "Why should I either believe or disbelieve in them? They are not essential to salvation, I presume." "You must do the one or the other, I suppose." "I beg your pardon. You suppose wrong. It would take twice the proof I have ever had to make me believe in them, and exactly your prejudice, and allow me to say ignorance, to make me disbelieve in them. Neither is within my reach. I postpone judgment. But you young people, of course, are wiser and know all about the question." "Oh, uncle, I'm so sorry," said Kate. "I'm sure I did not mean to vex you." Not at all, my dear. It wasn't you." "Do you know," Kate went on, anxious to prevent anything unpleasant, for there was something very black perched on Janet's forehead, "I have taken to reading about that kind of thing." "I beg you will give it up at once. You will bewilder your brains till you are ready to believe anything, if only it be absurd enough. Nay, you may come to find the element of vulgarity essential to belief. I should be sorry to the heart to believe concerning a horse or dog what they tell you nowadays about Shakespeare and Burns. What have you been reading, my girl?" "Don't be alarmed, uncle. Only some Highland legends which are too absurd either for my belief or for your theories." "I don't know that, Kate." "Why, what could you do with such shapeless creatures as haunt their fords and pools, for instance? They are as featureless as the faces of the mountains." "And so much the more terrible." "But that does not make it easier to believe in them," said Harry. "I only said," returned his uncle, "that their shapelessness adds to their horror." "But you allowed, almost at least, uncle," said Kate, "that you could find a place in your theories even for those shapeless creatures." Cornelius sat silent for a moment, then, having first doubled the length of his face and restored it to its natural condition, said thoughtfully, "I suspect, Katie, if you were to come upon an ichthyosaurus or a pterodactyl asleep in the shrubbery, you would hardly expect your report of it to be believed all at once, either by Harry or Janet." "I suppose not, uncle, but I can't see what—" "Of course such a thing could not happen here and now, but there was a time when, and a place where, such a thing may have happened. Indeed, in my time, a traveler or two have got pretty soundly disbelieved for reporting what they saw. the last of an expiring race which had strayed over the natural verge of its history, coming to life in some neglected swamp, itself a remnant of the slime of chaos. "I never heard you talk like that before, Uncle," said Harry. "If you go on like that, you'll land me in a swamp, I'm afraid." "I wasn't talking to you at all, Harry. Kate challenged me to find a place for kelpies and such like, in the theories she does me the honor of supposing I cultivate." "Then you think, Uncle, that all these stories are only legends which, if you could follow them up, would lead you back to some one of the awful monsters that have since quite disappeared from the earth?" "It is possible those stories may be such legends, but that was not what I intended to lead you to. I gave you that only as something like what I am going to say now. What if, mind, I only suggest it, what if the direful creatures whose report lingers in these tales should have an origin far older still? What if they were remnants of a vanishing period of the earth's history, long antecedent to the birth of Mastodon and Iguanodon, a stage, namely, when the world, as we call it, had not yet become quite visible, was not yet so far finished as to part from the invisible world that was its mother, and which, on its part, had not then become quite invisible, was only almost such, and when, as a credible consequence, strange shapes of those now invisible regions, gorgons and chimeras dire, might be expected to gloom out occasionally from the awful fauna of an ever-generating world upon that one which was being born of it. Hence the life periods of a world being long and slow, some of these huge unformed bulks of half-created matter might, somehow, like the megatherium of later times, a baby creation to them, roll at age-long intervals, clothed in a mighty terror of shapelessness, into the half-recognition of human beings, whose consternation at the uncertain vision were barrier enough to prevent all further knowledge of its substance. "I begin to have some notion of your meaning, Uncle," said Kate. "But then," said Janet, "all that must be over by this time. That world has been invisible now for many years." "Ever since you were born, I suppose, Janet. The changes of a world are not to be measured by the changes of its generations." "Oh, but, Uncle, there can't be any such things. You know that as well as I do." "Yes, just as well, and no better." "There can't be any ghosts now. Nobody believes such things." "Oh, as to ghosts, that is quite another thing. I did not know you were talking with reference to them. It is no wonder if one can get nothing sensible out of you, Janet, when your discrimination is no greater than to lump everything marvelous, kelpies, ghosts, vampires, doubles, witches, fairies, nightmares, and I don't know what all, under the one head of ghosts. And we haven't been saying a word about them. If one were to disprove to you the existence of the afrits of Eastern tales, you would consider the whole argument concerning the reappearance of the departed upset. I congratulate you on your powers of analysis and induction, Miss Janet. But it matters very little whether we believe in ghosts, as you say, or not, provided we believe that we are ghosts, that within this body, which so many people are ready to consider their own very selves, there lies a ghostly embryo, at least, which has an inner side to it God only can see, which says I concerning itself, and which will soon have to know whether or not it can appear to those whom it has left behind, and thus solve the question of ghosts for itself, at least." "Then you do believe in ghosts, Uncle?" said Janet in a tone that certainly was not respectful. "Surely I said nothing of the sort, Janet. The man most convinced that he had himself had such an interview as you hint at ought to find it impossible to convince anyone else of it." "You are quite out of my depth, Uncle," said Harry. "Surely any honest man ought to be believed?" "Honesty is not all, by any means, that is necessary to being believed. It is impossible to convey a conviction of anything. All you can do is to convey a conviction that you are convinced. Of course, what satisfied you might satisfy another, but till you can present him with the sources of your conviction, You cannot present him with the conviction, and perhaps not even then. You can tell him all about it, can't you? Is telling a man about a ghost affording him the source of your conviction? Is it the same as a ghost appearing to him? Really, Harry, you cannot even convey the impression a dream has made upon you. But isn't that just because it is only a dream? Not at all. The impression may be deeper and clearer on your mind than any fact of the next morning will make. You will forget the next day altogether, but the impression of the dream will remain through all the following whirl and storm of what you call facts. Now, a conviction may be likened to a deep impression on the judgment or the reason, or both. No one can feel it but the person who is convinced. It cannot be conveyed. I fancy that is just what those who believe in spirit rapping would say. There are the true and false of convictions, as of everything else. I mean that a man may take that for a conviction in his own mind, which is not a conviction, but only resembles one. But those to whom you refer profess to appeal to facts. It is on the ground of those facts, and with the more earnestness, the more reason they can give for receiving them as facts, that I refuse all their deductions with abhorrence. I mean that, if what they say is true, the thinker must reject with contempt the claim to anything like revelation therein. Then you do not believe in ghosts after all? Said Kate in a tone of surprise. I did not say so, my dear. Will you be reasonable, or will you not? Dear uncle, do tell us what you really think. I have been telling you what I think ever since I came, Katie, and you won't take in a word I say. I have been taking in every word, uncle, and trying hard to understand it as well. Did you ever see a ghost, uncle? Cornelius Haywood was silent. He shut his lips and opened his jaws till his cheeks almost met in the vacuum. A strange expression crossed the strange countenance, and the great eyes of his spectacles looked as if, at the very moment, they were seeing something no other spectacles could see. Then his jaws closed with a snap, his countenance brightened. A flash of humor came through the goggle eyes of Pebble, and at length he actually smiled as he said, Really, Katie, you must take me for a simpleton. How, uncle? To think if I had ever seen a ghost, I would confess the fact before a set of creatures like you, all spinning your webs like so many spiders to catch and devour old Daddy Longlegs. By this time Harry had grown quite grave. Indeed, I am very sorry, uncle, he said, if I have deserved such a rebuke. No, no, my boy, said Cornelius, I did not mean it more than half. If I had meant it, I would not have said it. If you really would like— Here he paused. Indeed, we should, uncle, said Kate earnestly. You should have heard what we were saying just before you came in. All you were saying, Katie? Yes, answered Kate thoughtfully. The worst we said was that you could not tell a story without, well, we did say tacking a moral to it. Well, I mustn't push it. A man has no right to know what people say about him. It unfits him for occupying his real position amongst them. He least of all has anything to do with it. If his friends won't defend him, he can't defend himself. Besides, what people say is so often untrue. I don't mean to others, but to themselves. Their hearts are more honest than their mouths. But Janet doesn't want a strange story, I am sure. Janet certainly was not one to have chosen for a listener to such a tale. Her eyes were so small that no satisfaction could possibly come of it. Oh, I don't mind, uncle, she said with half-affected indifference as she searched in her box for silk to mend her gloves. You are not very encouraging, I must say, returned her uncle, making another cow face. I will go away if you like, said Janet, pretending to rise. No, never mind, said her uncle hastily. If you don't want me to tell it, I want you to hear it. And before I have done, that may have come to the same thing, perhaps. Then you really are going to tell us a ghost story? Said Kate, drawing her chair nearer to her uncle's, and then finding this did not satisfy her sense of propinquity to the source of the expected pleasure, drawing a stool from the corner and seating herself almost on the hearthrug at his knee. I did not say so, returned Cornelius once more. I said I would tell you a strange story. You may call it a ghost story if you like. I do not pretend to determine what it is. I confess it will look like one, though." After so many delays, Uncle Cornelius now plunged almost hurriedly into his narration. "In the year 1820, he said, in the month of August, I fell in love." Here the girls glanced at each other. The idea of Uncle Corny in love, and in the very same century in which they were now listening to the confession, was too astonishing to pass without ocular remark. But if he observed it, he took no notice of it. He did not even pause. "In the month of September, I was refused. Consequently, in the month of October, I was ready to fall in love again. Take particular care of yourself, Harry, for a whole month, at least, after your first disappointment, for you will never be more likely to do a foolish thing. Please yourself after the second. If you are silly then, you may take what you get, for you will deserve it, except it be good fortune." "Did you do a foolish thing then, uncle?" said Harry demurely. "I did, as you will see, for I fell in love again. I don't see anything so very foolish in that. I have repented it since, though. Don't interrupt me again, please. In the middle of October, then, in the year 1820, in the evening, I was walking across Russell Square on my way home from the British Museum, where I had been reading all day. You see, I have a full intention of being precise, Janet." "I'm sure I don't know why you make the remark to me, uncle," said Janet, with an involuntary toss of her head. Her uncle only went on with his narrative. "I begin at the very beginning of my story," he said, "for I want to be particular as to everything that can appear to have had anything to do with what came afterwards. I had been reading, I say, all the morning in the British Museum, and as I walked I took off my spectacles to ease my eyes. I need not tell you that I am short-sighted now, for that you know well enough. But I must tell you that I was short-sighted then, and helpless enough without my spectacles, though I was not quite so much as I am now, for I find it all nonsense about short-sighted eyes improving with age. Well, I was walking along the south side of Russell Square, with my spectacles in my hand, and feeling a little bewildered in consequence, for it was quite the dusk of the evening, and short-sighted people require more light than others. I was feeling, in fact, almost blind. I had got more than halfway to the other side, when, from the crossing that cuts off the corner in the direction of Montague Place, just as I was about to turn towards it, an old lady stepped upon the curbstone of the pavement, looked at me for a moment, and passed. An occurrence not very remarkable, certainly, but the lady was remarkable, and so was her dress. I am not good at observing, and am still worse at describing dress. Therefore, I can only say that hers reminded me of an old picture. That is, I had never seen anything like it, except in old pictures. She had no bonnet, and looked as if she had walked straight out of an ancient drawing-room in her evening attire. Of her face I shall say nothing now. The next instant I met a man on the crossing who stopped and addressed me. So short-sighted was I that though I recognized his voice as one I ought to know, I could not identify him until I had put on my spectacles, which I did instinctively in the act of returning his greeting. At the same moment I glanced over my shoulder after the old lady. She was nowhere to be seen. "Where are you looking at?" said James Hetheridge. "I was looking after that old lady," I answered. "But I can't see her." "What old lady?" said Hetheridge with just a touch of impatience. "You must have seen her," I returned. "You are not more than 3 yards behind her." "Where is she, then?" "She must have gone down one of the areas, I think. But she looked a lady, though an old-fashioned one." "Have you been dining?" asked James in a tone of doubtful inquiry. "No," I replied, not suspecting the insinuation. "I've only just come from the museum." "Then I advise you to call on your medical man before you go home." "Medical man?" returned. "I have no medical man. What do you mean? I never was better in my life." "I mean that there was no old lady. It was an illusion, and that indicates something wrong. Besides, you did not know me when I spoke to you." "That is nothing," I returned. "I had just taken off my spectacles, and without them I shouldn't know my own father." "How was it you saw the old lady, then?" The affair was growing serious under my friend's cross-questioning. I did not at all like the idea of his supposing me subject to hallucinations. So I answered with a laugh, "Ah, to be sure, that explains it. I am so blind without my spectacles that I shouldn't know an old lady from a big dog." "There was no big dog," said Hetheridge, shaking his head, as the fact for the first time dawned upon me that, although I had seen the old lady clearly enough to make a sketch of her, even to the features of her careworn, eager old face, I had not been able to recognize the well-known countenance of James Hetheridge. "That's what comes of reading till the optic nerve is weakened," he went on. "You will cause yourself serious injury if you do not pull up in time. I'll tell you what, I'm going home next week. Will you go with me?" "You are very kind," I answered, not altogether rejecting the proposal, for I felt that a little change to the country would be pleasant, and I was quite my own master, for I had unfortunately means equal to my wants, and had no occasion to follow any profession. Not a very desirable thing for a young man, I can tell you, Master Harry. I need not keep you over the commonplaces of pressing and yielding. It is enough to say that he pressed and that I yielded. The day was fixed for our departure together, but something or other, I forget what, occurred to make him advance the date, and it was resolved that I should follow later in the month. It was a drizzly afternoon in the beginning of the last week of October when I left the town of Bradford in a post-chaise to drive to Luton Grange, the property of my friend's father. I had hardly left the town, and the twilight had only begun to deepen, when, glancing from one of the windows of the chaise, I fancied I saw, between me and the hedge, the dim figure of a horse keeping pace with us. I thought, in the first interval of unreason, that it was a shadow from my own horse, but reminded myself the next moment that there could be no shadow where there was no light. When I looked again, I was at the first glance convinced that my eyes had deceived me. At the second, I believed once more that a shadowy something, with the movements of a horse in harness, was keeping pace with us. I turned away again with some discomfort, and not till we had reached an open moorland road, whence a little watery light was visible on the horizon, could I summon up courage enough to look out once more. Certainly then there was nothing to be seen, and I persuaded myself that it had been all a fancy, and lighted a cigar. With my feet on the cushions before me, I had soon lifted myself on the clouds of tobacco far above all the terrors of the night, and believed them banished forever. But my cigar coming to an end just as we turned into the avenue that led up to the Grange, I found myself once more glancing nervously out of the window. The moment the trees were about me, there was, if not a shadowy horse out there by the side of the chaise, yet certainly more than half that conviction in here in my consciousness. When I saw my friend, however, standing on the doorstep, dark against the glow of the hall fire, I forgot all about it, and I need not add that I did not make it a subject of conversation when I entered, for I was well aware that it was essential to a man's reputation that his senses should be accurate, though his heart might without prejudice swarm with shadows, and his judgment be a very stable of hobbies. I was kindly received. Mrs. Hetheridge had been dead for some years, and Letitia, the eldest of the family, was at the head of the household. She had 2 sisters, little more than girls. The father was a burly yet gentlemanlike Yorkshire squire, who ate well, drank well, looked radiant, and hunted twice a week. In this pastime his son joined him when in the humour, which happened scarcely so often. I, who had never crossed a horse in my life, took his apology for not being able to mount me very coolly, assuring him that I would rather loiter about with a book than be in at the death of the best hunted fox in Yorkshire. I very soon found myself at home with the Hetheridges, and very soon again I began to find myself not so much at home, for Miss Hetheridge, Letitia, as I soon ventured to call her, was fascinating. I have told you, Katie, that there was an empty place in my heart. Look to the door, then, Katie. That was what made me so ready to fall in love with Letitia. Her figure was graceful, and I think even now her face would have been beautiful but for a certain contraction of the skin over the nostrils, suggesting an invisible thumb and forefinger pinching them, which repelled me, although I did not then know what it indicated. I had not been with her one evening before the impression it made on me had vanished, and that so entirely that I could hardly recall the perception of the peculiarity which had occasioned it. Her observation was remarkably keen, and her judgment generally correct. She had great confidence in it herself, nor was she devoid of sympathy with some of the forms of human imagination, only they never seemed to possess for her any relation to practical life. That was to be ordered by the judgment alone. I do not mean she ever said so. I am only giving the conclusions I came to afterwards. It is not necessary that you should have any more thorough acquaintance with her mental character. One point in her moral nature, of special consequence to my narrative, will show itself by and by. I did all I could to make myself agreeable to her, and the more I succeeded, the more delightful she became in my eyes. We walked in the garden and grounds together. We read, or rather I read and she listened. Read poetry, Katie. Sometimes till we could not read any more for certain haziness and huskiness, which look now, I am afraid, considerably more absurd than they really were, or even ought to look. In short, I consider myself thoroughly in love with her. And wasn't she in love with you, uncle? Don't interrupt me, child. I don't know. I hoped so then. I hope the contrary now. She liked me, I am sure. That is not much to say. Liking is very pleasant and very cheap. Love is as rare as a star. I thought the stars were anything but rare, uncle. That's because you never went out to find one for yourself, Katie. They would prove a few miles apart then. But it would be big enough when I did find it. Right, my dear. That is the way with love. Letitia was a good housekeeper. Everything was punctual as clockwork. I use the word advisedly. If her father, who was punctual to one date, the dinner hour, made any remark to the contrary as he took up the carving knife, Letitia would instantly send one of her sisters to question the old clock in the hall, and report the time to half a minute. It was sure to be found that if there was a mistake, the mistake was in the clock. But although it was certainly a virtue to have her household in such perfect order, it was not a virtue to be impatient with every infringement of its rules on the part of others. She was very severe, for instance, upon her two younger sisters if, the moment after the second bell had rung, they were not seated at the dinner table, washed and aproned. Order was a very idol with her. Hence the house was too tidy for any sense of comfort. If you left an open book on the table, you would, on returning to the room a moment after, find it put aside. What the furniture of the drawing-room was like, I never saw, for not even on Christmas Day, which was the last day I spent there, was it uncovered. Everything in it was kept in bibs and pinafores. Even the carpet was covered with a cold and slippery sheet of brown holland. Mr. Hetheridge never entered that room, and therein was wise. James remonstrated once. She answered him quite kindly, even playfully, but no change followed. What was worse, she made very wretched tea. Her father never took tea, neither did James. I was rather fond of it, but I soon gave it up. Everything her father partook of was first-rate. Everything else was somewhat poverty-stricken. My pleasure in Letitia's society prevented me from making practical deductions from such trifles. I shouldn't have thought you knew anything about eating, uncle, said Janet. The less a man eats, the more he likes to have it good, Janet. In short, there can be no harm in saying it now. Letitia was so far from being like the name of her baptism, and most names are so good that they are worth thinking about. No children are named after bad ideas. Letitia was so far unlike hers as to be stingy, an abominable fault. But I repeat, the notion of such a fact was far from me then, and now for my story. The 1st of November was a very lovely day, quite one of the halcyon days of St. Martin's summer. I was sitting in a little arbor I had just discovered with a book in my hand, not reading, however, but daydreaming, when, lifting my eyes from the ground, I was startled to see, through a thin shrub in front of the arbor, what seemed the form of an old lady, seated, apparently reading from a book on her knee. The sight instantly recalled the old lady of Russell Square. I started to my feet, and then, clear of the intervening bush, saw only a great stone, such as abounded on the moors in the neighborhood, with a lump of quartz set on the top of it. Some childish taste had put it there for an ornament. Smiling at my own folly, I sat down again and reopened my book. After reading for a while, I glanced up again, and once more started to my feet, overcome by the fancy that there verily sat the old lady reading. You will say it indicated an excited condition of the brain. Possibly, but I was, as far as I can recall, quite collected and reasonable. I was almost vexed this second time, and sat down once more to my book. Still, every time I looked up, I was startled afresh. I doubt, however, if the trifle is worth mentioning, or has any significance even in relation to what followed. After dinner, I strolled out by myself, leaving father and son over their claret. I did not drink wine, and from the lawn I could see the windows of the library, whither Letitia commonly retired from the dinner table. It was a very lovely, soft night. There was no moon, but the stars looked wider awake than usual. Dew was falling, but the grass was not yet wet, and I wandered about on it for half an hour. The stillness was somehow strange. It had a wonderful feeling in it, as if something were expected, as if the quietness were the mold in which some event or other was about to be cast. Even then I was a reader of certain sorts of recondite lore. Suddenly I remembered that this was the eve of All Souls. This was the night on which the dead came out of their graves to visit their old homes. Poor dead, I thought with myself. Have you any place to call a home now? If you have, surely you will not wander back here, where all that you called home has either vanished or given itself to others to be their home now and yours no more. What an awful doom the old fancy has allotted you, to dwell in your graves all the year and creep out this one night to enter at the midnight door, left open for welcome. A poor welcome, truly. Just an open door, a clean-swept floor, and a fire to warm your rain-sodden limbs. The household asleep and the house-place swarming with the ghosts of ancient times, the miser, the spendthrift, the profligate, the coquette, for the good ghosts sleep and are troubled with no waking like yours. Not one man sleepless like yourselves to question you, and be answered after the fashion of the old nursery rhyme. What makes your eyes so hold? I've lain so long among the mould. What makes your feet so broad? I've walked more than I ever rode. Yet who can tell? I went on to myself. It may be your hell to return thus. It may be that only on this one night of all the year you can show yourselves to him who can see you, but that the place where you were wicked is the Hades to which you are doomed for ages. I thought and thought till I began to feel the air alive about me, and was enveloped in the vapors that dim the eyes of those who strain them for one peep through the dull mica windows that will not open on the world of ghosts. At length I cast my fancies away and fled from them to the library, where the bodily presence of Letitia made the world of ghosts appear shadowy indeed. What a reality there is about a bodily presence, I said to myself as I took my chamber candle in my hand. But what is there more real in a body? I said again as I crossed the hall. Surely nothing, I went on as I ascended the broad staircase to my room. The body must vanish. If there be a spirit, that will remain. A body can but vanish. A ghost can appear. I woke in the morning with a sense of such discomfort as made me spring out of bed at once. My foot lighted upon my spectacles. How they came to be on the floor I could not tell, for I never took them off when I went to bed. When I lifted them, I found they were in two pieces. The bridge was broken. This was awkward. I was so utterly helpless without them. Indeed, before I could lay my hand on my hairbrush, I had to peer through one eye of the parted pair. When I looked at my watch after I was dressed, I found I had risen an hour earlier than usual. I groped my way downstairs to spend the hour before breakfast in the library. No sooner was I seated with a book than I heard the voice of Letitia scolding the butler, in no very gentle tones, for leaving the garden door open all night. The moment I heard this, the strange occurrences I'm about to relate began to dawn upon my memory. The door had been open the night long between All Saints and All Souls. In the middle of that night I awoke suddenly. I knew it was not the morning by the sensations I had, for the night feels altogether different from the morning. It was quite dark. My heart was beating violently, and I either hardly could or hardly dared breathe. A nameless terror was upon me, and my sense of hearing was, apparently by the force of its expectation, unnaturally roused and keen. There it was, a slight noise in the room, slight but clear, and with an unknown significance about it. It was awful to think it would come again. I do believe it was only one of those creaks in the timbers which announce the torpid, age-long sinking flow of every house back to the dust, a motion to which the flow of the glacier is as a torrent, but which is no less inevitable and sure. Day and night it ceases not, but only in the night, when house and heart are still, do we hear it. No wonder it should sound fearful, for are we not the immortal dwellers in ever-crumbling clay? The clay is so near us, and yet not of us, that its every movement starts a fresh dismay. For what will its final ruin disclose? When it falls from about us, where shall we find that we have existed all the time? My skin tingled with the bursting of the moisture from its pores. Something was in the room beside me. A confused, indescribable sense of utter loneliness and yet awful presence was upon me, mingled with a dreary, hopeless desolation, as of burnt-out love and aimless life. All at once I found myself sitting up. The terror that a cold hand might be laid upon me, or a cold breath blow on me, or a corpse-like face bend down through the darkness over me, had broken my bonds. I would meet halfway whatever might be approaching. The moment that my will burst into action, the terror began to ebb. The room in which I slept was a large one, perfectly dreary with tidiness. I did not know till afterwards that it was Letitia's room, which she had given up to me rather than prepare another. The furniture, all but one article, was modern and commonplace. I could not help remarking to myself afterwards how utterly void the room was of the nameless charm of feminine occupancy. I had seen nothing to wake a suspicion of its being a lady's room. The article I have accepted was an ancient bureau, elaborate and ornate, which stood on one side of the large bow window. The very morning before, I had seen a bunch of keys hanging from the upper part of it, and had peeped in. Finding, however, that the pigeonholes were full of papers, I closed it at once. I should have been glad to use it, but clearly it was not for me. At that bureau, the figure of a woman was now seated, in the posture of one writing. A strange dim light was around her, but whence it proceeded I never thought of inquiring. As if I too had stepped over the bourne, and was a ghost myself, all fear was now gone. I got out of bed and softly crossed the room to where she was seated. If she should be beautiful, I thought, for I had often dreamed of a beautiful ghost that made love to me. The figure did not move. She was looking at a faded brown paper. Some old love letter, I thought, and stepped nearer. So cool was I now that I actually peeped over her shoulder. With mingled surprise and dismay, I found that the dim page over which she bent was that of an old account book, ancient household records in rusty ink, held up to the glimpses of the waning moon which shone through the parting in the curtains, their entries of shillings and pence. Of pounds there was not one. No doubt pounds and farthings are much the same in the world of thought, the true spirit world, but in the ghost world this eagerness over shillings and pence must mean something awful. To think that coins which had since been worn smooth in other pockets and purses, which had gone back to the mint and been melted down, to come out again and yet again with the heads of new kings and queens, that dinners eaten by men and women and children whose bodies had since been eaten by the worms, that polish for the floors, inches of whose thickness had since been worn away, that the 100 nameless trifles of a life utterly vanished should be perplexing, annoying, and worst of all, interesting the soul of a ghost who had been in Hades for centuries. The writing was very old-fashioned, and the words were contracted. I could read nothing but the moneys and one single entry, Corinth's versus. Currants for a Christmas pudding, most likely. Ah, poor lady, the pudding and not the Christmas was her care, not the delight of the children over it, but the beggarly pence which it cost. And she cannot get it out of her head, although her brain was powdered all as thin as flour ages ago in the mortar of death. Alas, poor ghost! It needs no treasured hoard left behind, no floor stained with the blood of the murdered child, no wickedly hidden parchment of landed rights. An old account book is enough for the hell of the housekeeping gentlewoman. She never lifted her face, or seemed to know that I stood behind her. I left her and went into the bow window where I could see her face. I was right. It was the same old lady I had met in Russell Square, walking in front of James Hetheridge. Her withered lips went moving as if they would have uttered words had the breath been commissioned thither. Her brow was contracted over her thin nose, and once and again her shining forefinger went up to her temple as if she were pondering some deep problem of humanity. How long I stood gazing at her I do not know, but at last I withdrew to my bed and left her struggling to solve that which she could never solve thus. It was the symbolic problem of her own life, and she had failed to read it. I remember nothing more. She may be sitting there still, solving at the insolvable. I should have felt no inclination, with the broad sun of the squire's face, the keen eyes of James, and the beauty of Letitia before me at the breakfast table, to say a word about what I had seen, even if I had not been afraid of the doubt concerning my sanity, which the story would certainly awaken. What with the memories of the night and the want of my spectacles, I passed a very dreary day, dreading the return of the night, for, cool as I had been in her presence, I could not regard the possible reappearance of the ghost with equanimity. But when the night did come, I slept soundly till the morning. The next day, not being able to read with comfort, I went wandering about the place, and at length began to fit the outside and inside of the house together. It was a large and rambling edifice, parts of it very old, parts comparatively modern. I first found my own window, which looked out of the back. Below this window, on one side, there was a door. I wondered whither it led, but found it locked. At the moment, James approached from the stables. "Where does this door lead?" I asked him. "I will get the key," he answered. "It is rather a queer old place. We used to like it when we were children." "There's a stair, you see," he said, as he threw the door open. "It leads up over the kitchen." I followed him up the stair. "There's a door into your room," he said, "but it's always locked now. And here's Granny's room, as they call it, though why I have not the least idea," he added as he pushed open the door of an old-fashioned parlor, smelling very musty. A few old books lay on a side table. A china bowl stood beside them with some shriveled, scentless rose leaves in the bottom of it. The cloth that covered the table was riddled by moss, and the spider-legged chairs were covered with dust. A conviction seized me that the old bureau must have belonged to this room, and I soon found the place where I judged it must have stood. But the same moment I caught sight of a portrait on the wall above the spot I had fixed upon. "By Jove!" I cried involuntarily. "That's the very old lady I met in Russell Square." "Nonsense," said James. "Old-fashioned ladies are like babies. They all look the same. That's a very old portrait." "So I see," I answered. "It is like a Zucchero." "I don't know whose it is," he answered hurriedly, and I thought he looked a little queer. "Is she one of the family?" I asked. "They say so, but who or what she was, I don't know. You must ask Letty," he answered. "The more I look at it," I said, "the more I am convinced it is the same old lady." "Well," he returned with a laugh, "my old nurse used to say she was rather restless, but it's all nonsense." That bureau in my room looks about the same date as this furniture, I remarked. It used to stand just there, he answered, pointing to the space under the picture. Well, I remember with what awe we used to regard it, for they said the old lady kept her accounts at it still. We never dared touch the bundles of yellow papers in the pigeonholes. I remember thinking Letty a very heroine once when she touched one of them with the tip of her forefinger. She had got yet more courageous by the time she had it moved into her own room. Then that is your sister's room I am occupying, I said. Yes. I am ashamed of keeping her out of it. Oh, she'll do well enough. If I were she, though, I added, I would send that bureau back to its own place. What do you mean, Heywood? Do you believe every old wife's tale that was ever told? She may get a fright some day, that's all, I replied. He smiled with such an evident mixture of pity and contempt that for the moment I almost disliked him, and feeling certain that Letitia would receive any such hint in a somewhat similar manner, I did not feel inclined to offer her any advice with regard to the bureau. Little occurred during the rest of my visit worthy of remark. Somehow or other I did not make much progress with Letitia. I believe I had begun to see into her character a little, and therefore did not get deeper in love as the days went on. I know I became less absorbed in her society, though I was still anxious to make myself agreeable to her, or perhaps more properly to give her a favorable impression of me. I do not know whether she perceived any difference in my behavior, but I remember that I began again to remark the pinched look of her nose, and to be a little annoyed with her for always putting aside my book. At the same time, I dare say I was provoking, for I never was given to tidiness myself. At length Christmas Day arrived. After breakfast, the squire, James, and the two girls arranged to walk to church. Letitia was not in the room at the moment. I excused myself on the ground of a headache, for I had had a bad night. When they left, I went up to my room, threw myself on the bed, and was soon fast asleep. How long I slept I do not know, but I woke again with that indescribable yet well-known sense of not being alone. The feeling was scarcely less terrible in the daylight than it had been in the darkness. With the same sudden effort as before, I sat up in the bed. There was the figure at the open bureau in precisely the same position as on the former occasion, but I could not see it so distinctly. I rose as gently as I could and approached it after the first physical terror. I am not a coward. Just as I got near enough to see the account book open on the folding cover of the bureau, she started up, and turning, revealed the face of Letitia. She blushed crimson. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Heywood," she said in great confusion. "I thought you had gone to church with the rest." "I had lain down with a headache and gone to sleep," I replied. "But forgive me, Miss Hetheridge," I added, for my mind was full of the dreadful coincidence. "Don't you think you would have been better at church than balancing your accounts on Christmas Day?" "The better day, the better deed," she said with a somewhat offended air, and turned to walk from the room. "Excuse me, Letitia," I resumed very seriously, "but I want to tell you something." She looked conscious. It never crossed me that perhaps she fancied I was going to make a confession. Far other things were then in my mind, for I thought how awful it was if she too, like the ancestral ghost, should have to do an age-long penance of haunting that bureau and those horrid figures, and I had suddenly resolved to tell her the whole story. She listened with varying complexion and face half turned aside. When I had ended, which I fear I did with something of a personal appeal, she lifted her head and looked me in the face with just a slight curl on her thin lip, and answered me. "If I had wanted a sermon, Mr. Heywood, I should have gone to church for it. As for the ghost, I am sorry for you." So saying, she walked out of the room. The rest of the day I did not find very merry. I pleaded my headache as an excuse for going to bed early. How I hated the room now! Next morning, immediately after breakfast, I took my leave of Luton Grange. "And lost a good wife, perhaps, for the sake of a ghost, uncle," said Janet. "If I lost a wife at all, it was a stingy one. I should have been ashamed of her all my life long." "Better than a spendthrift," said Janet. "How do you know that?" returned her uncle. "All the difference I see is that the extravagant ruins the rich, and the stingy robs the poor." "But perhaps she repented, uncle," said Kate. "I don't think she did, Katie. Look here." Uncle Cornelius drew from the breast pocket of his coat a black-edged letter. "I have kept up my friendship with her brother," he said. "All he knows about the matter is that either we had a quarrel or she refused me. He is not sure which. I must say for Letitia that she was no tattler. Well, here's a letter I had from James this very morning. I will read it to you. My dear Haywood, we have had a terrible shock this morning. Letty did not come down to breakfast, and Lizzie went to see if she was ill. We heard her scream, and rushing up, there was poor Letty sitting at the old bureau, quite dead. She had fallen forward on the desk, and her housekeeping book was crumpled up under her. She had been so all night long, we suppose, for she was not undressed and was quite cold. The doctors say it was disease of the heart. There, said Uncle Corny, folding up the letter. Do you think the ghost had anything to do with it, Uncle? Asked Kate, almost under her breath. How should I know, my dear? Possibly. It's very sad, said Janet, but I don't see the good of it all. If the ghost had come to tell that she had hidden away money in some secret place in the old bureau, one would see why she had been permitted to come back. But what was the good of those accounts after they were over and done with? I don't believe in the ghost. Ah, Janet, but those wretched accounts were not over and done with, you see. That is the misery of it. Uncle Cornelius rose without another word, bade them good night, and walked out into the wind. End of Uncle Cornelius, his story, by George MacDonald.